descended from the tower and Groudon has risen from the magma. A fresh facelift for Pokemon Unite has given a brand new look and feel for our beloved game. Outside of the new map, we also saw a new ban format, possibly temporarily. Since the tournament mode did not enable Groudon, we had to run the tournament in a custom mode where teams would blind ban up to 3 Pokemon, so potentially 6 Pokemon. Each match would be unavailable. Pawmot was live, but banned during the tournament. And with all of the changes we saw teams change strategies, play new Pokemon, and allow for a new meta to start to reveal itself. Our first round of the day included Bush Check and Regidrago haters. In game number 1, Regidrago haters got off to a quick start on the back of their Zoroark pick, along with that support Mew that would not quit. The biggest surprise was really the first pick though, Tinkaton. Not a very common first pick, but it truly showed up and showed out. The true MVP of the match was Burzy on the EXP share Mew, earning themselves nearly 140,000 damage and getting themselves out of sticky situation after sticky situation. It was a close game up to the final stretch, but the Regidrago haters, they were able to earn 4 KOs, only trading the Zoroark during that time with Groudon up. And with Blissey going for a back cap, the haters were able to clear Groudon and make their way to that game-ending Game 1 victory. Game 2, we saw a little bit of a switch up on the draft strategy. Heavy emphasis on scoring from the Regidrago haters. Dodrio and Sableye were on the menu for them, and they really put the pressure on the enemy side. Both Trevenant and Alolan Raichu made an appearance. They provided the sustain and the burst damage that Regidrago haters needed to pair along with their vision and the map pressure that Sableye along with the Dodrio provided. However, even though the Regidrago haters had a demanding lead of game number 2, Bush Check did not give up. One final valiant effort, they were able to find 2 very quick KOs. Unfortunately, the Trevenant was near impossible to take down, and the Regidrago haters fought right back. Up by a few hundred points and not wanting to yield any buffs, and with multiple members of the Bush Check squad down, they ignored the shiny new objective to go for scores to seal the deal. Regidrago haters were able to move forward to round 2 on the winner's side. In winner's round 2, we picked up to see Turtle Time and Exodia. In game 1, it was all Turtle Time. Absol got off to a monstrous head start. However, Exodia came to play. The first Regi fight ended up being in the bottom path. Despite being down levels though, Exodia was able to steal away and win that Regieleki battle, but lost the war of attrition. Halfway through the match, it was a bit of a seesaw battle back and forth in a 1-point game. Even the first minute of Groudon ended up being back and forth with no one really able to make a move. That was until Exodia was able to find big KOs and to counter the score to ensure the lead was theirs. In game number 2, it was Turtle Time's time to shine. Rixel Pick ended up grabbing the Absol for a run back, but the biggest pick for them ended up being Elo Poppy's Cinderace, who outpaced Absol, earning level 14 by the time Groudon hit the map. During Groudon, it proved to be invaluable, dodging a Gengar Unite move with Feint and hitting a 3 KO streak with excellent repositioning around the fight. At that point, the rip was on. Turtle Time grabbed Groudon and deposited their points in the goal zones to seal the deal for game 2. In a win or move to the lower bracket game 3, Exodia was unrelenting. Petal Dance Venusaur went absolutely bananas. It got off to an insane level lead and never looked back. Venusaur, along with the Buzzwole, fought through the heavy sustain of the Alchemy, along with Snorlax Unite moves, won a massive team fight to lock in the Game 3 victory, earning them a spot in the next round. However, Exodia's time in that next round, it was a little bit short and abbreviated. They ran into the brick wall that was Project Mbappe, filled with former world champion Overlord, along with previous regional winners Roland, Kratos, and Celestial. Project Mbappe ended up running through game number 1. Despite a little bit of a late start, by the 4-minute mark, Exodia lost their T2 bottom goal zone, and with a large lead going into Groudon, a huge wind condition ended up hitting the home goal zone of Exodia. Regieleki, along with Project Mbappe, went directly into that home goal zone and ensured the lead for Project Mbappe. At that point, all they had to do was defend to take game number 1, which they did quite easily. Game number 2 wasn't much different. Halfway through the match, they had a more than 200-point lead. Another T2 broken pad meant Project Mbappe had another home-walking Regieleki. This time, though, they chose to fight Exodia over that Groudon, but still came out ahead. After depositing their points, it was a clean 2-0 sweep. In the winners semifinals, Project Mbappe took on G. It was a father and son face-off, Overlord versus Slash. In game number 1, G got off to a quick start and were ahead about 150 points nearing that halfway mark. G ended up taking that lead into that end game, and with 30 seconds remaining in the match, Groudon was still up. G waited for the engage and capitalized on the fight. Winning Groudon and holding on to their lead, G took game number 1. Game number 2, a little bit of a different story though. There's a lot of trading across the map, a lot of split pushing, and halfway through the game, it was a close battle. Project Mbappe fought for a position and earned themselves a Registeel buff. Nearing the final stretch, G clawed their way back, breaking a T2 goal zone. However, that left the Regirock buff for Project Mbappe. A mad dash for Groudon was the play for Project Mbappe down some points. Lucario ended up securing it, and the race was on. G had a valiant attempt to defend, but Eldegoss just was able to squeak to the side and score at the last second, earning a Game 2 victory for Project Mbappe, keeping them in the winner side of the bracket. In game number 3, Project Mbappe on a tear. At the halfway point, they had a massive lead, already breaking 3 goal zones for G. Now, during Groudon, Project Mbappe ended up playing it incredibly slow, very patient, as they had a massive lead. Ducky on the Mamoswine ended up finding an insane engage on the Blaziken, leading to a knockout. G decided to go ahead and take their chances and rip Groudon, but it was too late. Project Mbappe made another dash towards the T2 goal zone as well as the home goal zone, depositing nearly 500 points, earning them the Game 3 victory and securing a spot in those winners finals. However, the winners finals didn't quite happen. Pepperito, who advanced on the opposite side of that top bracket, ended up forfeiting, which allowed Project Mbappe to advance to the grand finals. In the lower bracket, Goofy Goobers made a heroic run, beating M8, G, as well as Dynasty to advance themselves back to the grand finals for the second straight tournament. With 1 game in hand from the winner's side of the bracket, along with the threat level midnight rule in place, Project Mbappe only needed a singular win to crown themselves the champions. The Goofy Goobers, the defending champions, did not want to go down without a fight. Against the team that has sprinted through the winner's side of the bracket, the Goofy Goobers gave it their best effort. Early objectives went the way of Project Mbappe, but a great Regieleki steal from the Greninja allowed for the Goofy Goobers to not only stay in the game, but even secure a late lead before the final stretch. However, the final fight broke out at the basement Regieleki. Goofy Goobers had a few Pokemon get knocked out, which gave Overlord the green light on Cinderace to rip Groudon. Umbreon, trying to get vision or maybe even a steal, could not get in on the Groudon as Dodrio went for a back cap to give them a big lead. However, it was very unfortunate for the Goofy Goobers as Project Mbappe, they did not miss their cooldowns. They aced the Goofy Goobers on that T2 pad, allowing Project Mbappe to deposit all of their points into the goal zone, securing their title as the first ever champions of Groudon. Well, trainers, Groudon is here to stay. We'll be starting the broadcast very, very soon. Get ready for some Underdunk number 60. A new page in the Book of Pokemon Unite has turned. Last week, during Underdunk 59, it marked the new chapter in the history of our game. Rayquaza has descended from the tower and Groudon has risen from the magma. A fresh facelift for Pokemon Unite has given a brand new look and feel for our beloved game. Outside of the new map, we also saw a new ban format, possibly temporarily. Since the tournament mode did not enable Groudon, we had to run the tournament in a custom mode where teams would blind ban up to 3 Pokemon, so potentially 6 Pokemon. Each match would be unavailable. Pawmot was live, but banned during the tournament. And with all of the changes we saw teams change strategies, play new Pokemon, and allow for a new meta to start to reveal itself. Our first round of the day included Bush Check and Regidrago haters. In game number 1, Regidrago haters got off to a quick start on the back of their Zoroark pick, along with that support Mew that would not quit. The biggest surprise was really the first pick though, Tinkaton. Not a very common first pick, but it truly showed up and showed out. The true MVP of the match was Burzy on the EXP share Mew, earning themselves nearly 140,000 damage and getting themselves out of sticky situation after sticky situation. It was a close game up to the final stretch, but the Regidrago haters, they were able to earn 4 KOs, only trading the Zoroark during that time with Groudon up. And with Blissey going for a back cap, the haters were able to clear Groudon and make their way to that game-ending Game 1 victory. Game 2, we saw a little bit of a switch up on the draft strategy. Heavy emphasis on scoring from the Regidrago haters. Dodrio and Sableye were on the menu for them, and they really put the pressure on the enemy side. Both Trevenant and Alolan Raichu made an appearance. They provided the sustain and the burst damage that Regidrago haters needed to pair along with their vision and the mat pressure that Sableye along with the Dodrio provided. However, even though the Regidrago haters had a demanding lead of game number 2, Bush Check did not give up. One final valiant effort, they were able to find 2 very quick KOs. Unfortunately, the Trevenant was near impossible to take down, and the Regidrago haters fought right back. Up by a few hundred points and not wanting to yield any buffs, and with multiple members of the Bush Check squad down, they ignored the shiny new objective to go for scores to seal the deal. Regidrago haters were able to move forward to round 2 on the winner's side. In winner's round 2, we picked up to see Turtle Time and Exodia. In game 1, it was all Turtle Time. Absol got off to a monstrous head start. However, Exodia came to play. The first Regi fight ended up being in the bottom path. Despite being down levels though, Exodia was able to steal away and win that Regieleki battle, but lost the war of attrition. Halfway through the match, it was a bit of a seesaw battle back and forth in a 1-point game. Even the first minute of Groudon ended up being back and forth with no one really able to make a move. That was until Exodia was able to find big KOs and to counter the score to ensure the lead was theirs. In game number 2, it was Turtle Time's time to shine. Rixel pick ended up grabbing the Absol for a run back, but the biggest pick for them ended up being Elo Poppy's Cinderace, who outpaced Absol, earning level 14 by the time Groudon hit the map. During Groudon, it proved to be invaluable, dodging a Gengar Unite move with Feint and hitting a 3 KO streak with excellent repositioning around the fight. At that point, the rip was on. Turtle Time grabbed Groudon and deposited their points in the goal zones to seal the deal for game 2. In a win or move to the lower bracket game 3, Exodia was unrelenting. Petal Dance Venusaur went absolutely bananas. It got off to an insane level lead and never looked back. Venusaur, along with the Buzzwole, fought through the heavy sustain of the Alchemy, along with Snorlax Unite moves, won a massive team fight to lock in the Game 3 victory, earning them a spot in the next round. However, Exodia's time in that next round, it was a little bit short and abbreviated. They ran into the brick wall that was Project Mbappe, filled with former world champion Overlord, along with previous regional winners Roland, Kratos, and Celestial. Project Mbappe ended up running through game number 1. Despite a little bit of a late start, by the 4-minute mark, Exodia lost their T2 bottom goal zone, and with a large lead going into Groudon, A huge wind condition ended up hitting the home goal zone of Exodia. Regieleki, along with Project Mbappe, went directly into that home goal zone and ensured the lead for Project Mbappe. At that point, all they had to do was defend to take game number 1, which they did quite easily. Game number 2 wasn't much different. Halfway through the match, they had a more than 200-point lead. Another T2 broken pad meant Project Mbappe had another home-walking Regieleki. This time, though, they chose to fight Exodia over that Groudon, but still came out ahead. After depositing their points, it was a clean 2-0 sweep. In the winners semifinals, Project Mbappe took on G. It was a father and son face-off, Overlord versus Slash. In game number 1, G got off to a quick start and were ahead about 150 points nearing that halfway mark. G ended up taking that lead into that end game, and with 30 seconds remaining in the match, Groudon was still up. G waited for the engage and capitalized on the fight. Winning Groudon and holding on to their lead, G took game number 1. Game number 2, a little bit of a different story though. There's a lot of trading across the map, a lot of split pushing, and halfway through the game, it was a close battle. Project Mbappe fought for a position and earned themselves a Registeel buff. Nearing the final stretch, G clawed their way back, breaking a T2 goal zone. However, that left the Regirock buff for Project Mbappe. A mad dash for Groudon was the play for Project Mbappe down some points. Lucario ended up securing it, and the race was on. G had a valiant attempt to defend, but Eldegoss just was able to squeak to the side and score at the last second, earning a Game 2 victory for Project Mbappe, keeping them in the winner's side of the bracket. In game number 3, Project Mbappe on a tear. At the halfway point, they had a massive lead, already breaking 3 goal zones for G. Now, during Groudon, Project Mbappe ended up playing it incredibly slow, very patient, as they had a massive lead. Ducky, on the Mamoswine, ended up finding an insane engage on the Blaziken, leading to a knockout. G decided to go ahead and take their chances and rip Groudon, but it was too late. Project Mbappe made another dash towards the T2 goal zone as well as the home goal zone, depositing nearly 500 points, earning them the Game 3 victory and securing a spot in those winners finals. However, the winners finals didn't quite happen. Pepperito, who advanced on the opposite side of that top bracket, ended up forfeiting, which allowed Project Mbappe to advance to the grand finals. In the lower bracket, Goofy Goobers made a heroic run, beating M8, G, as well as Dynasty to advance themselves back to the grand finals for the second straight tournament. With one game in hand from the winner's side of the bracket, along with the threat level midnight rule in place, Project Mbappe only needed a singular win to crown themselves the champions. The Goofy Goobers, the defending champions, did not want to go down without a fight. Against the team that has sprinted through the winner's side of the bracket, the Goofy Goobers gave it their best effort. Early objectives went the way of Project Mbappe, but a great Regieleki steal from the Greninja allowed for the Goofy Goobers to not only stay in the game, but even secure a late lead before the final stretch. However, the final fight broke out at the basement Regieleki. Goofy Goobers had a few Pokemon get knocked out, which gave Overlord the green light on Cinderace to rip Groudon. Umbreon, trying to get vision or maybe even a steal, could not get in on the Groudon as Dodrio went for a back cap to give them a big lead. However, it was very unfortunate for the Goofy Goobers as Project Mbappe, they did not miss their cooldowns. They aced the Goofy Goobers on that T2 pad, allowing Project Mbappe to deposit all of their points into the goal zone, securing their title as the first ever champions of Groudon. Well, trainers, Groudon is here to stay. We'll be starting the broadcast very, very soon. Get ready for some Underdunk number 60. A new page in the book of Pokemon Unite has turned. Last week during Underdunk 59, Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Husky is frozen solid over here. Did you miss us?
Can we please do the Sprigatito one or something else? I don't want to look at that picture of me all night.
That's fair. Production, can we do that? Can we do the Sprigatito instead?
Hold on.
Either way.
Let me just give my like profile picture.
That works too. That works too.
I'd so much rather we see that.
All good. Well, welcome in, trainers. Underdunk number 60 is on deck, and we are getting ready for the Groudon meta. We had, I guess, a singular tournament last week that had almost solved the puzzle that is the Groudon Metal. I was thinking about my name because I was going to say who I am, and that involves a medal, but either way. Welcome on in, everybody. It's Underdog number 60. I am Seal Agent Kyle, and with me, as always, the star herself, Husky. How are you doing, my friend, other than frozen?
I don't know. I want to die.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
This is ass. Sorry, guys.
I know. It's a little scuffed, but that's okay. Internet problems, tournament problems, Pokemon Unite problems. It's all almost the same, but appreciate everybody's patience today as we try to work through some technical issues, not only with the bracket, not only with the game, internet stuff. Is Mercury in retrograde, Husky? Is that a thing right now?
It's not even in retrograde.
We can't even blame the stars and the planets. That's actually kind of crazy. But we do have a tournament to run. So let's talk about the broadcast. As always, best of 3 on the winner side and a best of 1 on that lower side bracket. Threat level midnight clause is in effect, and all winners set after 12 midnight Eastern time will turn into a BO1 with a BO3 winners advantage grand finals. We know that there is kind of an issue with Pokemon Unite. There are some errors that are running, so be cognizant. If we do run into it and it does become too much of an issue for the teams, we may end the tournament preemptively as to not make everybody suffer. Lordy said he will be on hand for the teams to make sure that, if there are problems, he could potentially admin the lobby as well. So make sure to ping the mod call in the Start GG chat so we can kind of get that solved. Other than that, no bans today. We will be in the custom mode once again because Rayquaza is still in tournament mode. Once Pokemon Unite solves that and fixes tournament mode, we'll get back into the regular scheduled programming. But that's about it for housekeeping. Husky, how are we feeling about the meta right now?
It's interesting. I had the chance to watch a couple games last night. I honestly haven't been playing too much, but obviously we did Underdunk last week. We got to see a little bit, but I feel like over this past week, since the Groudon map has been out, we've seen so much change that I feel like we still can't really say for sure what the meta is. Like we've started to kind of see maybe people are running some score comp potentially. We're seeing a lot of different strategies, and again, those first couple days everyone was like, oh no, attackers suck, like anything that scales is bad. But then I feel like that's just not really the case anymore. So it's still very dynamic and it's very changing. So I feel like we could kind of see anything come out of tonight's tournament.
I think we could too. And you talked about score comp. Let's talk about a Pokemon that we have to watch. And I think this is the epitome of score comp, a very crucial part of it. And that's going to be Sableye. I think this Pokemon, especially seeing the first round matchup, MQL has posted that they've been running a bunch of score comp Sableye. I think there are a few other players that run it pretty well. Roland, Christian, AJ Dragon. But MQL, likely someone that we'll see it potentially run it in game number 1, but also it might be something that's banned. I think score comp is potentially back here.
Yeah, it could be. The score comp situation is always one that I get a little bit nervous about because it's just not the way I feel like the game should be played. But also, the way to win Pokemon Unite is with points, and Sableye does that, and it also is one of the most annoying and tilting Pokemon in the entire game.
It really is. I played it a little bit last night, and I could see, why people really hate it. And I hate to deal with it, but when you're playing it, it's quite hilarious just to stun somebody with the fear and then just have your damage dealers follow up on all that damage. But yeah, very interesting Pokemon. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at least a couple bans of it tonight. As far as the bracket goes, I think we have 18 teams this week. A little bit smaller than last week, but there's been quite a full, I guess, schedule of events. I know Unite Academy ran a tournament yesterday. I think a few different grassroots leagues are in full effect. I think Articuno League's back. So there's a lot of teams that are participating in a lot of different things around Eos Island, which I think is really exciting. Just to have a thriving grassroots season during the off season while we wait for the official competitive season of Unite Championship Series to return. And we do have a little bit of the format kind of solved, at least a little bit with the leagues and then the open qualifiers. But focus on today. We have a team. Well, I guess we have two teams that are ready. MQL's Score Comp and House Sect are going to be your first round matchup in this winner's round one.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I wonder what type of composition this MQL Score Comp is going to be running. That's really up in the air. You don't really get much information just from looking at these team names, but potentially we could be seeing some Score Shields come out. And I have seen people talking as well about Score Shield kind of being really good right now, or at least better than it has been, especially because of the Groudon buff not giving an unstoppable when scoring. Enemies defending do actually stop the scores. It's not just Tyranitar and Urshifu, it's everything. So running a Score Shield can give you just a little bit longer to get that score in after getting the Groudon buff. So we could be seeing some of these things start shifting the meta a little bit more. And the other thing that I also noticed is that even though Groudon is not as strong, I guess it's very strong, but not as strong as Rayquaza because of not just being able to get those free scores in. I suspected that a lot of teams might consider not bothering with it, but it does still seem like it is that powerful endgame objective that can turn the tides of the game. And I mean, I guess early opinions from me is it still seems like this might be what we've been waiting for in terms of endgame objective. We've been complaining a lot about what we've had, and I think that Groudon might be the answer to a lot of what we've been looking for.
I love Groudon, and I hate Groudon. I've just recently been able to pick up the new season, was out of town, if you remember from last week. But I started to play a lot this week, and I love Groudon. And I hate Groudon. I love it for competitive play or organized play. Solo queue, I think there's a lot of people that are adjusting. We'll just call it adjusting to the differences from Rayquaza to Groudon. There's been a few games where teammates are rushing the goal, even though we have a 200 or 300 point lead, and then yielding shields, and then there's a counter score. It's a whole thing.
I think
but yeah, I'm loving it.
Though.
Yeah,
right?
I did too.
We expected that there's going to be a learning curve and that people are going to take some time to realize. And I think that, we're always going to be mad at our solo queue teammates for something because we really love to complain. So I think in general, we're always going to be mad at them for doing something wrong, and they're not going to stop doing things wrong. But I think that we need to sit on the fact that this is a new thing, and we haven't gotten a new thing in so long. We haven't gotten something this big to change in the game in 3 years. So yeah, players are going to forget some things and take some time on it. I think that the best part of this game will always be competitive. So I hope that, Timmy or the developers don't jump the gun to change anything too quickly to make it easier for those players, because I think, those aren't the players we should be catering to in the first place, but that's an entirely different rant. Yeah,
it is. I just heard from production we are going to be changing the set. I guess there's some issues on the back end of spectating these teams, so we're going to switch sets. But while we have a little bit of time, there's another Pokemon that I wanted to kind of keep our eyes out for today. maybe not even just today. I think just in general, this Pokemon is incredibly powerful, and that is Dodrio.
Dodrio is a really good call for Pokemon to watch. I mean, Speedsters are strong because they come online early, and Dodrio can have a lot of map presence. And this map requires you to rotate a lot because it's more dynamic. You don't know where objectives are going to be spawning and what objective you're going to need to prioritize in any given moment. So having the power of rotation is something I believe is really strong, and Dodrio just has that built in.
It really does. It has so many tools. It's a good Pokemon that can kind of snowball in that early game once it gets at level 5. Provides a ton of map pressure, like you said. I think there's a lot of different ways to play it. I think the most common one that we see is the jump kick tri-attack build. I think it's kind of the standard. Every once in a while, you'll see a Drill Peck Dodrio, but I think that's just kind of far in between at this point because tri-attack is kind of a little bit of a safer option, and you can, do damage from a bit farther out instead of being like right in the enemy's face. So if there's not a ton of CC on the team, you may see the Drill Peck, but I think tri-attack is far and away the best build on it. I say that as playing like one game of Dodrio ever, maybe like 3, and not doing too well on it. And I'm like, okay, it's Drill Peck. Drill Peck's the problem. It's not me. I can't be the problem.
Remember when like everyone was saying Dodrio was bad when it first came out because it was just difficult?
Yes.
It was just kind of difficult to be good at the Pokemon. And now they can't really get it to not be good. Like, it's just so strong after... You just have to have a lot more micro ability when you play a Pokemon like this because of just, like, the way that you have to move is different than the way that you have to move on other Pokemon, even other Speedsters. And Speedsters, in and of themselves, are designed to be a little bit more micro-intensive than some of the other roles. And Dodrio, I would say, is definitely one of the hardest Pokemon to get really good at in the game, for sure. And there's different play styles of it, too. Drill Peck is a totally different way of positioning than Tri-Attack, because Tri-Attack, you're looking for a little bit of that range and dip in and dip out kind of thing. But with Drill Peck, you're not really looking to get in and get out. You're looking to get in one shot. So,
and it does look like we are going to stay on this game. I think there was a player that wasn't in the lobby. Now they're in the lobby. I think we are going to be staying on the score comp because we've talked about score comp enough. We need to see the score comp. MQL squad, are you going to play the score comp? I need to see it.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to see what they're going to end up bringing out here. But we are in our draft, and, we're seeing the kind of new draft screen that hopefully doesn't stick around for that long. I hope that they, for competitive, go back to, like, the swapping bands just because, teams can respond to it. But I do love this mode for solo queue in terms of banning. Even if you do get mirror bans, just make this go a little bit quicker. I think it's really important. But look at that, no mirror bans game 1.
Love it. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. You got 6 Pokemon off the table, none of which are named Sableye or Dodrio, so our Pokemon to watch are potentially on the menu here in game number 1. MQL score comp, though, they're gonna go with a more traditional supporter pick of that Blissey.
Love how Blissey, after they've gutted it so many times, is still the number 1 support pick no matter what. I mean, just the things that it can do, and you can build a team comp around either of the moveset options for it. You have CC protection with Safeguard, and Helping Hand does really well with something like Mewtwo Y. That's the OG trauma for me in Pokemon Unite. And then, if you did make a healing composition, you can do that really well as well. On the other side, Eldegoss, a Pokemon that tends to get pulled up when there's not really as many other support options that you want, and Snorlax, still just a really strong defender.
Snorlax kind of like that number 1 defender pick that seems to be picked in that, I guess, the most picked Pokemon in general. Not even just defender over the last 3 or 4 big tournaments. So I'm not surprised seeing it here. I'm also not surprised seeing this auto attack pressure from MQL score comp. It seems like auto attacks with the fewer tall grass areas seem to be incredibly powerful.
And look at this, rounding it out with the Zoroark, Comfey.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's a devastating thing to end up seeing as those last two picks. I do like the Venusaur pick over here. It recently got buffed. Solar Beam has been really strong. Pedal Dance is also really strong, but it looks like the build that TTV Pledger has on right now is definitely for that Solar Beam moveset. And the Buzzwole Zeraora, I think, can do pretty well against a Zoroark Comfey. They can hold it out for a little bit, but they are going to have to worry about that Mewtwo Y size striking from the backline.
True. I think some of the auto attackers are powerful. I think we saw a ton of Mewtwo Y last time. I think Cinderace performed quite well as well. Seems like those ranged attackers kind of fell a little bit by the wayside. Things like Venusaur that can kind of pivot into that Petal Giga build and self-sustain quite a bit worked really well as well. So I think, unfortunately for the attacker, the mage believers, the mage lovers, myself included, just might not be our time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I always want to see like strong backliners do really well, but I think that the way that some of these characters were designed has just ended up with us a couple mages or backline attackers are just always going to be stronger regardless.
In game number one, round number one, Underdunk 60 online. We'll see, along with that Mewtwo Y, like you said, previous trauma heading down to the bottom path.
And in that top path, we're sending Comfey up there with the Garchomp. And Comfey you're usually going to expect to see on top of that Zoroark. Usually Zoroark, especially not at LAN events on online tournaments like this, you see Zoroark paired with that Comfey. But Comfey also has a couple good targets on the other side, and Garchomp is definitely one of them. Bulbasaur now getting a couple good secures early.
Yeah, and that's something that Bulbasaur does quite well, so seeing a lot of Eos energy being held by is very good for them. However, very good for House Sect is an eject button burned by that Gible early on, allowing those Natus going over to House Sect.
I really think that having that range support against a Gible early is so strong because Gible requires it to be right next to you to be able to do some damage to it. And though the Gible cheese is real, don't get me wrong, but having that ranged attacks, and especially with even the little baby Eldic, what's its name? Gossifleur, even with Gossifleur's basic attacks, it still does a lot.
Zoroark, Zeraora, the Z Fighters in the top path. Zeraora able to draw first KO on that Gible. Now Zoroark dashing a little bit back to the tall grass to get away into safety, but fight's gonna dissipate, and these Natus gonna be online. Mewtwo Y online now, and Zeraora looking for an engage, but gonna Volt switch on out.
Good timing on that Mega Evolution from MQL there on the Mewtwo Y. They're able to get two in the central area. Zoroark now nearly level 6, looking for a score, but Sludge Bomb does come down. That's definitely good for defending goal zones, but I doubt it's going to do too much against 4.
Another Sludge Bomb, this time on to the Blissey. Mewtwo Y getting punched over by that Snorlax. MQL score comp gonna have to retreat, but they've maybe not done a score comp, but currently at the 8-minute mark, they have a score lead.
Yeah, but it's not too much here. You'd expect with a score comp they would start moving towards. Maybe the score comp name was a lie, but Zoroark Pig KO there on that Ivysaur. Regidrago now hit the map, comes down, looks at everybody, starts walking away.
Buzzwole now going to look directly at that Zoroark. Unfortunately, not able to get it, but the discharge is out. These sparks are out. Comfey trying to do the mouse with the healing. Zoroark able to take out the Buzzwole. A Side Strike's going to connect, and that is a massive play for the score comp.
Yeah, they did get the Zoroark. Zeraora was able to take them down, but every other KO in that fight going to go over to MQL's score comp, now pushing into that top side, while Garchomp's just been able to free farm in this top path, trying to get close to that level 9. Buzzwole wants something to say about that huge Dragon Claw. Look at that pull.
The Dragon combo doing a ton of damage, and they're gonna get 2 right there. It's actually Comfey picking up a double KO. Get Comfey KO, that's a 3-piece combo. These flowers have thorns.
That is devastating. Imagine getting triple KO'd by a Comfey. That's just kind of embarrassing. But Garchomp also doing a lot of work there with those boosted basic attacks, and unfortunately just not enough damage on that Zeraora. And they are running Spark and Discharge here. So Spark giving a little bit more more unstoppable and a little bit better chase, and then discharge for more consistent area effect damage. It's still a good moveset, but it's definitely not the one that you'd expect to see with Spark, especially with some CC on the other side.
Miss of a Scythe Strike there on the Zeraora. It doesn't matter though. Rizaleki finds his home into the T2 goal zone. Big Dragon combo is going to send 2 Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center. And then the Unite move from the Garchomp's going to try to send this Snorlax, but a nice little block there is going to section it off. Doesn't matter though. Points raining in on this T2 goal zone. And Score Comp, despite not being a Score Comp, has a massive lead, 233 to 56.
Yeah, that is definitely a really big lead. And Zoroark just kind of dancing on their central area, looking to get some KOs to grab some more points and potentially break that here. Feint Attack combo comes in. They do get the safeguard to try to get out. Buzzwole, though, wants to try to chase them down. What did they get stunned by there? The Shadow Claw?
It was the Comfey, the grass knot tied them up.
Grass knot. Yeah, wow. That was quite an escape.
Quite an escape. Another Altaria family to be taken down, but Buzzwole smackdown combination into the Zoroark Unite, making a quick work of the Mosquito. Now gonna peel on towards the Snorlax. Berry Snorlax gonna heavy slam into the tall grass. Venusaur follows up with the Solar Beam. Nice little block there to hold the line, but 4 members looking to push on in. Dragon Combo though misses the mark. MKO Score Comp gonna retreat. Great safeguard.
Yeah, the safeguards are it's just so good. But Venusaur does now have that level 10, and it's going to want to try to get to that level 13 as quick as possible for extra damage. Obviously, MQL Score Comp doesn't want to let that happen, but there's still hope here. You can one-shot a Zoroark late game if you have a powerful enough Solar Beam. So it's pretty good for defensive stands like they're trying to do right here. They do take a big chunk out of that Zoroark's HP, but with nobody else around, it's just not going to be enough.
Unable to get that 11 in. We'll see if that makes a difference here towards the late game. Dragon Combo gonna pick up Snorlax, but a nice little block there is gonna put Garchomp in a little bit of harm's way, but no follow-up damage. Zeraora now gonna try to push the envelope up here. Buzzwole gonna be able to take care of that Zoroark. Great play there. Now the Dragon Combo onto the Eldegoss basic attack's gonna polish that pollen puff down. And now another Dragon Claw combo into the back line. Unite move from Garchomp. Gonna try to get the Zeraora, but a nice little spark away is gonna save them for the time being.
I mean, they did take down the Zoroark there, so I think, that's kind of the best that you can hope for when you're this far behind at this point in the game, but I'm sure that Hao would definitely have liked some more out of that fight, but just not able to get it. But they didn't lose as many members as they could have there. The Venusaur was able to get away, is sitting at level 11, and Zeraora is matching the highest 2 levels on the team. So they just have to focus on farming up. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. They definitely don't want to try a push at this point. Just try to get some catches like they do right here.
Oh, and there's a Venusaur Unite move trying to find a KO into the backline, but Zoroark able to find one. Unite move from them, not going to do the job onto that big HP pool of Snorlax. Going to try to find the backline once again, along with that Comfey Collar. Feint Attack combo. Great shield from Eldegoss is going to keep them upright. Blissey is going to safeguard them to try to get Zoroark out of the way. Zeraora on hot pursuit, going to try to chase down Zoroark once again. Once again, another Feint combo, but the damage is just not enough. Unite move used from the Comfey. Venusaur goes down though.
Oh my god, this Zoroark, they are trying so hard to take them down. Finally, they do. The Zoroark used the Unite move there, and the Comfey used a very late Unite move to try to keep that Zoroark standing. So definitely the Comfey probably won't have their Unite move as soon as Groudon hits the dry ruins or whatever we're calling it now. But Zoroark will probably get it back after a little bit. But that is still, I feel like, a pretty solid win for Housect after how behind they are.
20 seconds until Groudon appears. A little bit more than, or I guess a little bit less than a 200-point lead for the Score Comp squad. No real objectives on the map. Both teams maybe looking for positioning, but what does Housect need to do here to win this match?
I mean, they got to keep this Venusaur up. It's definitely not the level that you'd want it to be at this point, but you have to keep it up because that's the amount of damage that you're going to have to deal onto the Zoroark before it hits the backline. But that is a tall task because of how easily Zoroark can hit that backline. You can see them right now moving around on the minimap. They're going to be looking for that Venusaur because they know that the damage that Venusaur does is really the only thing that can take them down.
Venusaur has a Unite move. Look at this flank here from Zoroark hiding in the tall grass in House Sec Central area. Psystrike's going to connect on the Buzzwall. Venusaur is going to advance a little bit further. Zoroark unaware of exactly where everybody's set up currently.
Yeah, the Zoroark just sitting there, and they're checking them out because it's such a cool position to be taking. But Venusaur trying to figure out where they should position. And here comes the Zoroark. Big Mewtwo Unite move. Venu tries to do something. They did catch the Venusaur, not down quite yet. And Buzzwole, the big Unite move, but not able to get anybody. The Garchomp, though, is down.
Garchomp and Blissey both down. Venusaur down for House Sect. Hot Pursuit Mewtwo. Great play from the Buzzwole to close that KO. Zoroark might be getting got. House Sect is a full clean team wipe. Groudon on the menu, but we have some low HP bars. Still a little bit of time. Garchomp's going to try to get in here. Groudon going down very quickly. I don't think Garchomp's going to be getting it in time. But actually they do get in, but not enough damage. House Sect, though, still needs to score.
Yeah, they're going to have to score a lot of points. And there could be a strong defense here from MQL Score Comp, but nope, not going to be able to make it down to the bottom path in time, not going to be able to make it to the top path in time.
Okay.
But the worry here is going to be how far do you actually push, and how many KOs can you afford to give up to this enemy team? Zeraora taking down Mewtwo. I got 3 still down for MQL Score Comp. No Groudon buffs were given over.
None whatsoever, and points continue to reign in for House Sect. An incredible Groudon presence, an incredible Groudon fight. House Sect is going to take game 1.
That was a really, really interesting end game fight because we did have Venusaur caught out there, but they were able to use the Unite move to stall out a little bit longer. I was trying to watch, but we couldn't really see because it was kind of 2 fights going on at the same time in the pit. But the Venusaur was able to stay up for long enough to distract the Zoroark to pull them away from the rest of the team and just let the rest of the team collapse on top of them. And with the Zoroark being pulled away, that also meant the Comfey was pulled away. So it became a 4v3, and unfortunately Garchomp and Mewtwo Y were not able to hold up for long enough. But great showing by MQL Score Comp. They really had it all the way through the entire game. That was their fight to lose, and House Sect really pulled out a huge endgame fight.
Insane work by House Sect to really just to stay upright during that big fight. I think that first KO that they found on Garchomp was so pivotal to, just allowing them to continue pressing forward. Not shortly after they were able to grab that Blissey, Mewtwo Y then fell. Zoroark had a moment where they might be able to find a KO or 2 the other way, but I think it was that Eldegoss Cotton Guard that ended up saving them a couple times.
Yeah, it was. The Eldegoss, it was a pick that I really, really liked here because it gave them some extra range damage. So it could do some healing from the kind of like mid-range healing with the pollen puffs, just kind of throwing them on top and not really having to be so far into the fight to provide some extra consistent damage from the backline. And I really think that pick was super strong throughout this game.
Not only just super strong throughout this game, Eldegoss was the #1 in terms of win rate for supporters at the World Championship Series. Not kind of the most flashy support out there, but it gets the job done. And you saw it time and time again, how really it was able to, I guess, survive the onslaught of damage from that Zoroark, the Cotton Guards, the Pollen Puffs. Like, there's like several moments where you thought Zoroark would have just enough damage, but then you see that little shield there just saving teammate after teammate.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be going with that again. And we are seeing the draft screen come up here for game number 2. And I think that the team comps were definitely very even in terms of how much I liked them, but it was very obvious how ahead MQL Score Comp was throughout the entirety of that match. So I wonder if they're going to be going with that again and just trying to clean up their Rayquaza fight. And it looks like they might be target banning out this Zeraora, because that was what they found was really difficult for them to fight against.
Really was. So let's take a look at the bans here. Zeraora, Snorlax, Clefable, Charizard, Ho-Oh, and Suicune. So, Husky, I think these are kind of common offenders outside of the Zeraora.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it does give some options over, and actually, they're not going to take the Blissey this time. They're going to grab the Umbreon, which was banned previously, and they give the Blissey over to House Sect. So they are going to go for the Blissey instead of the Eldegoss, which honestly, if MQL's score comp felt that the Eldegoss was detrimental to them, picking up the Umbreon and forcing the Blissey pick could honestly be a little bit of a mind-gamey call.
Like the Slowbro. We'll see, kind of what powerful pick that MQL's, kind of gonna maybe line up here. Potentially another speedster. We saw the Zoroark in the previous game, so I think Slowbro is always kind of like one of those safe defenders because it does offer a decent amount of crowd control. Maybe not the best amount of crowd control, but I guess the Unite move is the most impactful part of its kit. It can really change the tide of a team fight, especially if there's a singular Pokemon that you need to lock down.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the thing is with Slowbro is it's really strong against one thing in the end game, and picking it early can be a little bit detrimental because then you're showing your cards to the enemy team and they can pick things that don't get shut down by Slowbro as easily. But I do like their choices here, but noticeably MQL score comp doesn't have any range, so there's nothing that Slowbro can just easily go for in the back line, so they're likely going to be trying to target down this Absol or maybe this Lucario to try to make sure that they can grab it with that Solar Beam once again that they seem to like previously, so we are going to see that come back out.
Yeah, I think Solar Beam, like you said, is going to outrange pretty much everything on the map. So I think just as long as Venusaur can stay protected, get that level 7, which is going to be very important. It'll be kind of the telltale sign of how this game's going to go. But I'm also kind of concerned if I'm MQL score comp. You have 2 Pokemon in Slowbro and in Mimikyu that can shut down a singular target, or I guess you could shut down 2 different targets in these big team engages. How do you think MQL is going to have to deal with this?
Yeah, that's a really interesting conundrum to be in because you're going with these single target Unite moves. I wonder if we will see Play Rough come out from Mimikyu as well. I imagine we would see Shadow Sneak for consistency, but if they do go Play Rough, then it's a very single target focused team, especially within their team fight. And though it can shut down Pokemon for a period of time, that also means that those Pokemon are also isolated. So it can be a really strong thing to have a lot of single target Unite moves, but on the opposite end, they could use that to their advantage.
Game number 2 of your winners round 1. Gonna send this Lucario down to the bottom path. Obviously no attacker Pokemon for MQL score comp, so they're gonna send that Lucario down to the bottom path, not necessarily a normal place it ends up.
Ooh, Hoopa going for a little bit of some vision at central area, but caught by the Chansey. I wonder if they were gonna go for some kind of invade here, but Lucario getting some of that early experience, and Umbreon the one actually going over to stack here. They do steal that away. They will grab a second stack.
Gonna try to defend. Yeah, Umbreon kind of being a little bit of a bully here. Oh, and they steal that one. Insane work. They were looking for a potential another score there, but instead I think they're just gonna disrupt the flow of House Sect.
Oh, I was hoping we were also gonna be seeing foul play. That's great against this team composition. I love the pick for foul play here. And they're just taking everything away. This poor Slowbro can't get that level 4 anytime soon. This poor Bulbasaur is still just a little Bulbasaur down in that basement path.
It's exactly what you want if you're MQL score comp. A strong lead. It is going to be Trick. We have 4 Pokemon up in the top path. Lucario Extreme speeding into the back line. That's 2 Pokemon down almost immediately. Mimikyu might be next on the chopping block. They get sliced down by Zacian, and scores rain in for the score comp.
Mimikyu was level 5. There's nothing they can really do against 4 members of the enemy team. Now just Umbreon in this bottom path trying to defend. And that is a great Pokemon to leave down there by themselves because they are on less than a quarter HP and they can still make a lot happen against 2 very under-leveled Pokemon.
Look at this invasion from the score comp. Gonna put a little bit of pressure on this Mimikyu. Absol, along with the Hoopa, have some tempo, and they also have a KO. And that is a troublesome sign if you're House Sect.
Also, noticeably, this Mimikyu is, in fact, play rough. So, very single target focused. You got Buzzwole, you got Mimikyu, and you got Slowbro. And we haven't seen quite yet what the Slowbro's moveset is going to be, but if it's telekinesis, that's even more single target focused versus a lot of AoE Unite moves on the side of MQL Score Comp. Lucario's hits everything, same with Absol's, Hoopa does everything. And so, a very interesting play style differential between the two teams. So right now, it's looking like game one again, where MQL Score Comp starting to create a bit of a snowball.
Lucario's gonna get play roughed, along with sent back to the Pokemon Center by 3 members of House Sect. Points gonna rain on in for them. 21 from the Blissey. Paying a little bit of exception is the score comp. Zacian up here for a double KO. They're gonna go ahead and push on into this Buzzwole Superpower Smackdown combinations. Not gonna save them for the time being. They go back to the Pokemon Center as well, and the score comp squad is looking really good early on.
Yeah, with 107 points to 57, and we didn't see which objective spawned where quite yet, but it is Registeel in the top path, so not its usual home that we're used to, which means Regieleki is down there in that basement path. Big pickup there from the Venusaur, grabbing that Absol out of thin air. That's definitely huge for them because they needed some levels.
They absolutely did. Now they have level 8. Umbreon trying to maybe disrupt the Pokemon in the back line. Are they going to find a KO? Don't find a KO, but Blissey able to find that Regieleki in the bottom path. Great little Shadow Sneak on to the Umbreon. They go back to the Pokemon Center. They're going to miss the Absol, but hit it with the Unite move. Absol now going to try to dash on away. They're going to hit the Mimikyu. Regieleki finds its home. A Unite move from Absol. Not going to find a KO just yet, but Zacian able to take down the Blissey. Into the back line, Venusaur goes down. Mimikyu also fallen down, and now it's the score comp squad time for a little bit of offense.
1 point overcap there, but not too bad here. They did decrease that score lead by a lot, so it's very much closer than we saw previously. And it looks like MQL Score Comp was for more. They're going right into the enemy central area, collapsing on top of this Buzzwole.
Buzzwole collapsing all the way back to the Pokemon Center. Blissey gonna have to watch his scores go in from Lucario. Nice little trick there to give Lucario a little bit of speed to exit the premises. And now looking at this blue buff, our blue buff, says Lucario. They take it away from this Umbreon, or sorry, take it away from the Venusaur with some vision from the Umbreon.
Venusaur now hitting level 10. We've got all 3 carries on House Sect at level 10, but all 3 carries on the other side are at level 11. So once again, we're seeing this level differential. Absol comes out, finds the Mimikyu, and Lucario cleans them up, going right in after the Slowbro and the Venusaur, but they do end up deciding to back out.
Oh man, this fight in the top path going pretty well too. Zacian making quick work of that Blissey, and now an objective spawn in the top path. It'll be one of the Reggie roulettes. With 8 seconds left, it does look like House Sect is going to start pushing up, but maybe a little bit of an ambush here for the score comp.
I like the call to go for the 5-person push here. Zacian going right in with the Unite move, having to force out Venusaur's huge Solar Beam, but it doesn't hit because of the Mimikyu Unite move. They will get Zacian eventually here. Buzzwole trying for more, but the Rings Unbound come out. They take down the Buzzwole. Lucario takes down Venusaur. This is a very handed win for MQL Score Comp, and they're going to push forward.
Yeah, they're not even going to go for that top Reggie. They're just going to push their luck, get the scores in, break this T2 goal zone just before Buzzwole is able to respond. Blissey and the rest of the team are here to maybe combat this little bit of a push. Umbreon is going to fall. Hoopa is going to likely get away. Lucario going to mad dash away.
Yeah, they were trying to consider a potential opportunity to use their Unite move there, but they end up just backing out. They did lose Umbreon, but in the grand scheme of things, that's the support. You're not too worried about losing that Pokemon. If it had to be anybody, Umbreon's kind of the one to do it. And it looks like MQL Score Comp gonna try to start cleaning up this Regice. Not much contesting you can possibly do from House Sect. I mean, I did like their choice to go with all 5. It's a strong team fight composition. You do need a lot of targets, but they're not getting any opportunity to regroup. Lucario with an Arcannon on the Venusaur.
Yeah, Venusaur going back. Blissey getting chopped down by the Absol. And now Buzzwole is going to try to hold the line. Unfortunately, Lucario is just a little bit stronger. 17-38. Call Fetty Wap. They're scoring on that T home goal zone.
Fetty Wap is crazy. Yeah, let me just get him on the phone real quick. Fetty
Is
Wap,
that what he says? 1738?
Yeah, he does.
Right?
He does.
Because that was what they scored. I
got it. It was very, very good. That's why I stopped the entire momentum to say that I thought it was really good. Yeah, Fetty Wap actually really into Pokemon Unite. He is an Absol main himself, but moving down to the bottom half, Lecky going over to the Zacian, and that's going to go toward that bottom tier 2 goal zone, which they have not broken yet, but they could potentially look for an opportunity to push here, but it looks like Umbreon's just going to be getting vision instead.
Lecky starting to walk in, but House Sect able to defend. Gonna clear that pretty quickly. 30 seconds until Groudon. Score comp getting in position. They have a massive lead. House Sect in this very similar position from game 1. How did they get back into this one?
Yeah, I wonder how they lose here. I don't know. You feel like that there wouldn't be an opportunity for them to lose. They're so far ahead. They're almost 200 points ahead. But that being said, House Sect has kept the score lead to as minimal as they could, honestly. It could be way, way worse is what I'm trying to say. And there is always an opportunity to come back, and they have a really good team fight composition, and they can lock down this Absol really hard. They can lock down multiple things really hard. They just have to kind of stay together as a group, go in when the Slowbro goes in, and look for their opportunity to get a pick.
They do have a lot of poke here with that Venusaur at level 13 with that Solar Beam, so that is going to chunk quite a bit, especially if it's able to hit that Verdant Anger and catch a couple people in those Solar Beams. So you have to hit them. That one misses just a little bit. Mimikyu hits a nice Shadow Sneak into the back line. Or I guess it's in the front line. Now we have the Rings Unbound. Night move from the Venusaur. That's that big Solar Beam we're looking for. It's Zacian going to be the first to fall. But however, House Sect is falling like dominoes. 3 members down. The double KO for this Absol. Lucario gonna try to take down this Buzzwole. Just a little bit of shield left. Umbreon trying to do the job. Lucario finishes it up.
Yeah, I mean, that Buzzwole lived for a while, but not long enough. The Mimikyu is still up, and now Blissey is back. All things considered, MQL score comp did not win that fight as hard as they should have, and there is an opportunity for a refight. We could see House Sect go for a rip here. They are the ones that are behind, so they definitely need to get some scores in. Mimikyu is going to start that right up. They do have a Venusaur Solar Beam that can do a lot of damage, but Lucario with the Aura Cannon one-shots that Venusaur.
Not even a chance. 4 members down. Buzzwole just gonna have to stand and look as MQL score comp doesn't even need to score here. They already have the lead, and it's gonna be a tie game, or it's gonna be 1-1 here in our winners round 1 as all these points go on in.
Yeah, we are going to be going to a game 3 in the first set of the night. The GG is given out with 10 seconds left, and I mean, both games, it really seemed like MQL's score comp was in control, and I think now the momentum is definitely shifted back in their favor. I think that House Sect is going to have a long way to go in this game number 3.
I think so too. Yeah, I mean, MQL's score comp definitely kind of stepped up here in the later parts of the game. They obviously had a very massive lead going into that Groudon. Kind of did in the first game too. It didn't go quite as planned during Groudon, but this time they buttoned a few things up, found pick after pick, and I think, making sure that Venusaur was not able to really ramp up and just fire those Solar Beams for free was a massive decision, and I really like the tempo that they played with that Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, I really do love this Venusaur pick, and the Solar Beams are really strong. It provides a lot of damage, especially when there's no healer on the opposite side, but I also just think that MQL score comp was able to shut it down so hard. Venusaur is good when it gets ahead enough early to be able to be ahead throughout the game, and they just did not let that happen, and we saw Absol in the endgame fight. Previously, the Zoroark kind of got caught by that Venusaur and pulled away from the rest of the team, but in this situation, Absol was able to very handedly take it down before it could really get pulled away from the rest of the team fight, and I think that in the first game, the Comfey kind of became a little bit of a liability because you didn't have a 5th member of the team to be actually in the fight. But in this game, we didn't have that. Instead, we pivoted over to Hoopa. which I think was really strong. I mean, when is Hoopa not strong?
True, but let's not forget that Comfey had a 3 KO in game number 1.
Yeah, Comfey was carrying. Just put it in jungle.
It was kind of carrying.
I've heard jungle Comfey has won previously.
That's not true. That's not true.
I've heard jungle Comfey might be like pretty decent against specific certain teams.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Who's really to say if jungle Comfey? There's certainly not footage of jungle Comfey beating anybody at any sort of IC event for Pokemon Unite.
Nothing in like an official capacity.
In these grassroots maybe, but not an official. So
yeah, nothing of the
maybe
sorts.
we'll bring it out again.
We could see. I mean, we could see them go back to the Zoroark Comfey. It's not like it was bad. It's not like it's ever bad. But I do think the team comp that's a little bit more team fight focused rather than just let Zoroark dive and then hope it doesn't die. I like the pivot here. The only thing that I think MQL's score comp was missing was range to try to counter that Venusaur. But clearly, with the way that this team is playing, they don't really need it.
Yeah, they honestly don't. They were kind of able to bypass a lot of the front line thanks to Lucario. I mean, you saw time after time again, like MQL would dash through the Slowbro, dash through the Blissey just to get on top of that Venusaur, and Venusaur just standing there and I don't know, guess I'll die. And yeah, it's just kind of how it was a lot of the time. So despite no range, they found a way to really combat them. And I think maybe because there wasn't really a speedster to I guess deal with on House Sect side, maybe that was the play.
Yeah, I mean, we saw House Sect in the first match. They went with that Zeraora, and it ended up being really pivotal, and then it was banned, and they didn't go with another dive. Instead, they went, I guess, Mimikyu, kind of, but they went with a very single target heavy. We were talking about that throughout the entire game, how, you have a Slowbro Unite, you have a Mimikyu Unite, and a Buzzwole Unite, but all of them can only do the thing to one member of the enemy team at any given time, and they can't do anything else while that's going on. So who can you really shut down when you can only do things to one Pokemon at a time? But here we go into game number 3. We're seeing some of the same bans, but some things shaken up here.
But what does Fetty think of these picks and these bans?
Yeah, let's bring in Fetty We've got a special guest tonight. Fetty just shows up. He's like, hey guys, love Pokemon Unite.
Hey, no, he would say, hey, what's up, hello. I'm pretty sure that's
I think that's probably what he would say.
Oh, what's up, Kiwi Mew? Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in.
Oh, you came in the dough.
This is going to turn into Underdunk karaoke very, very quickly. Underdunk 60, the karaoke version. Looking like House Sect wants to do a little bit of a run back with this Eldegoss. Instead, though, they're going to pair it with the Mamoswine instead of that Slowbro.
Yeah, I like the Hoopa ban as well. They're like, yeah, that was a little bit too good. We're going to just give them back to Blissey. It is crazy how, like, Blissey's so good that teams have to force the other teams to play it because they don't really feel like playing it, but they know that it's just like so good that it has to be picked. But the Umbreon looked so good previously, and I'm really glad that MQL score comp picked this up again. But we are seeing the Leafeon come out here. So the Absol was really good previously, but I guess they want to try out this Leafeon, even more early game pressure.
I mean, Leafeon, how much does Leafeon need to be nerfed for it to, kind of exit the meta? It seems like no matter what they do to this Pokemon, it just finds a way to be relevant, especially at the top levels of play. I mean, we saw the World Championship Series and how, good that Pokemon looked. I don't know. We'll see. And I'm looking at this Scissor pick. I would imagine that we'll see a Scyther, so potentially this is a double Speedster comp?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing here. I can't imagine why we would ever see Scissor into a Garchomp. I can't imagine that would ever end up working out in their favor. What I do like to see on the other side is this Miraidon. So instead of the Venusaur, they are going with Miraidon. I wonder if we'll see Charge Beam or Electro Drift. I can only imagine Charge Beam here, but that is leaving this Pokemon open to a lot of dive with this double Speedster on the other side. So I do like the choice to go with the Absol just to do a little bit to try to counter that dive, but yeah, that's all. I had nothing else.
Yeah. I'd be a little concerned if I'm Miraidon, especially with a Leafeon and a potential Scyther. Is Charge Beam the way? I have played my fair share of Charge Beam into Double Speedster, and I'll just say it hasn't gone my way.
I mean, what is the range of it doing? You know, it's like Blaziken, and then you've got 2 Speedsters, and by the time you charge up the Charge Beam, you're probably already dove on. It's a little bit difficult here, especially with how far behind we expect Howsec to be playing from. That being said, a really strong early game where those 2 Speedsters are shut down could be really pivotal.
Really could be. Game number 3, winner advances. And we are going to go into this match with double Eevee path in the bottom side, Umbreon and Leafeon with Scyther heading to the central area.
And Torchic up in that top path. Sometimes we do see Torchic get that level 5 early through the central area, but they are going to give that over to Scyther. They want that dual wing beat online. And it's going to be pretty Eevee. Wow. It's going to be pretty easy for the Eevees to evolve in this bottom path. That's what I was going for, but, the words blend together. Going to be pretty easy for them down there. Yeah, there are 2
Honestly,
of them.
that sounds good. We should just coin that term. I think we just TM that, and we'll use it on broadcast, and it'll be all good. Yeah, we'll see scoring, stealing some citrus berries, and escaping with their own HP bar intact.
Yeah, they're just going to run away, reset, and come back. And Umbreon's still trying to do the same thing they did previously. They were able to get, I believe, one of the Eevees was able to grab a stack early, and this Umbreon almost level 4. But unfortunately for MQL, this Miraidon has done a pretty good job of shutting down that Leafeon.
And early on, Miraidon has great last hitting potential, and you're probably seeing that down there. But Howsec putting a lot of pressure on this Altaria family. However, Scyther starting to cut on through these HP bars. Very low on the Absol, but they're going to turn it around, find a double KO. Howsec now going to try to bully this Torchic.
Wow, what a turnaround here. This is exactly what we need and exactly what we've been talking about. It's a Solar Blade on that Leafeon as well. So they are going to have just a little bit more range. But interestingly enough, we do see Night Slash on this Absol. So I wonder, their thought here is they're going into some Speedsters. They're probably not going to be doing much running away, so you might not get the pursuit resets as easy. Either that, or they just like Night Slash and they want to use it.
Looks like we are you also?
Oh, that you can't see that anything's I just assumed it was me.
Okay, no, I'm. It's sputtering a little bit for me, so we might have a little bit of a technical difficulty here. Just a little bit slow. Okay, we're so back, and I believe the Reggie Drago was just taking Miraidon, earning that for Howsec.
This is a really, really strong start for Howsec, and now you do have the level 7 on that Gabite, trying to get some of that experience away from this Combuskin. You don't want it to turn into a Blaziken if you can help it, so they are really keeping them at bay here. Definitely better than we've seen this early game go for this team in the past 2 games.
And 720 Altaria family going to be spawning in both paths. It's going to be a 2v2 in the top part. Garchomp a little bit slow to respond. It's actually going to be the Combuskin that's going to push them aside. Garchomp, though, ramping up those A presses. Blissey providing a little bit of healing for the score comp.
Yeah, the Blissey. Is that, is it soft-boiled?
Yeah, eggs.
Yeah, okay. So Egg Blissey here. Definitely going to be keeping this Blaziken pocketed throughout the match. But Mamoswine now in the bottom path have level 7. And Absol does use a Unite move to no avail. Leafeon does now have their Emerald 2-step. Can easily one-shot a Miraidon. But they didn't get the levels that they would have wanted in this early game to be far ahead. So Howsec's really hanging in there.
Looking for a Solar Blade. Unfortunately, it is Miraidon that secures that Registeel on the bot path. Now, looking to push their luck onto this T1 goal zone. A Solar Blade is going to zone Howsec back a little bit. Scyther coming down to respond as well, but in the top path, it's Garchomp and Eldegoss taking down that Regieleki.
I really just feel like Solar Blade is not the threat that it could be. They do find the Absol, and that's a 5-man push into the bottom path, double KO.
Okay.
And the Scyther will clean that up in the backside, while we do have the Garchomp and Eldegoss ripping down the Regieleki in the top path, but I mean, how much is that really going to do after they've pushed so hard into this tier 2 goal zone?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, we have a very even trade on the sides of the map, right? 186, 185, almost as close as it gets. I guess it's as close as it gets without a tie, but 40 points found by Garchomp once Regieleki goes on in, and that's going to even the score, well, I guess uneven the score to 226, 193 as we start to get to the halfway mark. Altaria family now fought over, and a Unite move from the Garchomp, but a great mean look from the Umbreon keeps them from pressing forward.
Yeah, the mean look pivot in game number 3 versus foul play in game number 2. Definitely strong here. I think the Garchomp and Absol get shut down really easy from that. And Scyther now online. Absol forced to use their Unite move, but the mean look catches them. Oh, that is devastating.
Indeed. Now Scyther gonna try to slice through this Eldegoss, just able to escape for the time being. Dual Wing Bait is a little bit short. 11 points from Scyther, gonna try to push on into this T1 goal zone, but instead gonna try to fight over this Eldegoss. 35 though from Blissey, leaving this goal zone at 4 HP.
Now Scyther starting to fall a little bit more behind here. Cotton Cloud Crash will come out, and they will use it to take down that Scyther, but they do get taken back down with the Emerald 2-step. I wasn't really sure about this Solar Blade pick from the Leafeon, and I'm still not. I still feel like Razor Leaf would be better, but it is enough burst damage to do a lot to Housect.
It is providing at least a lot of value at the time being. Is Housect defending this T2 goal zone on the top side, but leaving that bottom one open and vulnerable. And now that is a broken goal zone down on the bottom path. Regieleki, once again, is going to be spawning in that tap path with MQL Score Comp trying to fight for position. Blaziken going to start this party off. Scyther looking for the back line as a Green Illusion dive onto the support player. Absol looking to go on in. Going to have to pivot backwards as Scyther going to retreat to the central area.
Really difficult to try to track down a Scyther with all of its moves up, and they're getting topped off there by that Blissey. Regieleki now moving toward the tier 2 goal zone. Everybody's gonna have to try to defend it here. You really don't have a choice, but it doesn't look like MQL Score Comp wants to push. Instead, there's a lot of farm on their side of the map, and there's a Regidrago about to spawn.
Solar Blade connects on the Absol. Umbreon sending him back to the Pokemon Center very quickly. Blissful Assistance went on to MQL on the Leafeon. Now going to have to dash away. Eldegoss once again going to throw a Unite move to try to heal up Housect. Umbreon the only one to fall. Garchomp Dragon combo. Blissey down in a good turn of events for Housect.
38 points go into the base goal zone as well. The Leafeon was just using the Blissey as a distraction to put those 38 points in, and now a pretty substantial lead, over 100 points. But Housect is not out of this yet. They might look for a push here onto this tier 1 goal zone. Miraidon sending a Thunder to the Umbreon, but I mean, after everything, just being able to take the Blissey down, it's not great. They're definitely falling a little bit behind here.
They're going to put a little bit more pressure onto this bottom path. There's no goal zone, so there's not really a whole lot to put a pressure on for MQL. But, I mean, they're looking good right now. They're over 100 points up currently, and it's kind of a very similar position that they've been in both of the first 2 games. What do you think Housect needs to do to get back into this game?
I mean, I think that they just need to not let themselves get picked off. They need to move as a unit. And they try to get a pick. They gotta grab one of these speedsters. Ideally, you don't want to let this Scyther run rampant and immediately take down the Miraidon, but I don't know if you react or you do the opposite and push in and be the ones to engage and start the fight. I'm not sure what the best call really is for them, but I don't think they can be caught unaware, and that might be exactly what MQL Score Comp is looking to do. Instead, they do catch the Umbreon. They find that Unite move.
Oh my gosh. All the Pokemon start to fall down. It's actually Housect that's starting to come out ahead. Garchomp dangerously low on the HP bars, but 3 members of the Score Comp are down. Garchomp surviving, thriving,
way.
but they go down through the hands of the Leafeon.
No
Another
way!
Solar Blade's gonna connect. That's a double KO for MQL. Leafeon, very low HP bar, but Absol trying to chip away at this Groudon.
I mean, the Solar Blade is definitely a really good secure, and Absol knows that, so they couldn't rip down as much as they would have liked to. Now Blissey is back. Everybody is healed up, and I don't know if Housect is going to be able to deal with the Cotton Cloud Crash comes out, but it's a little bit late. It's just the support defender trying to hold on here, but MQL Score Comp doesn't really need to do too much. They do not need to focus on this Groudon.
Umbreon dangerously low. Another Solar Blade with Scyther closing out on the Garchomp. Miraidon trying to do damage from afar, and they are able to take out the Scyther. Mamoswine going down at the hands of the Blaziken. Solar Blade a little bit wide, unable to take down the Eldegoss. Now MQL Scorecomp has almost won this refight here. Eldegoss going to be on the brink of existence, and they do go down. Blaziken taking them out. Still a 100-point game here for the Scorecomp.
They do have an Absol, but they don't really have a lot of points because everybody's gone down once. A back cap is kind of out of the question because 100 points would be too little, and they don't really have a ton of points to be able to push with. And Leafeon does have another Emerald 2-step, not able to take out anybody immediately. Garchomp moves in, and they do find the Umbreon. Mamoswine staying alive for the time being, very low. But the Scyther is back, and that's a double KO for them. They are looking for more. This might be it, Kyle.
Oh, Garchomp going for a score on the back end, but with 10 seconds left and a more than 100-point lead, it is going to be the Scorecomp squad with no Scorecomp is able to survive this Game 3 onslaught, and they will advance to the winners round 2.
Scorecomp squad with no Scorecomp here, but they will take the W in a 2-1 fashion. It probably should have been 2-0, but that Game 1 slip up pulling the Zoroark away from the fight, and Housect was able to capitalize on it. And I mean, throughout the way that Housect came back in a lot of these fights, you would expect these team fights in the end to be won much more handedly by MQL Scorecomp, and that is not what we saw. So all things considered, Housect really has a good team fight. They just have to kind of clean up their early game.
Yeah, I mean, they looked quite good. Yeah, very, very strong showing here from Scorecomp. I'm really excited to see, maybe if we see this team maybe advance in a few different rounds. Maybe we'll get to see them again later on. But Housect, honestly, I was very impressed with them, the poise that they had. And despite, kind of being down in each of the 3 games, they had some really good things that I'm really excited to see. Obviously, they're going to be going down to that lower side bracket where they are going to have a pretty heroic run with those best of ones. But we'll see if they're able to, kind of stay composed and push through.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. MQL Scorecomp looked pretty solid, but they still have a long road ahead of them. They're going to be going up against Broke and Chopped in the next set.
Yeah,
which
Broken
I
Chopped
think that
is
Fetty Wap would be proud of the way that MQL Scorecomp performed in game number 1. But that was a great set to start off Underdunk number 60. And when we come back, Kyle will be in a crop top as promised.
But I did not promise. I said for a different...
I promised, so if he doesn't do it, then he's breaking his promise. And I think that we should see Kyle in a crop top and tiny little shorts, so.
All right, deal. For a different Underdunk, a different day. But with that, we are going to take a quick break for those following along. This is Underdunk number 60. Winners round 2 will be on deck. And for those following along and the NFL action, Packers are up 14-0. Go Pack, go. We'll see you back very, very shortly. We're gonna go ahead and punch Cinderace back to the Pokemon Center. And now Alchemy also going down through their Unite move. Garchomp next on the chopping block. That's a double KO for this Buzzwole. Groudon now starting to get moved on by Exodia. Leafeon trying one last dance, but that's not gonna hit the mark. Snorlax going in for a heavy slam. Are they gonna get it? No, it's Saida closing the Groudon out for Exodia.
Angle here, Overlord finds their way onto the Miraidon, already brought down to 10%, but must disengage. G is looking as Project Mbappe continues to bring down the Groudon, and here comes the final hit going over to Zealot. They will trade their life away for the buff, going to the T.
Amso, who has their Unite move. Sylveon also has their Unite move. Regieleki this time in the bottom half. Eject button into the Psychic Solaire from this Espeon. Not enough to get any KOs. Mew's going to peel a little bit back. Oh, we got the Fairy Frolic, though, from the Sylveon. But Exodia somehow able to take this Regieleki. It is the Meowscarada, but Turtle Time, pay an exception.
What a Flower Trick, and watch the Piloswine. There goes the Flower Trick, taking them out. Meowscarada KO from the grave. One of my favorite things to do on that Pokemon. As Venusaur is looking level 11. That's 2 levels above anything on turtle time. Leafeon trying to fight back here. They get an Emerald 2-step down. Alchemy Unite move comes out, but not before the Leafeon gets KO'd.
Yeah, Buzzwole doing a lot of work there. Good dragon combo from the Garchomp into the backline with their Unite move. Gonna force Mewtwo all the way to the brink. Cinderace now looking towards this Buzzwole. It's Alchemy that gets the last lap, but here comes this Venusaur. Starting to cook up a storm. That's a 3-piece combo. Lucky in the bottom half. That is where it is now, at least in this game. Right, Raichu along with this Greninja trying to make quick work of it. Ducky, though, looking for a little bit of a wood hammer engage. They are finding it on the Greninja. Mewtwo strike, but it's going to be Greninja that takes this Regieleki. It's going to go towards Project Mbappe's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of an overextension for them there, right? They went into the enemy central area. They got a little bit too confident. Here comes Bats and the Zoroark. They're looking for a KO. They get mean-looked, caught, and nobody will end up going down. Mew finds the Alolan Ninetales in the bush. Blaziken will be able to get back, but what a return KO.
Oh, they were trying to find the Cinder. They're going to come back up from that Phantom Ambush. Here's the Sweet Kiss. Doesn't quite connect. Slowbro connects on the Garchomp with the Slow Beat, but there's no follow-up from Exodia. This could be very problematic. Clefable going to get some Moonlight healing. Absol, though, going to go down. Unite move from the Cinderace, not able to close out the Alolan Raichu, and you have 2 down each side. Great block there, and damage from the Cinderace just piling up. 13 points in from this Leafeon up at the top half. Now has access to their Unite move. Dangerously low. Good Dragon combo is going to push Venusaur all the way back to the Flux Zone, and there is that Unite move from the Leafeon. But the sustain! This Venusaur gets not 1, not 2. They're looking for 3. They're looking for 4, and they get them all.
Oh my god, the 4 KOs.
They're gonna go ahead and punch Cinderace back to the Pokemon Center. And now Alchemy also going down through their Unite move. Garchomp next on the chopping block. That's a double KO for this Buzzwole. Groudon now starting to get moved on by Exodia. Leafeon trying one last dance, but that's not gonna hit the mark. Snorlax going in for a heavy slam. Are they gonna get it? No, it's Saida closing the Groudon out for Exodia.
Angle here, Overlord finds their way onto the Miraidon, already brought down to 10%, but must disengage. G is looking as Project Mbappe continues to bring down the Groudon, and here comes the final hit going over to Zealot. They will trade their life away for the buff, going to the T.
And welcome back, trainers. Underdunk number 60. I did not have time to get into my crop top, so I'm a dirty, filthy liar. Steelers and Kyle Husky Star here on the mics, and we are going to be taking you to, I guess, skipping winners round 2, just because most of that part of the bracket has started to finish up. We're going to go jump ahead towards the winners quarterfinals, and we have Ignorance taking on M8.
Yeah, I mean, having a game, having winners round 1 go to game 3 means that a lot of winners round 2 is already almost over. So, you know, getting to push right ahead here in the bracket, which is pretty good for us and honestly pretty good for the bracket too, because sometimes we get held up, so we don't really have to worry about that as much, which is cool. But this is going to be an interesting set. We've got, as Kyle said, Ignorance and M8. Is it Mate or is it M8? 8 M's?
I don't know. I think it's M8. If I'm not mistaken, I met somebody at Worlds who said that they played in Underdunk and they played on the M8 squad. So I don't think it's mate, but I also could have misheard them and thought that he said M8, but said mate. I'm not sure. I'm going with M8.
I mean,
what do you want?
Either way, I'll go back and forth. Either way, Ignorance, a team that North America is very familiar with. They've been around for a while. At least the name has been around for a long time. So it's cool to be seeing them continuing to play and start to get some practice on the new map with the Underdunk. But both of these squads, M8 and Ignorance, both went 2-1 in their last round. So both of them did drop a map already. And ended up coming out on top. So this could be a really interesting set.
Yeah, and I think so too. I love watching Ignorance. They're one of my favorite teams to watch because they do like to bring a little bit of spice. And I haven't had the pleasure or opportunity to see them play on Groudon, so I'm very interested to see what type of spice that they want to bring into not only this tournament but the new meta that is forming in front of our eyes. Just a quick reminder for anybody that is watching, we are doing a giveaway. Exclamation point, I believe it's ticket. I think there's a pin message on the top. Exclamation ticket or enter, I believe will enter you in. Everybody has an opportunity. It's one limit per or entry, one per person. And we have a code for a Pawmot, and I also believe we have 2 Latias codes as well. So at some point in the stream, we are going to reveal the winners of those. So make sure you're watching and sticking around for the entire stream so you can have your opportunity to win one of those licenses. But any predictions here, Husky? Any picks that you think either one of these squads are going to really focus on?
Speaking of Pawmot, I forgot to ask if that's allowed this week.
It is allowed.
Oh, okay. We haven't seen it. It did get that buff, but it is, it's another one of those all-rounders that kind of fills a similar role that's already filled, and teams just might not be comfortable with it, but it has played pretty strong. Sorry if you heard that loud screeching. That's, me dying, but you don't need to worry about that. Draft for game number 1 is up. We're going to have Ignorance in that first pick slot, so banning... It looks like the votes are for the Eevees and the Blissey as well. So
the Blissey, the Blissey, the Latiasion, Suicune.
A lot of Eevees, Big Bad Suicune, Trevion, yeah, everything, all the faves.
All the eons. I can't. I'm really excited for the next evolution to hit the map. I'm not talking about Vaporeon. I'm talking about Empoleon. That's the next evolution that I'm really excited to see. But look at this, Soup Chef going with a very notable first pick, a very common one, and that's Snorlax.
Yeah, the Snorlax with the cookie score shield. I honestly do really think that Snorlax's score shield could be really powerful right now. A lot of defenders with score shields generally could be really strong, especially with the way that Groudon exists. Scrubblenot locking in that EXP share Darkrai, very classic EXP share on the Darkrai. It's one that we have seen because of the CC that Darkrai provides, and it can also do a little bit more damage. So seeing it as a support is not too out of the ordinary here, but on the other side, a more traditional support being locked in.
Yeah, Clefable, notable healer. I think Clefable tends to thrive when teams have Pokemon that end up running out of damage. But right now, the only one that is kind of like that is Pirate King on that Miraidon. Everything else really thrives with, just kind of brawling with their either their A presses or just the amount of fire damage that Charizard has. So I think Clefable might not be as strong here as one would hope.
Yeah, Clefable is interesting. I mean, it definitely works really well with the Blastoise because they can stay near each other. It works really well with the Lucario, but if this is a Solar Beam Venusaur, which it looks like that's what it's lining up to be with the Wise Glasses and the Slick Spoon.
Yeah.
It's the most obvious one. It's a spoon. But
The spoon.
so I don't know why I would forget that one. But so the healing, it's a little bit better when you have a team that plays around each other a lot, and you're not really going to have that as much with Absol diving in. But a gravity could be pretty strong here into something like Buzzwole, or I think Heavy Slam is also considered as a dash. It gets stopped by gravity. Charge Beam is likely what we're going to see on that Miraidon, but if it was Electro Drift, that would get absolutely demolished by gravity. So I wonder if we will see that, and that kind of being more utility here. Even Follow Me is still really strong, so just like the utility of that support is still pretty good.
I think so too. I think Clefable is in kind of a weird spot. It's very strong in situations. It has a lot of really good utility. I think at Worlds we saw teams kind of lock in Follow Me, even in places where I was like, I think Gravity would work well here, and then I'd get proven immediately wrong because they Follow Me a certain Pokemon out of a combo that kind of breaks the chain. And I think at the high level play, I think Clefable still can be quite good, which is, I think, why a lot of teams end up picking it. But we have game number 1 of your winners round 2. I guess it is winners quarterfinals. You're going to see the Buzzwole along with the support Darkrai up in the top path for Ignorance.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to go with support Darkrai or if they were going to lock in something else. And Darkrai was going to play carry, but if I'm going to trust anyone to go with the support Darkrai, it's going to be Ignorance, so that's going to be definitely keeping a close eye on that. But one of my favorite things is when non-traditional supports exist in competitive. It's just so fun for me. But 2 of the Kanto starters down in this bottom path here. The other one is in the enemy central area, so they did get split up a little bit. But these 2 little guys will be going for the secures and going up against a big old Snorlax and a legendary Miraidon is a little bit difficult.
Yeah, very difficult. Squirtle up for the task, and they are able to steal that one away from Snorlax. Miraidon was able to take one away from the Bulbasaur, though. In the top path, Absol putting a little bit of pressure on this T1 goal zone, but Charmeleon up there in time to respond. So it's M8 that's unable to press us forward as they would have liked. 850 birds on the menu. A little bit of pressure here. Buzzwole damaging Lucario very much, and Clefable going to be the one that falls.
I mean, if you're going to take down anything, it should be that support, but they're just going to be pushing forward, grabbing 23 points in, and Buzzwole's going to continue to stack. Lucario does have that level 5. Is it a E-Speed or Power Punch? It does look like a Power Punch here, so they are going to be able to do a little bit more burst damage, have a little bit more opportunities for secure, but that does mean that they're a little more stationary.
Very much so, and Snorlax is going Flail, so it's going to be able to provide a little bit of pressure, a little bit of damage. Miraidon enhanced Charge Beam, a little bit short, unable to push a little bit forward. Gonna push forward is the Squirtle. It actually pushed the Pokemon backwards, allowing Ivysaur to get online.
What happened to that Absol? They try to invade, and I honestly wasn't even watching them, but Buzzwole picking up a 3 KO streak there, and it looks like Ignorance is going to easily take this Regidrago in the central area, and it is going to go over to Miraidon. I wonder if that is the one that they would have wanted to get the score buff because of its requirement to kind of hold more Aos energy, but that's doesn't really seem like that's what they care too much about at this point. Ivysaur is going to get easily taken down. Wartortle looks to be next on the chopping block.
Yeah, Miraidon almost dropping all those points immediately with that passive ability, but it doesn't matter. 30 points deposited into the T1 on the bottom side by this Charizard, as well as nagging all of that Altaria family for Ignorance. A little bit of pressure here from Absol, who's returned from that central area. Good block from Snorlax is allowing this Charizard to stay upright. It does have a Unite move. Going to Fire Blast onto the Absol, but they're going to move back down towards this Registeel that has appeared in the bottom path.
Absol does now have a Unite move, but the Charge Beam just obliterates it, and one tap from the Flail just finishes off that Absol. I was like, it could have a Unite move, go for a steal here. Does not matter. They are going to deal with that, and Charizard going to take a KO there. They're going to be able to break this goal zone with a pretty good overcap, 26 points. I can do quick math. I got to lock in. I got to teach tomorrow, so I got to lock in on my numbers. But level 8 on the support Darkrai is honestly pretty impressive for this point in the game.
Ooh, Absol getting the best of the Buzzwole, who is level 10 at that moment, so that's a nice level the other way. Lucario, though, Gonna combo into this Darkrai, almost sending them back to the Pokemon Center. Good response there from the Miraidon, and Darkrai puts the Lucario to sleep and back to the Pokemon Center.
That's one of those moments where I am expecting to get that KO and then seeing that the Darkrai has a focus ban and being like, the Darkrai shouldn't be running a focus ban. It's not my fault. Like, that's one of those moments, I feel like, for me. Darkrai with that focus ban saving them right there. Absol getting very low. They do have a pursuit to be able to get away for the time being, but that Buzzwole's gonna show. No, he somehow still get away. -1 HP. The Absol hanging on by a thread.
Put that on the 1 HP in a Dream highlight reel. Absol getting out in criminal fashion. Surf from the Blastoise into the Hydro Typhoon. Gonna knock up a couple Pokemon, but Snorlax with a great block to help sustain this fight. Darkrai gonna have to dash on away, gonna put this Blastoise to sleep, and Charizard's putting them to bed. Miraidon actually getting credit for the KO.
Yeah, that was definitely a really strong, what is it, Shadow Void something? Dark Void from the...
Dark Void,
from the Darkrai, able to get some stuns down, put them to sleep. Miraidon then, with its passive, doesn't let anybody else go to sleep, right? Is that how that works? You've got all the sleeps on your side. You've got the Yawn, you've got you've got the Darkrai, and then you've got the Miraidon saying that no one on the other side could potentially put them to sleep. Not that they're trying, but... Well, I'm talking about nothing. The score shield coming through.
I mean, we talked about it in the early game. Well, you talked about it, and providing immediate value is Snorlax with it, able to break it right in the face of M8. Solar Beam, though, is going to chunk through some of these HP bars of Ignorance, but Charge Beam returning it the other way and slowing down that Clefable healing. But Ignorance going to take this time to take the top path, Regieleki, for themselves.
Which beam is stronger, the Charge Beam or the Solar Beam? Right now it seems like the Charge Beam is wearing that crown, but Venusaur has just been kind of quietly farming after a really rough start, so if it can get that experience, it could be strong, but Absol is not going to be able to get some more experience back in the Pokemon Center, so they will have to come back and try to do that. But the rest of the squad of Ignorance just seems to be pushing onto the enemy side of the map. They are split pushing all over the place right now, Kyle.
They really are, and Registeel going to be earned from this Charizard. Venusaur going to connect on Soup Chef into the central area, but doesn't really make a dent in the HP bar that is that Snorlax. Darkrai, utilizing their Unite move, going to put this Clefable to bed, going to try to hold on and try to push this T2 goal zone. Regieleki knocking on the door. Darkrai, though, going down. Absol paying a little bit of exception, looking to try to get on the Buzzwole. Great combination there. Unite move expended from Absol. Buzzwole going down.
Nice, good crit there for the Absol. That's exactly when you needed it, right through the Buzzwole's focus band, just to get any sort of pick here. The Unite move from Snorlax is forced out. That's what Soup Chef is going to be cooking up, a power nap on top of their goal zone. And we do have the Miraidon taking down the Blastoise, so unfortunately for M8, they're just not really able to get much done up there, but Lucario is able to get some points in.
Good play for Lucario, for sure. That's going to allow them to maybe start clawing themselves back, but 2:50 on the clock, massive lead for Ignorance. And it seems like M8 might be down in levels as well. So when you're thinking about win conditions here as we go into the final stretch, what do you think M8 needs to do to get back into this game and take game one?
As I'm watching this team comp play, I think that there really could be some strong opportunities for M8 to get some picks here. Darkrai almost getting caught. Their focus band is popped. The stuns come down. All the Absol getting taken down by that flail from the Snorlax is absolutely heartbreaking. Moonlight trying to heal everybody up, but it's not going to be enough. Double KO streak for the Snorlax, and I think that's what needs to not happen if M8 wants to get back in the game. I think there is a really strong play with using Solar Beam, chunking down the health of somebody on the other side, and then following up with a pursuit from Absol. But unfortunately, the Absol has just been getting chunked down, stunned by the Darkrai, and then chunked down by the Flail Snorlax for the entire match. So we haven't really been able to see anything like that yet.
full positioning for Ignorance, also guarding their goal zones. M8 kind of turtling in their own central area. Miraidon, though, is going to suss out exactly where M8 is. Blastoise going to surf in. There's the Hydro Typhoon. No real follow-up damage as well, but Verdant Anger is going to miss the mark a little bit. Kind of fell in between a few different Pokemon, but Darkrai, the first one to go down. Absol taking them. No Unite move from the Darkrai utilized during that fight. Snorlax going to take a nice little power nap. That's going to heal up some of those HP bars. Good follow-up from Miraidon. Great follow-up from the Charizard. And Ignorance is standing tall here.
Ignorance going to start on that Groudon. We still do have the Absol, but no Unite moves. They're going to try to go for a secure with the Pursuit. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They can easily get picked up by that Buzzwole as soon as they try to go, and that's exactly what happened. They get slammed down right on top of the Groudon. And it is going to be Charizard taking that secure, and I don't know at this point if MA can really do anything to stop it. They could potentially go for a defense here, and they are not going to be able to do so on that top path. 100 points will go in, breaking that goal zone. They are going to be trying to defend against that bottom path. Not going to happen
Score
with that
shield,
score
baby. Score shield, baby. Darkrai also able to use their Unite move on that Venusaur, sending them back. And with 30 seconds left here, Husky, 441 to 78 as points continue to pile into the home goal zone. Ignorance going to be taking game number 1.
Yeah, it was definitely Ignorance's game to lose, and for a second there, I thought there was a chance for M8 to come back in that game number 1, because Darkrai did go around to go for a flank. I guess they were trying to look to grab the Absol and Unite move, or potentially the Venusaur, but they went down off screen before we could really see that Unite move come out, and I thought for a second there, after they did grab that pick, that M8 was going to be able to move forward and do a ton of damage, potentially get some more picks, but the follow-up there from that Charizard, the tankiness of that Flail Snorlax earning that MVP there, and just like the amount of chunk damage that the Charge Beam can do really held them together.
I love this team really complemented each other, right? Like there's so many different times where I thought either Snorlax was going to go down, Scribblenaught on the Darkrai was going to go down, but putting them to bed, right? Like Darkrai putting them to sleep and Soup Chef coming in and just slapping through those HP bars, or Goopiter coming through and stunning them with the Superpower Smackdown. I mean, there was just so much damage and so much good team coordination from Ignorance. It really goes to show why this team is always up near the top in UCS.
Yeah, they've always performed really well, and this team has been around for a long time, and a lot of these players have also played for a really long time with each other, so I think that the team complements each other in terms of the team composition, but also in just the terms of the play style of each of these players. They kind of have like a goofy way of going about things that make it really interesting to watch them play, but also getting a bunch of players like that who can work with that type of play style just makes it really interesting and to see, and also just really fun.
I think it's really fun. I've said it time and time again of how fun I think that team is in just their creativity around building these compositions. They always seem like they're cooking up something. I mean, maybe that's why he's called Soup Chef, cooking up something.
Yeah, probably.
The Darkrai and the Snorlax might be my new favorite thing, because the boosted auto into the slaps, it was just really funny to watch.
Yeah, that's just kind of like funny. Like, I don't know, it's just so funny. Like, why can it do that? It's so annoying, and you see like things like Darkrai getting used in the support role, and you're like, oh, they're trolling, and then they kind of pull out so much damage and also so much like utility with the amount of stuns that they were doing. It's an interesting support core to run, but it does work for a team with this type of play style for sure.
I think so too. And I think like another part of it is, I think Ignorance was like one of the first teams to kind of pilot that support, quote unquote, support Darkrai. I think they brought it out in a tournament, probably Underdunk at one point. I know I've 1000% seen them pull it out on ladder against me. And I remember early on, I was like, this Pokemon's mean just in general, but man, even on support, it provides as much, maybe not as much value, but nearly as much value as when it's wearing the carry items.
Yeah, I mean, why not just throw the EXP share on it? It doesn't have to evolve, and special attackers just already do so much damage that it doesn't really need extra help. the utility of Darkrai with the amount of CC that it does with Dark Void is already kind of enough where you can forgo another damage item for that EXP share. And then they also went for the focus ban, which was interesting.
Yeah.
It's just like really leaning into that support role with that Pokemon. Sometimes I really do just feel like when Pokemon are created by Arceus in this game,
By Arceus.
when Arceus creates Pokemon for Pokemon Unite, I think that it's, they make the kits kind of more versatile than you would expect, but it looks like the Darkrai is not going to be allowed to be played again. M8 does not want to see it.
I wouldn't either. I don't blame them one bit for that. It was incredibly powerful. It was kind of oppressive against M8, and I anytime there's a good Darkrai on the opposite side, I'm 1000% okay with banning it, regardless of like what other strong picks might still be out there, because it's just so annoying to deal with. But Ignorance once again gonna pick up Snorlax in that first pick slot.
Yeah, it's a very fair ban, honestly. I think that with the 3-ban system, that's kind of one of the things that you can do without really changing the way that you're approaching draft. Because of that extra slot, you can just kind of use one of those slots to target ban somebody. But we are going to see the Delphox coming out here. Recently got a buff and very strong, and we are going to see that Buzzwole and that Snorlax come back, but definitely changing it up a little bit with that backliner.
I think it's really really fun to see new Pokemon kind of join the meta, especially like after getting a little bit of a buff. It's not like a crazy buff that Delphox got, but I think it might be enough to maybe drive a little bit of impact. It does allow M8 to pick up that Venusaur once again, and Venusaur is likely going to be able to outrange that Delphox. I think Solar Beam, like ever so slightly over Mystical Fire, definitely over Fire Blast.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I think Mystical Fire, once it gets to level 11, is basically just a delete button. It's so strong, it resets, and as long as you hit with it, it's really strong. And I think probably we would see Flame Charge because of the buff, and you have Scribblenaught again playing another like non-traditional support with that Espeon that can kind of act as that backliner, especially against a Zeraora. We could see Stored Power. I honestly wouldn't put it past Scribblenaught to run the Psyshock just for the extra stun that it gives, to make Espeon a little bit more support worthy. The Assault Vest is also fantastic here. You're really just going for that Venusaur, which is funny.
I think it's really funny. I do like Assault Vest here because, like you said, that it kind of shuts down those Venusaur beams, at least like as long as Espeon's out of combat when they're fired. I'm not sure like I don't think the cooldown's like fully aligned, especially if Venusaur hits level 13, it'll probably not be up quickly enough. But I mean, overall, pretty good team composition. I like the supportness of that Espeon. I think Ignorance once again kind of cooking up a storm.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one for sure. I think the Venusaur priority is definitely, it's worth it, but we haven't really seen Venusaur pop off, and I would like to, because I know that it can, but I think teams have been used to shutting down a Venusaur and have kind of figured that out. And a team like Ignorance, they've been around the block. They've been doing this a while. So I think they've kind of figured out a lot of the ways to shut down, especially a backline mage.
Game number 2 of the winners quarterfinals. Snorlax along with Pirate King on the Delphox heading down to the bottom path. Scribblenaught on the support Espeon along with Buzzwole heading to the top.
Yeah, the Espeon with the Buzzwole is going to be interesting because Buzzwole can do really well, and then you can also just give a little bit of experience over to that Espeon to make sure it gets its level 4, and that could be a really strong path for sure. What's going to be difficult is getting this Delphox to level 6, which is what it really needs before it can do anything.
Shout out hi for the raid. Welcome in, trainers. We are hosting Underdunk. We are getting into it in the Buzzwole, putting on a lot of pressure. Let's spike in Meg for the stream feed, so not see frame. Unfortunately, looking at the points held, it looks like Ignorance kind of coming out a little bit ahead here. Yeah,
already starting to move forward if we could tell exactly what was happening. But we're getting a little bit of buffering again, which, I mean, everybody's just going to have some internet problems. But, you know, it's like that. Venusaur trying to get to that level 5, look for that Sludge Bomb opportunity. Zeraora trying to score 16, not going to let that happen. Delphox could get a level 6 here if they're able to pick up a KO, but Zeraora is wearing the focus band.
Zeraora just able to escape. I believe that might have also been an eject button that was utilized by M8 as well. Now Snorlax putting a lot of pressure on this Trevenant, who's gonna also have to retreat back to that home goal zone. Scribblenaught now coming down to the bottom path to put on even more pressure. Points going on in 15 and 6.
30 points in the Delphox pocket, but they're not going to be able to put them in just yet. And is this Snorlax, if we switch over to Heavy Slam, I feel like we could have just stayed with the Flail, but, you know, that's fine. The big rest there keeps them alive. I thought for sure they were going to be going down here. It is a Stored Power Espeon, so a little bit more consistent damage, especially with the Spark on that Zeraora, can still hit through all of those dashes.
Also helps them maybe put pressure on objectives as well. Buzzwole superpower combo into the Zeraora, but the Wild Charge is out. It's starting to heat up, but the Ceruledge is a little bit hotter. Now they're going to put a little bit more pressure on this T1 goal zone on the top side. 4 points in from Espeon, and now it's Regidrago on the menu for Ignorance.
I love the choice to go with the Wild Charge here from that Zeraora. I mean, it didn't work out on that first engage, but I do like it because of just how much damage is on the board. You can at least spend some time avoiding some of that damage by going in with that Wild Charge and being completely invincible. Not sure, you know, if it's going to really work out that much because there's still going to be more damage when they come back out of the Wild Charge, but I did like to see that pick.
You too. Buzzwole gonna try to put a little bit of pressure on this Eldegoss. Blaziken making sure Espeon can't walk any further. Now gonna try to find the Espeon once again, but it's gonna bypass it and just go immediately for scoring some points. 40 followed by 30 in the bottom path as a double KO earned from Ceruledge. And now it's Espeon going down to the hands of the Blaziken, but it is Buzzwole with a double KO, paying it right back.
That was a really interesting call from the Blaziken to try to go in and score that 26. I'm super sure what they were going for there. I feel like they definitely could have grabbed that KO on the Espeon, but instead they weren't able to get any points, and they also didn't get any KOs. Wild Charge will connect on the Snorlax, though, take that KO down, but this Delphox, the Mystical Fires, are really well timed here. Look at that, grabs them out of midair.
Insane work, but also a good presence from M8 to take that top Reggie Ice in the top path, and Venusaur also getting bullied by this Espeon. That Psybeam chunked it down along with that Stored Power.
Yeah, the Solar Beam, though, is just doing so much damage. Look at the Snorlax taking a lot from just that one hit with that Sludge Bomb. We do have the Ceruledge Unite move available, so we could see a good push here with that Revenant Red. The Buzzwole, though, trying to handle that Trevenant, but that's such a tanky Pokemon. I don't know if that push is going to end up coming to fruition.
Yeah, Buzzwole going down. It's the only Pokemon going down in that fight. And now M8 putting a little bit of pressure on this T1 goal zone. However, we're going to retreat, hide in the tall grass. Espeon dishing out a little bit of damage from afar with those Stored Power. In the bottom side, we have this Zeraora now trying to attack this Snorlax. However, another little bit of a lag spike. We don't see exactly what happened right there. Wild Charge going to connect along with the Unite move from the Zeraora. They're going to push onto this Espeon, take them out, but the Revenant Rend is going to return the favor, take down 2, make it 3. Now they're going to look for this Blaziken, but Ceruledge going down.
Fantastic timing on that Revenant Rend to grab the Zeraora right out of its Wild Charge, and Delphox will clean up that Blaziken as well. That's a triple KO for them. I do love to see a Delphox do well. My first gold ribbon, it was my first really serious main. I do have a lot of love for this Pokemon, and the Mystical Fire Flame Charge build is just so much fun.
This is the pressure that Espeon does allow you to put on objectives with that Stored Power. It's going to retreat back to base, allow Snorlax to clean up this Regieleki, which will walk towards that T2 goal zone on the bot side. I don't know if they'll push it because they are pushing in this top pass. Ceruledge drawing first KO. They're going to be taking out that Eldegoss. Blaziken retreating backwards, and Buzzwole unrelenting, going to combo into the Venusaur with the eject button. Venusaur going down. Now Delphox spends a Unite move. Unite move from the Buzzwole, and points likely going on in for Ignorance.
I love how Buzzwole just takes the full solar beam to the face. It's like, that's fine. I'm going to get the Venusaur anyway. They just full committed here. Another interesting thing is the fact that the Ceruledge is running this Bitter Blade moveset for a little bit of extra healing. Big Revenant Red gets 3. They will be able to get out.
I think that was mostly just to escape, and a perfect escape pan as well. I'm always used to Regieleki being up there. It's a Regice, so I don't know how long it's going to take me to get used to the Regiroulette in the top path, but it's at least 2 broadcasts.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if it's in the top path until the game's happening, so it's even more difficult, but big defense here from this Venusaur. They do pop a Unite move. This Buzzwole is absolutely vicious moving into that Venusaur. The Blaziken will take them out here, and it looks like the push will be kept to a minimum, with the rest of M8 arriving for that defense, but the damage was done, and it's continuing to be done.
Delphox is insane right now. I don't know if Pirate King is missing a Mystical Fire. Okay, as I say that, he missed that one. That was just because it was short. They're going to try to slow down this Zeraora finishing up its Wild Charge, but the true damage, the follow-up damage, and it's Ceruledge taking them out. 30 seconds until Groudon hits the final stretch. A basement objective, it'll be Regieleki on the map for Ignorance in full position. What does M8 need to do to get back in this one?
I mean, it's going to be difficult for them, but I think they need to just get some picks. Like, the win condition is Groudon for them. They definitely need it. They need an opportunity to score, but I think that in order to do that, they need to grab somebody. The team fight of Ignorance and the amount of damage is so strong that it would be great to see Zeraora just jump on top of this Delphox or this Espeon before they can really do anything and get that fight started. It might be difficult, but currently they are up in that top side. Ceruledge is going to grab 100 more points. Blaziken looking for a back cap of their own. But look at where this Zeraora is positioned. They want to try to go around and look for an opportunity to grab one of these squishier targets.
Ooh, great block from Snorlax. Going to put Eldegoss into a little bit of harm's way. They're going to pop the Cotton Cloud Crash, drop down to the Thea Dry Ruins, and Scribblenaught in danger. But there's that Psychic Solaire into the Revenant Rend. M8 is falling down like flies in Ignorance. They're going to take this game. They're going to take the Groudon. There's the GG. Ignorance moving forward.
That was just devastating.
That was insane.
For M8, they just got absolutely obliterated. It was a great follow-up from Ignorance. We were talking earlier about how this team, the play style of each of these players really does just complement each other so well that the team chemistry, they just knew immediately that engagement was going on. They knew exactly when to pop everything at once, and they're able to handedly take this game number 2 and the series. And look at this Delphox, Kyle. I'm so glad to see Delphox being so back. Almost 100k damage, 10 KOs, 11 assists. Great job there from Pirate King.
I mean, this team looks really strong. It's like they haven't missed a beat. Ignorance on top, moving into your winners semifinals, and they'll be taking on either Broke and Chopped or I'm About to Blush. And then there's some emojis.
Yeah, there's some emojis for sure. I don't know if you guys want to...
Could someone explain the emoji? I don't know.
You guys want to check out the bracket, an exclamation point bracket, to check out those emojis that are listed there. But, you know, part of the fun of Underdunk is the team names, for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. Definitely team names that probably wouldn't be allowed in UCS. We are a little bit more lenient. We can't let you have everything that you may want, but we do like to have fun here at Underdunk, especially Underdunk number 60. And we are kind of wrapping up this portion of the bracket as we look through. Again, I think we are gonna move forward into, I guess move laterally, and we are gonna catch this other winners quarterfinal match as the bracket starts to catch up. It is going to be the Broken Chopped versus I'm About to Blush, and that will be who will be taking on Ignorance in those winter semifinals. So that will be up very shortly. Trainers, don't go too far. Grab a drink, grab a snack, take a break. We'll be back with more Underdunk very, very shortly. Maybe. Possibly? No? Okay. We are filling. I sent it to break.
Watch the Pylos one. There it goes. The flower trick taking them out. Meow's karate KO from the grave. One of my favorite things to do. Venusaur's looking level 11. That's 2 levels above anything on Turtle Time. Leafeon trying to fight back here to get an Emerald 2. Step down after me. Unite move comes out, but not before the Leafeon gets KO.
Yeah, Buzzwall doing a lot of work there. Good dragging. I'm protesting. This is me protesting not
You're
starting.
just not gonna say
because
anything.
Because of the break.
And no one's gonna help her?
And no one's gonna. All right, welcome back, trainers. Underdog number 60, second winners quarterfinals matchup on deck. Broken Chopped versus I'm About to Blush. I don't think we are able to get the emojis in the overlays, but it doesn't matter. We're going straight into draft.
Yes, the draft has arrived. We are catching the second winners quarterfinals match that we will see tonight. Teams considering what they will ban. There looks to be some interesting ones being lined up. Lucario, a potential option for them. A gray screen as well being chosen for this ban. There's a lot happening here.
I love the gray screen. That's my favorite screen.
agree.
Taking a look at the bans, some different ones on the map here. Talonflame, Lucario, Inteleon, and then on the opposite side, Eldegoss, Suicune, and Blissey. Eldegoss we've seen a lot of play tonight, really.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that teams have gotten sick of banning it, if I'm being honest. But Trevenant getting picked up first here. There was the Snorlax option. They decide not to go for it, and it doesn't look like either team feels like dealing with Snorlax. They're going to go with a Comfey and the Umbreon. I can only imagine that I'm About to Blush might want a Zoroark potentially here for that Comfey to sit on top of, but Comfey is good, regardless, so it's always going to be something that is particularly stupid.
And Clefable, the selection for Broken Chopped. We'll see if they elect to go Gravity into that potential Zoroark or other speedster that will be likely played for I'm About to Blush. But it is Scarf on the Buzzwole. We're seeing a lot of Buzzwole tonight, too.
Yeah, and I personally hate that. The meme that I said I needed to make is related to Buzzwole, so, that will go on Twitter shortly. But yeah, I hate that thing. It's so annoying. But we do have the Venusaur coming back. Metagross also being picked up for I'm About to Blush. That's one that we see occasionally that everyone kind of knows is good, but it's never been well, except for when it was super broken. Besides that, it's never been like a first pick or ban option. It's just been like, okay, this is pretty good in these specific situations, especially if we do have the Umbreon on the field. If it does run Wish, that could be pretty good for a Metagross that has a lot of sustain.
Gardevoir, final pick here for I'm About to Blush. Not a very common pick in the meta, or I guess over the last several months. You don't typically see Gardevoir. I'm very interested to see how it'll play. I'm also interested to see where Comfey is going to find home. I'm seeing this Metagross as a potential option, and I think we also might see a Giga Petal Venusaur here.
Yeah, they're looking with they're lining up the Focus Band and the Muscle Band here, so that's a classic Petal Dance Venusaur build. They do have the Comfey as well, which if you stick a Comfey on a Petal Dance Venusaur, it basically becomes a raid boss, so I am definitely looking forward to seeing how this ends up playing out. I think that Venusaur, even though Solar Beam did get buffed, the defenses, I think it was, got changed on Venu as a whole, and I think that has done a lot for Petal Dance also being very viable.
Ruh-roh. Okay, there we go. Game number one. I was like, we're stuck on Underdunk for a little bit, but we are back. Game number one of your winners quarterfinals. They're going to see this Buzzwole along with the Clefairy head to the top path for Broken Chopped.
Yeah, there goes that Buzzwole along with the Clefairy. They're both going to be looking for stacks. Oh, I didn't actually see if Clefable is running special attack specs. A lot of times it will end up doing that. The Umbreon getting a couple secures there in that bottom path. Bunny on the Eevee, which Eevee is not a bunny. Usually people argue whether it's a cat or a dog. I always argue that it's a fox, but no one really argues that it's a bunny, but maybe it could be.
It could. I mean, yeah, honestly, we're going to let Husky cook on this one. Not Too Family fought over by About to Blush. Clefairy looking for a stack. They're able to get it. I believe that's the first stack of the game for Broken Chopped. And it's Buzzwole stealing that bit of experience, but Clefairy going down in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I mean, the Zoroark staying up there is probably the most important thing, so seeing the Clefable go down isn't the worst. Future Sight on this Gardevoir is definitely interesting, but the problem with that is that if Zoroark gets in close to it, it just does so much damage. It already gets half health by that feint attack. Zoroark going back in here! What a dangerous move, but on -1 HP, they're gonna run away.
That's how I play speedsters, very dangerously, very recklessly. I unfortunately do not get out of those situations and just perish immediately.
Yeah.
8:24 on the clock, and it is Beldum still not level 5.
You're like Wolfie Con Parrish, but if you were the one that was perishing.
Kyle gone perishing.
Kyle gone perishing, except Kyle is the one that's perished.
I was actually like really sad. I went to Cedar Point last weekend and I saw somebody wearing an Incineroar hoodie. You know, like a hoodie that made them look like Incineroar. And I pointed out, I yelled Incineroar, and I didn't have my phone because it was like in the locker for the roller coaster. I couldn't get like the discount Incineroar and discount Wolf Glick picture. It was very unfortunate.
That's so lit. Anyway.
It would have been really good. It would have been iconic if I would have gotten it, but you know, now it's just a fun story.
Down the Zoroark, which is not usually what you see. You usually see Comfey with the Zoroark. Comfey con Zoroark. It's usually what you end up seeing. But that didn't happen. Oh, hey, Karma is in front of my screen. I can't see anything. Great.
Oh. Cast the cat.
Yeah. Karma now walking toward the door. He will pitter-patter his way out of the room. He's going to go back and beg for more treats. Moving up into this top path, 30 points go in for this Metagross.
At 30 plus 30, 60 points. I do math sometimes. That on maximum points as well. 7-minute mark, another frozen screen means that we'll have to just theorize what's going on here. In the bottom path, we'll see what ends up spawning. I can hear some noises. It is Regieleki in the top path.
Okay. You can decipher that just from the noises?
No, I saw it. Very briefly.
Regirock. Okay, I can see stuff now. Regirock now in that bottom path, and we do have cats pushing around some toys, just bothering me as much as possible. Zoroark looking for a secure with that Unite move. They do get it with the last hit of that feint attack. Buzzwole getting a 2 KO streak in the top path as well on a 2v1. They will come out on top, and Broken Chop looking to continue their reign of terror in that bottom path.
Massive engage with the Cerulege. Revenant Ren into the Hornleech from the Trevenant. 40 points looking to go on in. Umbreon unable to respond. There's that Snarl, but it might be a little bit too late. Comfey utilizes a Unite move to save that Venusaur from the Zoroark, but Zoroark able to self-sustain, also stealing a blue buff.
I mean, the Petal Dance Venusaur Raid Boss tech is really strong, but it's only strong when that Venusaur is ahead. Right now, the Zoroark is absolutely rolling over this entire team. Metagross does have a Unite move available, and they will use it. The Future Sight does come out, but it doesn't hit anybody. Neither does the Unite move. See, the Cerulege pops the wound on top of the Gardevoir. They will survive for the time being.
Oh, Gardevoir Unite move, not hitting a single target, but Venusaur now starting to turn into that raid boss, able to take out that Zoroark. Clefairy trying to find this Cerulege to hit the Clefairy. Clefairy? I know. Yeah, I kept saying Clefairy early on because I was a good boy, and I said the right pre-evolution, and now I keep saying Clefairy. But either way, Buzzwole able to get that Regieleki to walk in and score quite a bit of points in that top half.
I mean, Venusaur could go for a chase down here of Scarf on that Buzzwole. They're going to try to look for them. Zoroark jumps in on low health. They will get taken down, and unfortunately for Broken Chopped, it looks like I'm about to blush. Starting to come back in terms of KOs, but not in terms of points.
Cerulege just throwing a little bit of chip damage on that Venusaur, but Venusaur starting to chase those two down. Clefairy, gonna retreat back to that T1 goal zone, but all 5 members of I'm About to Blush looking to push on in. Gardevoir is holding Unite move, maybe waiting in the tall grass looking for an angle. Trevenant very low, gonna get back to the pad, and now the Unite move is gonna fly. The Phantom Forest is out. Buzzwole pushing onto the Metagross, gonna throw them into danger. Metagross trying to set up the Thunderdome, able to do so. Clefable, the first to fall in this fight that has prolonged and long and lasted. Metagross now going down at the hands of the Cerulege, and teams are still consistently pushing on this T1 goal zone.
I mean, we got a Revenant Ren that comes out as well. 2 KO streak, and Cerulege continuing. That's a 3 KO streak. Looking for the Comfey as well. They will find them. That's a 4 KO streak for the Cerulege to clean it up. I thought thought the fight was about to end, but then Ceruledge get the Unite move back, and it didn't work out for them. Also, we didn't get to see on the actual screen, but I watched in horror as Gardevoir got chased down once again by the Zoroark and had to use the Unite move for the shield, and once again hit nobody, unfortunately. Zoroark will clean up that Registeel on the bottom path, and it looks like this poor Comfey again gonna get caught.
Yep, that's a 4-piece that way now. And now Broken Chopped, well, they started to get pushed back a little bit. They found 2 straight 4 KO streaks. 1 for that Ceruledge, 1 for this Zoroark. Zoroark's not done. They're going to take out that Guardy. Poor Guardy once again. 3 minutes remaining in this match.
Yeah, I mean, this team is called Broken Chopped, but unfortunately for this Gardevoir, they're the ones looking a little bit poor right now. The Zoroark will go down, so that's going to be a big pickup for Unbounded Blush. They definitely need something like that. Venusaur has reached level 13, which means the Petal Dance is big. That's what happens when it reaches level 13. Petal Dance becomes big. They're going to go for the Regieleki.
Regieleki will get taken by Unbounded Blush. 30 seconds until the final stretch. However, Regieleki will likely just walk into this T1 goal zone, break it even, or I guess break it with 10 over. Now with 20 seconds until the final stretch, Unbounded Blush still very much down in this game.
Oh, they're going to catch the Venusaur. Okay. What a huge catch. And the Revenant Wren will come out just to confirm that KO. Looks like Broken Chop doesn't want to give Venusaur the opportunity to bring this team back.
And Buzzwole gonna pop a Unite move as well, but 3 members of Broken Chopped are down. Metagross barely living, but Buzzwole able to close them down. Umbreon also getting punched away. Double KO for Buzzwole, making a 3-piece combo. Another punch from Buzzwole. There's another 4 KO streak for Broken Chopped. Are we gonna find another? Venusaur gonna throw the Unite move. It's gonna take out the Zoroark. Petal Dance, Giga Drain, Giga gone. Buzzwole takes another.
Yeah, they will get the Zoroark, but that's about it. And Broken Chop does not need this Groudon at all. They just need to hold off on Unbounded Blush. So Broken Chopped is looking to become rich and hot. What's the opposite of chopped? Sexy. I don't know. I don't even really know what chopped means. It just means like you kind of suck a little bit. Like bad. I don't know. I have to. I'm getting to the point where like I think I am the same age as my students, and then they just like have new stuff that I don't really understand, and I'm getting to the point where I don't get it anymore.
Yeah, me neither. But one last fight. Zoroark Unite move into the Gardevoir. Unite move again misses the mark. Another Revenant Wren to slice through. I'm about to blush. However, it is Metagross still barely alive. Buzzwole sending them on an express train back to the Pokemon Center. Only Comfey can stand and watch as Broken Chopped are going to take game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty convincing. The Comfey looking for an opportunity to secure.
No way, dude. No way, dude. That's actually so funny.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like,
do they have any buffs? No, so everybody was still KO'd. So
it's
yeah,
so funny.
That would have been really funny.
Of course, they end up securing it, but it doesn't matter. Everybody else was down. No buffs and not enough points to get across the map. So not going to be able to make anything of it, but it definitely is funny.
It's super funny. I'm loving the Comfey steal. Unfortunately, all for naught. I'm about to blush. I'm about to lose game number 1, unfortunately for them.
That's so mean. That's so
I know, that was mean. That was mean. I think it's, I actually really like the name, but I was just trying to find a pun with it somehow, some way. Sorry, I'm about to blush. I think you'll win game number 2.
I'm about to lose game number 1. I mean, it's gonna be a difficult ride for them in game number 2 because Broken Chopped look really, really good. I mean, Scarf putting up 10 KOs, Rob for Alice putting up 7, I believe that was. And look at all the damage being done by those carries on that side. All 3 of those carries got a quadra KO in that game.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty exciting. You know, you only needed a quadra KO from, you know, the supporters. Obviously not a lot of damage, but they played a pivotal role in a lot of that. I mean, how many times did you see Deloitte on the Clefable just top off those HP bars just enough, or maybe set up a gravity to maybe slow down I'm about to blush from pushing in, or those massive horn leeches from that Trevenant who kept pushing Pokemon into harm's way?
Yeah, we didn't really talk too much about that Trevenant just because there was so much KOing action from those carries, but the Trevenant with that recent buff has become really, really strong. And it was before. Trevenant's just always been really good because of how much CC it has, but I feel like in this game it really just showed how powerful that buff was. Those Horn Leeches just on point, just dispositioning everybody on the opposite side. You just don't give them the time to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Insane stuff here from Broken Chopped. I mean, there was definitely a moment there, right? That Groudon fight. I keep wanting to say Ray. I don't know how many times I catch myself saying like Ray and then I have to switch. Right before the 2-minute mark, that fight ended up breaking out, and Broken Chopped lost 3 Pokemon in that fight, so it was very suspicious there for a moment, and I wasn't sure if they would be able to peel back, but that Buzzwole came in absolute clutch.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Buzzwole just is good.
Unfortunately.
And I hate Buzzwole so much. It's so annoying. It's one of my least favorite Pokemon to play again. It's just so much CC, but it is very... You guys remember when Buzzwole was like the worst thing ever? And everyone was like, wow, this thing sucks. Can we go back to that?
Yeah.
I miss that.
Husky, a notable all-rounder hater.
Me mourning Buzzwole being bad, because I wish we could go back there.
Yeah, it was very like kind of like...
a pillow.
Was that like back in Remote Rewind days when it was bad? Because I remember like Thea Sky was like when it really finally got buffed and started being good.
Yeah, I mean, everything just blends together. I've been playing this game for so long.
I know. Holy cow. Buffs, or sorry, not buffs, bans, all 6 of them coming in at once. I hate this, by the way. Please change it back to a snake ban. Talonflame, Lucario, Gardevoir, Eldegoss once again, Suicune, and Blissey gonna be your bans of choice for these 2 teams.
Interesting with the Gardevoir ban, considering I don't think it hit a single Unite move in the entire game, but they are gonna first pick Inteleon, a Pokemon that we haven't seen come out. And it was banned previously by them, I believe. Broken Chopped was the one to ban it in the last game, maybe. So they are going to go take that away. They want that first pick. Clefable and Ho-Oh going to be grabbed by the opposite side.
Inteleon, I like this Inteleon pick, but Inteleon suffers that same problem against the Clefable, is that it tends to run out of damage, and Ho-Oh, despite being, I guess, reworked a bit and then nerfed, I still think it could be really strong here, and you see them running a damage build, so we'll see if they end up pivoting it to a more defender-centric build, but I think it could be run both ways.
Yeah, just like me, I swing both ways, same as the Ho-Oh. Inteleon first pick is interesting at this point. I think Inteleon's really good, but first pick I'm not sure because it can just be countered so hard. And, we do have the Leafeon now coming out, which can definitely run down an Inteleon. And this is interesting last couple picks here for Broken Chop. They are going to grab that Cinderace and currently has a Drain Crown on.
Okay. I mean, it's been buffed, right? Drain Crown had a recent rework, maybe not this most recent patch, but pretty recently, and I'm excited to see how it plays. It's one of the Pokemon that I've been liking in the new Groudon map, because I think auto attackers somehow, some way, I guess with the, less tall grass areas to hide, auto attackers kind of got a shadow buff in a way.
Yeah, I guess we weren't really sure about how attackers were going to do on this new map because it seems to really favor a lot of early game pressure, but I have seen some teams pull out attackers that have looked really solid. Not too sure about Broken Chop's double range comp with the Cinder and the Inteleon because it requires both of those Pokemon to get a lot of experience, and then you pair it with a Garchomp. I feel like pulling back that Buzzwole might have been the better call because Garchomp also needs a lot of experience, but this is the team that's going to be playing from ahead in this game number 2. They are up 1 game, so they have some room to experiment a little bit, but I doubt that they want to lose game number 2.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes losing game number 2 is fun. Who knows? We could see it. I don't know.
I don't
Maybe,
have much
maybe.
experience losing.
Yeah,
so
we only
I
win,
wouldn't really know.
especially on stage.
Especially
we only
against
beat
Nouns.
Nouns.
Yeah, we beat
Yeah, we
them.
beat Nouns. We beat Nouns. I was there.
Yeah,
we all saw it.
I was also there. Yeah, it was great.
Gatlu wasn't chasing me with Greedent all match or with Mew the second match. It was fine. He wasn't bullying me. We made up. It's
Yeah,
fine.
we're gonna see
fine.
this Inteleon do hopefully pretty good, but they'll never do as good as Kyle, nor will they ever do as good as Zoinks on that Pokemon. I just, you can only strive for so much.
Yeah, strive for greatness. Last hitting ability for Sobble, not as good as a few weeks ago, but it is still pretty good. You see it getting a little bit of experience there, having to burn that eject button, and earning another out contesting and I guess out capturing from that Ho-Oh.
I mean, Ho-Oh definitely has some good secure, but it is extra difficult to try to fight against an Inteleon or a little Sobble early. You do see that Leafeon come online. We saw the Solar Blade Leafeon early, but this one will go back to the more common Razor Leaf build. And already being level 4 before 9 minutes is kind of exactly what you want to see here.
Leafeon putting a bit of pressure, and Hoopa falling down very early before these 850 birds. It's going to be a 3-on-2 now. So a little bit of a power play for About a Blush. Immediate damage on the Altaria family earns Clefable the evolve form, or I guess the evolution. And an eject button burn from this Ivysaur trying to get onto the Cinderace, currently a reboot, but they're able to escape.
I mean, as a reboot, there's not too much you can do. You really need that experience to get those levels and earn your attack speed a little bit so that you can just hold down the A button late game and delete everything. Scarf looking for that level 5, which they will get here. And unfortunately for Broken Chop, they're just not at the point where they can do a lot of damage yet, so they just kind of gotta hold off and hope that this Leafeon doesn't start to snowball. And right now, it looks like I'm About to Blush hasn't really been able to do that yet, even with Broken Chop being such a late game focused composition. They haven't really been able to do too much.
Look at this Inteleon. 3 straight out secures from that Ho-Oh. Has earned that level 7. Now going to have access to Snipe Shot if that is the move of choice. Regidrago on the menu for I'm About to Blush, though. Immediate damage from this Venusaur along with the Leafeon. Leafeon spots the Hoopa. Focus Band broken. Hyperspace Hole. Unfortunately unable to go through. But is the Trevenant that's able to take down the Leafeon. Venusaur closes out the Regidrago, but Broken Chop tends to come out ahead here.
Yeah, they are still going to grab that Venusaur KO, so not going to be able to do anything with that Regidrago secure, unfortunately for them. But they were still able to get that global experience, trying to stay in line with the opposite side, but 3 level 7s on those carries that I've been saying have required a lot of experience. It doesn't really seem to matter to them. They're going to take that in the form of KOs.
Ooh, Hyperspace Hold into the Flux Zone. Leafeon grabbing a Citrus Berry just on the right time. Gonna throw out that Razor Leaf. Try to find damage on this Gibite right now. Is it gonna be enough? Dragon Combo says absolutely not. Hyperspace Hole's gonna send Hoopa back for a refresh. Clefable trying to self-sustain, unable to with 3 Pokemon there. Now Venusaur gonna throw out their Unite move. It's gonna be the Sludge Bomb that takes down the Hoopa, and Venusaur survives for the time being.
Great defense there from that Venusaur, popping the Unite move from very far away and then hitting a big Solar Beam. Just does a lot of chunk damage. Looking to break this Gold Zone. Not going to happen.
Wow.
Big Solar Beam will take down that Garchomp. Just so much damage from that move. Looking for the Trevenant as well, but Hornleech comes out. Another buffed Pokemon trying to stay alive here. Not going to be able to do so for that much longer. And I'm About to Blush is hanging in there.
They really are. The trades back and forth have been kind of going in their direction. Venusaur going to put some damage onto this Regieleki, try to start it before the rest of Chopped can respond. Garchomp, though, however, has spotted that. Oh, a Solar Beam is going to send Hoopa all the way back. There's the Unite move from Cinderace, but Venusaur ends up stealing the Regieleki. However, Broken Chop now is going to fight over this Unite move from the Garchomp. It's going to send not 1, but 2. A few Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center. Broken Chop coming out ahead.
The Cinder Unite was so well timed. I thought for sure that the Blazing Bicycle Kick had that one, but it was the Venusaur able to confirm that secure. Didn't end up mattering though. I mean, I'm About to Blush has been able to grab the secures, but they really haven't been able to get experience otherwise. They're just getting rolled over by this late game composition that really shouldn't be doing so well at this point in the match. And look at that, the Inteleon takes down the Machoke, not even a Machamp yet. They don't even have all their Unite moves on the board.
That was a Steel Agent Kyle type of snipe shot. Miss the snipe shot, hit the A press, send them back to the Pokemon Center. That's the best way to do it for sure. Definitely the most efficient. Unite move now coming out from the Clefairy. Oh, and that's a big snipe shot. That's not what I do at all. Another Unite move, Venusaur this time. Oh, a massive snipe shot. It's a 3-piece combo for this Inteleon.
No!
Make it a 4-piece. A little bit of lag never hurt anybody. Maybe it hurt the Leafeon. Give him the Penta. He gets it. They get a 6-piece combo. Oh, they do. It was the boosted auto.
Not as good as Zoinks, but still pretty good. Solar Beam comes out to chunk them down, and the Emerald two-step trying to find something here, but they're not able to. The Inteleon once again, they will be able to find their way into the hyperspace hole, but a huge Solar Beam. It feels like this Venusaur is really the only one doing anything for I'm About to Blush right now. Taking the Secure as well. I mean, I've been saying the Secures are there for I'm About to Blush, but really nothing else.
Yeah, not really. There's a Ho-Oh-You revival. However, that's just going to be bad news as Inteleon was waiting with a snipe shot right to the face. And now Hoopa is going to play a little bit of tempo here, sending team up to the top path with that hyperspace highway. Regieleki hanging out up there. Yeah,
Regieleki in its traditional home. Cinderace going to be ripping that down very easily before we could even get a full picture of the Regieleki. It was taken down, starting to move toward this tier 2 goal zone. Regidrago is about to come up. A big Unite move from the Hoopa, going to Rings Unbound. Everybody, Regieleki easily walks in. They're going to try to mount a defense here, but it's not going to be enough to stop the Eleki. Will it be enough to stop the team is the question. Big Unite move from the Venusaur, but nobody's down yet.
No one except for the Ho-Oh. Now Cinderace starting to heat up like the fire type it is. Inteleon taking out the Clefable. And now we have a T2 goal zone that has been broken by Broke and Chop. Hyperspace Hole is going to send Trevenant back to the Pokemon Center the nice way. The not nice way is Leafeon on that Inteleon, though.
The not nice way.
The night.
The
I was going to say
way. Back to the Pokemon Center by getting KO'd. Big Unite move from the champ, but it doesn't really do too much here. A lot of healing coming out from both sides, the hyperspace hole and then the moonlight from the Clefable as well. I'm interested in seeing the healing numbers from this Clefable because I feel like the amount of damage that has been done to this team while they remain upright has been crazy. Venusaur again hitting a huge Secure, nearly level 13. I really think that I'm About to Blush needs to get some bigger picks here besides just the Secures on the objectives, because Broken Chop is making it seem like it doesn't really matter how many objectives you secure.
Regice in the bottom path, full position for Broken Chop, so they'll have maybe no healer outside of Hoopa, but they will have some HP recovery based on that Regice buff going into this final stretch. Groudon hitting map. What does I'm About to Blush need to do here?
They need to get a pick. They need to get something, or they just need to go for a full flip on Groudon. It looks like they're chipping at it. Fire Spin from Ho-Oh is going to do a little bit of damage. Doesn't really matter too much. Back cap there from a champ. It's not going to bring them within 200 points, so it doesn't matter too much. Oh, they pick off the Ho-Oh. That's their revival option gone. That could have been a game changer for them, but instead, About to Blush has to wait for that Pokemon to come back.
Incredible Hornleash combo from Trevenant, allowing the Inteleon to take full advantage. Now Groudon at half HP. Unite move from Venusaur into the back line is the Garchomp. Gonna try to take down this Venusaur. Unite moves start to fly, but it's Broken Chop. The Inteleon lined up the shot and they did not miss. All members from I'm About to Blush down into the Pokemon Center. Points inevitable in this game is likely Broken Chopped.
You know, I was being all mean about Inteleon first pick and how they shouldn't have first picked it, but I think that was one of the best Inteleon games I have ever seen played.
What about the one when we played together and I got a 5 KO and then we
I said
still
one
lost?
Of the best, not the best.
Okay.
Of course, you are the best Inteleon player.
I mean, we beat Nouns.
We did, yeah, of course. 15 KOs, though, for Egg, with the 4 assists. That was probably on those 4 Garchomp KOs as well. But they were looking absolutely incredible. They didn't really let Unbounded Blush do anything to them. The Venusaur was really the only one that seemed to be able to get anything done because of how much damage the Solar Beam was able to do. I mean, still, that's a ton of damage, 82,000 damage. It was more than anyone else on Broken Chop, but I have a feeling that was because the Inteleon was one-shotting everything.
They really were. I mean, I loved the combination plays from F8 and Inteleon. I mean, time and time again, you saw these eject plays into the Woodhammer Hornleech, and Egg just lined up the snipes every single time. Obviously got a 6 KO streak, which was absolutely insane. And I mean, they carried that momentum into Rayquaza. They had that HP recovery buff, and they really didn't look back. They lost snipe shot on Groudon, and the rest is history. They will be moving on to your winter semifinals.
Yeah, we got to see 2 winners quarterfinals. I was like, qual, that's not it. That is an exam during a PhD program. Quarterfinals is what we saw. So we got to see the Ignorance and M8 match, and we got to see the Broken Chop versus Unbounded Blush match. Both of them resulted in 2-0 victories, one for Ignorance and one for Broken Chop. So it's going to be a story in the winter semifinals when those 2 teams face each other next up on Underdunk 60. Yeah. You can talk now.
Go ahead, your turn. That's what Draco and I were doing last week. It was really funny. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this. Scarf says how broken is Drain Crown. Incredibly broken.
So broken.
I think it was really good. I think Cinderace switched it off, but I think Scarf was rocking it on the Garchomp. I really liked that pivot. I think it's a really good item on those auto attackers. I think maybe it could have worked on Cinderace, but maybe they weren't ready to break it out. And then also thank you, Potluck, for the gifted sub to Spraggles. Really appreciate that. We have a little bit more Underdunk to come through. It's going to be the winner semifinals and the rest of the winner side of the bracket. I think we'll do the lower finals as well. And if you haven't done it yet, make sure to enter into our giveaway. We are giving away 1 Pawmot license as well as 2 Latias licenses, ! Enter, 1 entry per person. And obviously, big thank you, big shout out to Pokemon for providing us the codes to give away today. So with that said, we are going to take a quick break. Husky is going to bed, I believe. And we're going to bring in Draco to close the shift. Husky, any final thoughts before you go to bed?
Happy Underdunk 60. Groudon
Heck yeah.
It's a pretty cool map. I love Pokemon Unite. See you next Wednesday. You know what? I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, alrighty. Well, good night, everybody. Well, good night from Husky. I'll be back with Draco in a very short amount of time, so don't go too far, folks. We'll see Husky in 2 weeks, and we'll see you back very soon. Welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Husky Star is gone. Draku has been hounding me to get my jersey on, but it is in the laundry. We are back.
I can't believe it's in the laundry. You knew I was casting with you this evening. You know this is the only thing I wear ever. So, like, what's going on, Kyle? I've not taken this off since when did I get this from World? So it's been a month since I've been wearing this. It's almost completely the same. Are we still up?
Yeah, we're up. Are we not up?
Okay.
I feel like we're up.
Very stuttering on my end. If you can hear me, it is very stuttering. I'm frozen and not in the Disney way.
Oh no! Yeah, I see you talking. You're golden. You're gonna be
golden. Gonna be. I don't know if we can say those words. I don't know if we can say those words, Kyle. It might be off-brand a little bit. Yeah. Gotta catch them all.
Yes. But yeah, we got the winners semifinals on deck. It's gonna be Broke and Chopped versus Ignorance here, and we just saw both of these two teams. We saw Broken Chopped in the previous set, and then we saw Ignorance in the set just before that. Both of those sets went 2-0. They were very quick sets, but both of these teams, very proficient. Obviously, Ignorance is kind of a known commodity at this point. Not sure about this Broken and Chopped, though.
You know, Ignorance might be the longest standing team that has stayed together.
Yeah.
Not only that, has stayed together, but also have stayed under the Ignorance name. I think for the most part, they've retained 4 out of 5 of their original members, right? Soup Chef, Scrib, Goobiter, and Protein Shake. And maybe that 5th slot's kind of moving around, but they got a pretty good fill in Pirate King. Kind of a legendary Greninja on Thea Sky Ruins. I think all the way back since Remote Stadium as well. And why don't we just pivot into that? Greninja is a really good Pokemon, and for some reason, I cannot theory craft why. We were theory crafting between a couple of us yesterday or a few days ago. And Kyle, why do you think Greninja, Cinderace, Dragapult, these ADCs are doing really well right now?
I think part of it is the, I guess, less tall grass areas for Pokemon to hide. So obviously auto attackers tend to thrive when they can actually see the targets and hold down their A button. So I think that might have something to do with it. And then just high mobility is always good. Pokemon that can self-sustain seem really strong. And there's always all these fights happening throughout the map. So whenever you can offlane and take down an objective by yourself, I think it's always beneficial. I mean, now we have essentially 3 different objectives before Groudon to deal with. You have Regieleki, you have the Regi Trio, and now with Regidrago providing a lot of value. These Pokemon that can self-sustain and take out any objective can be really valuable, so which is probably why we see a lot of Blaziken now. Maybe even some Garchomp is kind of starting to re-emerge again.
New ban style, right? So usually banning 2 different Pokemon. Now they're gonna go ahead and ban 3 different Pokemon on either side. Potential for mirror bans as well. No mirror bans here. Buzzwole, 2 Speedsters. Make that 3 Speedsters, Umbreon and Comfey heading up to the ban slot. Expecting potentially a Dodrio or a Talonflame here without even looking at who is playing on either team. Those 2 Pokemon would do really well because of all these other Speedsters being banned out.
I've been, I'm normally an attacker main / support main, and I've even picked up Talonflame a little bit this season. It's been incredibly fun. So I'm enjoying it. I think it's really strong right now, kind of going off of the same pattern of it can really do a lot of things by itself. It can provide a lot of map pressure, a lot of map vision. The things that provide a lot of pressure, though, is going to be that Charizard, still an incredible pick with that Unite move.
Fairly conservative start here for Broke and Chopped. They are going to lock in that Serena. Both the Serena and the Charizard, both of those all-rounder Pokemon with the bounded Unite move, or the single-targeting Unite move. And I feel like it's going to be a game between those 2 Pokemon of who can Unite move the other first. And even if one Unite moves the other, they can actually just respond the other way, because it's not as powerful of a Unite move to start, but you can actually take up a lot of that time, a lot of the boosted time when you have that Unite move boost, and maybe potentially get a KO, but it's mostly just to target the other Pokemon while they're in that Unite move. Mewtwo Y, and it looks like they're going to be locking in the Water Urshifu full heal on Rob for Alice, and locking in Jupiter is going to be that Metagross for the final 10th pick.
There's a ton of support options on the table, but Ignorance elected to go with Latias, a Pokemon that I guess we don't see a ton of, especially in competitive play and especially away from its Eon duo and that Latios. So I'm excited to see how this Pokemon plays. I'm also very interested to see how Scribblenaught wants to take it up in that top path, whether it's going to be, Mist Ball, if it's going to be Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse. There's a lot of options for it, but none of them seem to be overpowered.
Yeah, interested to see this Latias without its Eon partner. You typically see the other way around, whereas Latios is either banned or picked, but it seems that at least in this first game, I don't know how the rest of the tournament's been going. Have we been seeing Latios come out to play very much? It's been banned, or not banned, it's been nerfed since the most recent balance patch because the point and click ability, Dragon Pulse, has been nerfed, but I still think Draco Meteor in certain situations is really good. But looking at either of these teams, one thing that is very clear: high mobility, especially for this Broken and Chopped. They have Serena, they also have Mewtwo Y as well, Water Urshifu, a lot of mobility. So for a Pokemon like Latios, it's kind of hard to slot that in for Ignorance.
We'll see. I mean, there's so many other supports that were potentially on the table. I know Comfey was banned, but I think you had potentially Clefable, you had Blissey on the table. Yeah, I mean, looking at the bans, there's not a whole lot of supporters banned, so going to Latias seems very strategic. I'm excited to see how it goes here in game number 1 of your winter semifinals.
Around the central area, level 5 very quickly, unless an invade happens here early on. Doesn't look like it. As we head down to the bottom path, again, one more Indeedee compared to the compared to the Rayquaza Thea Sky Ruins. In this bottom path, though, kind of expect the Snorlax to out-secure both the Mewtwo Y and the Phantom, but they are forced back to the goal zone, gets a Citrus Berry, and now going for this Indeedee.
It's going to be secured. It's Delphox. Not quite a Delphox yet. Broxian is going to get evolved. Oh, and a great eject button from Snorlax. Going to take that Mewtwo, send it back to the Pokemon Center. Good defensive stand here for FA on the Trevenant. However, points still go on in for Ignorance.
We head up to the top path here, Beldum, and looks like the Charmeleon heading up to the top path. Especially for faster clearing Pokemon, they can make a central area rotation as Rob for Alice is doing here, and potentially going for that 9-10 Baltoy at the very top. 3-on-3 engagement. This Water Urshifu should have the upper hand here. Unfortunately, just not enough damage from this Steenie coming down the top path.
Bottom path, it's Snorlax coming out ahead, taking that Altaria for themselves. So a little bit of a level lead here for Ignorance down south. Mewtwo unable to press on forward. Great heavy slam there from Soup Chef. And Trevenant going to be forced to use an eject button just to retreat back to pad. And they lose out on a ton of experience.
Now, this is a very conservative start here for Broken and Chopped. I kind of wanted this Urshifu to maybe push on forward, prevent this Metang from getting any more experience. But, as the game continues to scale on, looking at this Metagross and this Charizard in particular, the slower the start in the early and the mid game is the better for these Pokemon, because as they continue to scale, they get more and more powerful, they get the more abilities, and they get their evolution at 7 and their Unite move at level 9.
5 points in for Serena. Going to be pushed away. Charizard actually hitting that last and able to capture that wild Pokemon, evolving right there. Serena going to try to drop kick on away. Able to do so. Metagross Gyro Ball is going to give them some shield. And now this push is on for Ignorance. And it's going to be the Dragon Pulse move from Scribblenaught that's damaging Serena heavily. But points going on in for Ignorance.
Yeah, really nice stacks here coming in for the Metagross, sitting at level 6. They will get Zen Headbutt and or Magnet Rise in just a singular level here. But as you can see with that Gyro Ball, they actually get quite a big shield, the number of targets that they hit. And when I'm taking a look at this Broken and Chopped team, I feel like they're going to be able to hit Gyro Ball on multiple Pokemon and stay on the field for a very long period of time. Again, a very quiet start for both of these teams. Level 8 on your Charizard, that's the Pokemon to watch at the 7-minute mark.
Only 2 points separating these two squads, and Trevenant hiding around the tall grass in the top path. Going to push Snorlax in a little bit of danger, but Pirate King on the trusted Delphox has done quite a good job of damaging these HP bars. Mewtwo Y forced to retreat back to their goal zone just to regenerate that health bar.
Another Pokemon that needs a lot of EXP to get online is this Delphox, and like I was saying, very quiet start for Broke and Chopped, and it's going to allow at least Ignorance to get some levels or at least stay at parity. They go ahead and take that Regirock buff, move on forward, 10 points going in. Unfortunately, Delphox is going to find the Fists of Fury from this Urshifu, and the next to fall is Scribblenauts Latias. He's going to be heading down home.
This is a great overcap to 37 points, but Ignorance decides to trade the top path, trades the bottom path for the top path, Regieleki, which will walk towards that T2 goal zone. Urshifu going to retreat back into their central area because Charizard and Metagross are in hot pursuit, and they decide to just retreat and maybe hold on to that T1 goal zone on their bottom side.
Taking a look at this Tier 2, Regieleki on the Tier 2 goal zone right now. Both all-rounders have their Unite moves. Actually, Charizard doesn't have their Unite move. Maybe just getting some vision right here. And potentially looking for a push down bottom path. Pirate King does have their Unite move available to them, but no Tier 1s to retreat to. Take a look at FADA. Really nice Flame Charge there to avoid the Horn Leech, and kind of just dancing around each other right now. Once they get their Unite moves online, though, here comes the Mewtwo Unite move, and here comes the Eon Blast coming in from the Latias, and Scarf able to get back home.
Yeah, drop kick away, and now it's Urshifu that's going to have to run away from the double down on the south side. Mewtwo Y able to take out the Latias. Charizard, though, gonna pick up the Suicune, send them back to the Pokemon Center. Unite move from Trevenant, return Unite move from the Delphox. Healing is gonna be reduced. Trevenant very low, gonna push the Charizard into harm's way, send them back to the Pokemon Center. But this Delphox is starting to heat up, and now they're gonna try to push this Mewtwo Y. Suicune returning from the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, that was a huge KO for the Trevenant. A level 10 EXP share holding defender, able to KO a level 11 Charizard, get all of that experience for themselves. They're going to be so handy. They were KO'd, I think, by the Metagross. Scarf going for a score of 40, breaking this by 5. Regieleki in the top path, 20 seconds, but the siege is on. Pirate King, no Unite moves to them, and the defense, especially between these two defenders, or the defender and the all-rounder, just too difficult to deal with, Kyle.
And it's a Reggie Ice in the bottom path. Ignorance is going to start working on this HP bar. Deloin with the Suicune, going to try to freeze the Snorlax Solid. Great block to avoid a lot of that crowd control. Unite move from the Suicune. Mewtwo Y is going to Mega Evolve. It's Delphox that's going to fall, but it's Latias that steals and buffs away. Ignorance, though, loses 2 Pokemon in the process.
Oh, Scribblenauts with the secure there. The writing's on the wall. Might not be the worst support in the game, although I don't really know what Latias does, to be honest. I haven't played a whole lot of Latias. I know it's a lot of debuff, but in terms of damage, I know some people or some players in the ranked environment like to play this Pokemon as an attacker normally, but maybe Scribblenauts might make an argument for that one. 3v2 in the top path. Here comes a Compute and Crush, putting up the Mausoleum more like a Coliseum as the fight continues on. Scarf in the middle of that Beyblade Arena. Jupiter, the first to go down.
And now we have Urshifu trying to find the back line, but it's Delphox taking out the Water Bear. Oh, Mewtwo Y is going to use their Unite move, sending that Latias back to the Pokemon Center, and Serena takes the Delphox, throws it up, picks it up, throws it down. It's a 3-piece combo for Serena, and Scarf has hit level 13.
All right, Scarf, she found her boots, she found her stilettos, level 13, one of the highest on the battlefield. And like I was saying, again, these all-rounders, those single-target, point-and-click Unite moves is going to be so valuable in this end game. I mean, when I think about who they're going to use it on, I feel like it really is towards each other being the biggest threats on either side of the field. With 45 seconds left, a fairly close game. Regieleki going to the Tier 2 goal zone. We'll have plenty of time to take this off of the battlefield. Again, Pokemon I'm going to be watching here is that Serena. Charizard hitting now level 14. Urshifu kind of quiet, but also sitting at level 13. It's a Pokemon I'll be watching as well.
And 14 on Charizard is terrifying at this stage in the game. Ignorance making quick work of that Regieleki. 20 seconds until this Groudon hits the Thea Dry Ruins. And Broken Chop kind of in the driver's seat right now.
Say Thea Dry Ruins.
Yeah, because Groudon.
I love it. I see. I got you. The harsh sunlight about to descend on Thea Sky Ruins. The Cave of Origin is starting to light up, and Groudon enters the fray. And one thing that is very unfamiliar, at least for Thea Sky Ruins, is as soon as the center objective appears, typically there is a huge fight. But you know, with Groudon and the new changes to the map, I feel like it's a lot of stalemate at the 2-minute mark.
teams will be a little bit more patient, looking for their best way to advance in the fight. For Shifu, it's actually Trevenant that's going to start this. He moves into the combo. Ignorance falling like dominoes, but it is Broken Chop that loses the Suicune. Charizard going to go ahead and pick up Trevenant, send them back to the Pokemon Center. Now they're going to make their way onto this Water Bear, able to dash on away and just able to escape the grasp of that Charizard. Serena now in hot pursuit, going to take the Charizard, slam him back to the Theosky Ruins, and Broken Chop comes out ahead on this fight.
Oh, Queenly is sent in for that knockout. 20 seconds still on their KO timer, so plenty of time to get back onto the battlefield. About a 50-point lead by Broke and Chopped. Ignorance, they can press towards the Tier 1 goal zone, but they are running out of time. As the Unite move comes in from the power-napping Snorlax. Maybe not the best time to take a nap, but will recover back to full. Mewtwo Y gets the KO on the Latias, and Ignorance being pushed back to their goal zone. Mewtwo Y in that Mega Evolution, dealing so much damage with those auto attacks. I think the writing is on the wall. Unfortunately for Scribblenaught, their team is down by 50 points with 30 seconds remaining.
They need to find a way in. 30 seconds left. They need to find this goal zone. There is this T1 goal zone on the bottom that Charizard or maybe one of the Pokemon can push, but look at this, the hovering from Broken Chop. They are making sure that they are not able to push onto this goal zone. Snorlax is going to start it off, and that is where the engagement starts. Are they going to be able to make it to it? 10 seconds is going to separate these two teams. I don't know. They have too many points in tow. Trevenant also going to make a nice showing. Two members fall down, and Broken Chop is holding on in game one.
Oh, so close! Take a look at that! They were able to KO everyone on the Tier 1 goal zone. Unfortunately, the time just ticking away for Ignorance, and unfortunately not able to get either of those 50 points. And Groudon, once again, will remain standing after the 10-minute mark has elapsed. Broken and Chopped winning game number 1 with a 192-149 victory.
Ignorance needed like 3 more seconds, maybe even 2, and that game would have been theirs. Incredible persistence, incredible plays there right at the very end. Just it felt very, very short, and Broken Chopped, we are starting to see what this team is made of. That was an incredible Groudon fight.
Yeah, I think they made the audible for Pirate King to come off of defense of their goal zones on the right side of the field. I think maybe if they were to get Pirate King over to the left side of the field, their offense would have been a little bit more stronger because of that Delphox Unite move. It's really good at pushing pads, reduces the healing percentage of those pads as well. Maybe able to get those KOs a lot faster and get those scores in. But nonetheless, that game came down to but milliseconds on Theosky Ruins.
And I think this is the beauty of this new Groudon map. It's not just this I think I'm trying to think of like the term that a lot of the players use. I think it's pick and flip. You get a single pick on a Pokemon, maybe the carry, maybe the secure on the other side, and then you immediately go to rip the objective. That is never the play here in Groudon. It's not the play because it doesn't really award you the same way Rayquaza does. So we're seeing a lot of these fights, wins, refights. You're seeing these counter pushes. You're seeing goal pushes. The game, not only in the first 8 minutes, but these last 2 minutes are very dynamic. They're very different from what we've had over the last 3 years.
Yeah, literally over the last 4 years. I feel like with Zapdos,
really,
it was very much like that as well. But I mean, this is the first time over the last couple of weeks or so where the end game doesn't define the previous 8, and I feel like that has been the standard for Pokemon Unite for such a long time, and it is, I would say, very refreshing. We had a very short moment where Rayquaza was not the end-all, be-all for the 10 minutes of the game. It was right when Theosky Ruins was dropped. They didn't have the 30% boost to damage if you were able to KO Rayquaza. They didn't have the faster scoring animation. It was basically how Groudon is right now without the score shield. Or sorry, with the score shield. Right?
True.
It was a very balanced time back then, and I love that we're kind of reverting back to that. Let's just knock on wood that we don't do exactly what we did in year 1 or first couple of months of Theosky Ruins, where Rayquaza was balanced, and then we overtuned it to heck, and it stayed there for the next 2 years.
Back in my day, Rayquaza didn't give you all these shields. Okay, Grandpa, let's get you back. Let's get you back to Aos Island or whatever the meme is. I don't know. Soup Chef once again locking in these Snorlax. Broken chopped up one game. If it ain't broke, don't chop it, and it's gonna be the tree standing tall in the forest. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Standing on business. I see you. I'm actually surprised to still not see any speedsters. Again, I've only casted 2 games tonight, but with all these speedsters being banned out, you know, I expect Leafeon, I expect Absol. I don't really expect Darkrai for whatever reason.
Yeah.
It's like a speedster that has good mobility, but relative to okay, if it's just Scribblenaught, if they're just target banning Scribblenaught, then okay. But I also don't see any like Talonflame. I also don't see any Dodrio. We're gonna be seeing. Is this Rob? Is this Re-Rob?
Yeah, it's Rob.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
that makes sense. This makes sense. All right, I think Re-Rob is an up and coming talent, especially on Scyther in particular. Reminds me of the first time Anissa's picked up Scyther. It's one of the best Scythers in NA right here, in my opinion.
I'm full agreement on this. But yeah, the Darkrai ban, very much. We saw Scribblenaught rock it with an EXP share earlier in the tournament. It's also just something that they take a lot, and it's really mean. Draco, talk to me about this EXP share Zacian. Is this cope?
I don't know what's going on here. I mean, yeah, I got nothing.
Okay, I have never seen
like,
this
with like some all-rounders, right? Like Buzzwole, for example. Like you can get value elsewhere and just being like a crowd control demon and making it really bulky and basically having it be like a defender. But you know, when you think of Zacian, it doesn't have much crowd control. You like get some micro stuns with Sacred Sword. You get some like move cancellations with canceling the opponent's move with Play Rough. I don't know. We'll see what Scribblenaught does here, but they also don't have any auto-attacking items. They have a potion, so
okay.
I don't know. I got nothing. I honestly got maybe they want sports.
Yeah, maybe. Honestly, let them have it. Let them do it. I'm very interested, obviously, to see how that plays out. I don't think I've ever seen a Zacian with an EXP share. And I guess there was a first time for everything. And for ignorance's sake, I hope it works out for them because they surely want to force a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking some risks here. I mean, they've played with each other a lot, and I'm sure they trust each other's decision making. And who knows? I haven't API'd them, but maybe they've been running some EXP share Zacian in scrims or on the ladder. And I think one thing that's really interesting about Ignorance is, again, they played with each other for a long period of time. They're also one of the teams that I found very innovative in their own right, too. So we'll see. The end of 10 minutes, we'll come back together and talk about this Zacian. But if there's one thing this top lane has a lot of, it's some auto attack pressure between the Zacian and the Skibble.
And I guess even the Mewtwo on the opposite side for Broken Chopped. As Fennekin is getting bullied a little bit early. Soup Chef trying to hold the line, keep them protected. Good secures, though, for Broken Chopped here.
Yeah, 9 Aos energy for this Phantup, 7 for this Mewtwo Y. I think there's one thing in the early game is that there's a lot more EXP to be had on the field. Eject button coming out from Jupiter, forced back to their tier 1 goal zone. And be careful of this this little Gossip floor with that boosted auto. You can definitely get some slows, and here comes Re-Rob, maybe getting a KO streak of 2 for the team. There it is. Here comes the jungler. They have some sorted hands as well, but you have to be very careful. Nice KO streak of 2. Another jungler is going in for a 1v1.
1v1, and it is going to be this Serledge that comes out ahead at least a little bit, along with this Zacian coming for a little bit of reinforcements. That means Altaria family gobbled up completely by Ignorance, and that is the first fight. And so far for Ignorance, this EXP share Zacian, not too bad. They only died once.
Only died once. They unfortunately lost their Gibble, which I think is the more important loss in the top half. Not able to contest for any of the Altaria or Swablues that spawned at the 850 mark. And they do get a KO in the top path. The Eldegoss going down. Evolution for the Gibble into the Gabite as well. As we're taking a look in the bottom path here, just again poking around each other. 2 Pokemon that need a lot of EXP to get online.
Oh, and this is a flail Snorlax already putting in a ton of work, pushing this Trevenant all the way back to the goal zone, also stealing away some experience, capturing some wild Pokemon, and that is a massive one because now Delphox has hit level 6, but Snorlax still falling down.
Regidrago making its way onto the battlefield. One of the newest objectives for Theosky Ruins. Same thing for this Mega Evolution coming on the battlefield. Meowscarada able to get the capture on the Regidrago. You can see the Regidrago buff, the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Get faster scoring speed, but you still can't interrupt it. Gotta KO the enemy team to get these scores in, and really good defense here by Ignorance.
Snorlax as well as Zacian trying to defend as much as they can. Sarilege also grabbing a little bit of vision. 720 Altaria family is going to be the name of the game. Ignorance in position. Psystrike body blocked by Snorlax. But it's the Garchomp that is starting to pull ahead. But unfortunately for them, they go immediately down because 4 members of Broken Chop are pushing this T1 pad. Snorlax going to take a quick little rest to try to hold their health bar. Mewtwo Y holding down that A button. Snorlax almost getting to the Citrus Berry, but it buys enough time for the Sarilege to come to the top play.
Oh, here comes the Sarilege. Ooh, really nice double team to escape back through the clone. They still have that Regidrago buff that has just expired here. Again, that KO in the early game for this Gibble might come back to bite them. They're only at level 7. First objectives on the battlefield, and I think that is Rob starting to work on this bottom objective. It's going to be a Regieleki, and the southern part of the map is going to walk to this tier 1 goal zone pretty healthy on that goal zone as well. Here comes the capture, 38 on the goal zone, and here comes the push.
Snorlax going to push right back with the block. Unite move from Scyther is going to try to find the Delphox through the speed flux zone. Unable to chase them down, so Unite move a little bit wasted. But not all for naught, because Regieleki finds its home, breaks the T1 goal zone for Broken Chomped, and that is the first goal zone of this match that's broken. Reggie, I guess the top Reggie's still up in the top half.
6 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes have expired. One thing that is, at least something that I observed in the new Groudon Theosky Ruins, that these tier 1 goal zones, they go pretty quickly. Of course, the top tier goal zones are now 70 instead of 80 as it was before, but I feel like with all this new experience with the Regidrago in the center part of the map, the minute mark, I feel like there's just so much Eos energy to be collected and to be scored as well. Fight continuing to break out here. Trevenant at 50%. Here comes the Revenant Wren only finding the tree. No, that was the Eldegoss. Here comes the Fanciful Fireworks not finding anybody. A lot of Unite moves being expended here, but not a whole lot of value for either team.
I mean, well, Ignorance is down 2 Pokemon, losing Delphox and the Zacian. Garchomp finally uses their Unite move, but gets met by a brick wall, or like a brick forest. This Trevenant stops them right in their tracks. Sarilege, Garchomp also down. Now Broken Chopped, starting to chop through Ignorance, and they're also going to take this top Regirock.
Rock going to be really handy. Defense is boosted for 15% for the next 90 seconds as they continue on to the siege of the tier 1 goals. And really nice block to push them off. Here comes the Dragon Complex, KOing the tree, honing those claws. And here comes Ignorance going back the other way. A 4v2 push. Can they get this goal zone?
They're going to try to. Garchomp looking for a Dragon combo, but looking for some scores first. Some of the scores falling on in. Mewtwo Y going to help take out that Delphox. Cotton Cloud Crash going to try to prevent more scores from going in. They do. Mewtwo Y going down. Now Scyther able to slice through that Garchomp. Snorlax next on the slicing block, and it is Re-Rob that is pushing forward for Broken Chopped.
Becoming a tale of 2 cities in this top path. Zacian gonna say hello to the pirate ship as they're sent back to the doghouse. Nice Fanciful Fireworks in defense of their goal zone, and just like that, Broke and Chopped gonna disengage here back to parity. Regidrago once again enters the central area. Mewtwo Y coming up to the top path. Livid Outrage used for defense to escape, and Zacian once again back on the battlefield. It's a big fight in this top path. Both teams really trying to get advantage in this lane, maybe trying to get more scores in, or maybe just some more positioning for their team.
Now you have a score buff for this Scyther. Mewtwo Y Unite is going to try to stun some Pokemon out. Zacian going to scramble back to the Flux Zone. Scyther chasing them down. Trevenant holding the front line. It's Ceruledge that's able to take out the Eldegoss. Now this Delphox is starting to heat up. Double KO for the other Fire-type Pokemon, the Ceruledge. Meowscarada, meanwhile, on the bottom side, able to take that Regieleki. Zacian going to try to defend. Mewtwo Y, though, trying to defend this T1 Gold Zone Great Dragon combo. But the Psy Strike able to get away along with that teleport, and Ignorance finally able to break that T1.
Yeah, Siege happening on the other side, though. One thing that's also new for Theosky Ruins is in the bottom path, this Regieleki can appear. What I've also been noticing is that there's a lot more frontiers of battle on Groudon's Theosky Ruins. Often there's these split pushes, as we see right here. Fanciful Fireworks not really finding anyone there. They will have maybe enough time with some EXP to capture on the battlefield to get their Unite move back online. Scarf pressing on forward. Let's go ahead and take a look at the levels here really quickly. I think it's going to disengage once again. Level 14 on the Scyther. Trevenant going to be the first to fall in this top half. Disengaging is Broken and Chop. They do have the level lead, but of course, Speedsters, they do have a very shallow HP pool. One Pokemon that has still not connected with one of the most important Unite moves on their side of the field is this Ceruledge. I think if the Ceruledge lands a Unite move on either of these two Speedsters, you can expect them to go away.
2:10. 10 seconds until Groudon makes its appearance in the final stretch here in game number 2. Ignorance needs to win this one to stay in the winner side of the bracket. Broken Chop looking to send them down south for that lower side bracket. Positioning is the name of the game. Hovering the goal zones. Both of these teams know that it's a very close battle.
It is a mirrored match. Tier 1 goal zone for Ignorance in the top path. Broken and Chop have their Tier 1 in the bottom path. Double teams going in. Mewtwo potentially going back to the goal zone. Here comes Scarf, going to retreat back through their double team once again. They will get vision on the Garchomp, pulling them through with that Dragon Claw combo. Here comes the Psy Strike, and the fight starting to break out here. Here comes the Unite move from the Meowscarada. Can they find the Delphox? Retreating away they do. And the first to fall is the Delphox.
Oh, Ceruledge closely thereafter. It's Scyther coming out ahead there. Snorlax gonna try to chase them down. They do. Oh, man, but Scyther gets absolutely pulverized by the Zacian. Now, Eldegoss Cotton Cloud Crash to help regenerate this Mewtwo Y, who has found this Zacian. Great Horn Leech is gonna send Screwball back to the Pokemon Center. 1 minute remaining on this match, and Ignorance has found their way to Groudon. Snorlax starting to chip down. Garchomp trying to chip down, nearing halfway down. And it's going to be Trevenant that's going to push out this Garchomp very low. It's got the Fanciful Fireworks into the Ceruledge Unite move, and it's going to be Snorlax taking the Groudon.
Oh man, you have one of the nicest hollowers. I love seeing that track there, but I think unfortunately they were just a little too short on the Revenant Ren. Once again, not able to connect on a single enemy Pokemon. Also not able to connect on the Groudon in the central area. No damage on the Groudon from the Ceruledge, and that might be game here for Ignorance. Ignorance is able to get the secure there with the Snorlax. Luckily, they will force a game 3, but not the best look there for the team.
I mean, it gets the job done. Ignorance able to squeak by here in game number 2, and fantastic plays. Maybe, like you said, a little bit of a scuff secure, but it doesn't matter. It's a secure nevertheless. Soup Chef, I think it was a boosted auto from Flail that ended up getting that. Doesn't matter. It counts in the book.
All right, I guess so. I'll be nice. They did get 7 KOs. Highest KO on the team. Rerob responding with 10 knockouts of their own. And yeah, you know, with a team like Broken and Chop, they have so much damage between the 3 attackers on their side of the field. But again, shallow HP pools from the Scyther and the Meowscarada. Losing them, especially at the 1 minute mark, will basically force them to lose the rest of the game, or at least watch for the most of the rest of the game as the enemy team secures that in not the most lavish of ways.
I mean, I'm excited. I always love a good game 3 scenario, and Ignorance always loves to show up and show out. So I'm excited to see what they may bring to the table. Hey, Draku, we talked about it in the pre-show, or not the pre-show, but the pre-game of this game. EXP share Zacian, would it provide value? I'd say yes. Taking out the Scyther was absolutely pivotal in that moment.
I don't know if it was actually because it was an EXP share, but hey,
sure.
You know, It worked out, I guess.
It worked.
I don't know.
100% win rate, EXP shares Zacian. Book it. It's good. That's my hot take.
All right. EXP
100% win rate.
Well, okay. I don't even know what to commentate for this next game other than just don't lose your speedsters.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it was also a very risky push there. I think it was that Scarf on the Meowscarada pushing on forward. They were able to get the Delphox, but they were kind of jumping into the entirety of the enemy team. They got the Delphox, which in my opinion probably wasn't as valuable than losing your Meowscarada between the two Pokemon. They are carries on either side, but I feel like in that game in particular, both the Delphox not able to really connect on its Unite moves. The same thing with the Serral Edge, and it's hard to say if that was the best play to go for, but I feel like in terms of value, losing your Meowscarada is not the same as losing the enemy team's Delphox, in my opinion.
True, yeah. I mean, and Delphox got back up and provided a ton of value at that refight. Was able to throw that Unite move directly on Groudon, which in turn kept Broken Chop from entering in because they really had no way to get in, which, I don't know, maybe you didn't even need the Serral Edge Unite move. The great zoning from the Delphox allowed Snorlax. It was fully planned that way. I'm going to talk.
Okay.
We'll do an interview and we're going to determine that was fully planned.
Okay.
Number one,
has
ignorance
paid off
believer.
one of the casters, as I've
I'm on the payroll, guys.
Yeah, on the payroll, on the docket. All right, Ignor's still on our purple side, broke and chopped on our orange side. 1-1 bans going through, got a couple more seconds here. Very similar bans, a lot of speedsters heading on up there, and Ignorant's going to be banning out the Zacian for themselves this time. They're like, all right, so Scribblenaugh's cooking too much. I get to ban a Pokemon. We're going to be banning out the EXP share Zacian because who knows? Maybe there's some disputes there in the VC. We'll never know.
Why not? Yeah, why not? We take these. I do like this Trevenant pick. Not only are you grabbing a strong Pokemon in the current meta, but you're also taking it away from F8, who has been an absolute demon all night long on that Pokemon. So I'm not surprised seeing them take it away. And I think you may even still allow the Ignorance squad to pick up the Snorlax. And they do.
Yeah, really bulky start here for Ignorance. Let's see what they decide to go with. They go with Mewtwo X here. Yeah, I don't know. Mewtwo X has gotten some tune-ups, but I think its kit is just a little tough to manage on Thea Sky Ruins. Honestly, if there's an all-rounder that does pretty well with an EXP share, it's actually Mewtwo X.
Yeah.
Speaking of that.
Yeah, true. I mean, you could potentially take it here. Potentially. I don't know. I do like this Urshifu. I think we'll probably see another Water Bear. I think with not only the buffs that it received recently, but I think also maybe a factor in this is the fact that emblems are enabled. So potentially those the cooldown moveset is allowing teams to really, go for this Water Bear, which has not seen a ton of play lately.
Yeah. Get those black emblems.
Maybe.
They're so powerful. You remember
super powerful.
You remember when it was right when emblems dropped, black emblem cooldown was twice as much as it is now?
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was insane.
I think that's how it was. I think it was twice as much.
Yeah, it was pretty significant. Yeah, it was kind of broken. Look at this composition though for Ignorance. We're finally seeing the Talonflame after not really seeing it really all tournament.
Yeah, front to back, I really like this Ignorance squad. I think this is going to be a Solar Beam Venusaur, another ability set that was buffed as well. Talonflame just generally really good. The new Thea Sky Ruins with Groudon, it has a lot of mobility. I think this is a more score-oriented map, and Pokemon like Talonflame, like I was saying before, Dodrio just tend to shine really well. They have a lot of options too. They have really good Flip, they have really good Secure, Fly, Solar Beam, plus a Unite move from Venusaur, a couple of different options, ripping with that Garchomp. Front to back, I think Ignorance has definitely pulled out a really good team comp here.
I'm liking also Scarf on the Delphox. I don't know if I've ever seen Scarf run a Delphox. Normally you're seeing them in game number 1, they ran Serena. In game number 2, they ran Meowscarada. So they're trying to play all the different class Pokemon. So they're now playing that attacker. I have liked Delphox in this new buffed era that it's had, but I don't know. We'll see if Scarf's able to make this one work here for Broken Chopped.
I think one of the things that make attackers in particular kind of tough to play in this metagame is how fast the scaling is. Like, I feel like early game Pokemon just tend to dominate so well. That's why you see a lot of those speedsters being banned out. And your team needs to do really well. You need to baby the Delphox all the way to level 6 to get that evolution, and then further, I think it's to level 7 or level 8 when it gets flame charged to get that mobility, and even further to get the first plus ability at level 11. That's when you get the cooldown reduction with Mystical Fire. So you need a lot of tools for this Pokemon to get online, and when you're playing it in lane, it can sometimes be very difficult to out-secure the enemy team.
1-1-3 is the move here for Ignorance. So rewinding the clock back a couple of years to the remote stadium days, and might have a disconnect. Maybe that was not intentional. Jupiter, looks like we are probably gonna have a reset here. We'll probably go into blind pick just to have the same thing. This is something that we have seen from time to time, and unfortunately, outside of tournament mode, there's no pause functionality, so we will have to do a full reset and have teams pick again. Very unfortunate that Timmy has not added this into the tournament mode, so we just pause it instead.
Jupiter was just vibing. You see him?
Maybe. I thought the 1-1-3 was intentional.
It was interesting. I wonder if Jupiter they intended to play 1-1-3, because clearly the Gibble ran all the way to the bottom, was kind of there to contest the Bunnelby that spawned at the 9:45 mark, 9:40 mark, and then they were just vibing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm for it. I'm all for the vibes. Let them hang out. Let them do whatever they need to do. We are gonna go ahead, and I assume that this will, and it is. It looks like we are in a blind pick, so this will be the exact same Pokemon that were selected during the draft. So we'll make very quick work. Should all be the same. We'll do some checks and balances to make sure that is the case, but for all intents and purposes, looks like we're good.
Does blind pick also have like a different clock timer sound? I feel like this is a different sound that I'm hearing that's like ticking down. Maybe that's just.
It was definitely it was
like
definitely
a little higher pitch. Oh,
okay.
Thank you. Yeah, our production was like yelling at us. It's like, how come you guys don't know this? Are you guys ignorant? Like ignorance? Because you guys should know this by now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
kind of mean to say, Siobhan. I don't know why you would say that.
I can't believe you would say that to us.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know all the sounds of the game. I don't even know if Siobhan can actually hear us. Yeah.
Let's get into game number 3 of your winners semifinals. Ignorance on your purple side, Broken Chopped on your orange side. Taking this Bulbasaur along with the Trevenant down to the bottom path, along with the gray screen.
We're so back. All right, we're still back. Anyway, held the Gossip Central area conventional strategy, giving the Gossip floor that red buff. It's going to make this Gibble's life very difficult to contest some of these wild Pokemon. At least one thing that Ignorance has compared to the other Pokemon on the top path is they have really good secure with that tackle. On this bottom path, though, we got Mewtwo Y and the Swinub. Fairly good in the early game. The Swinub have a lot of crowd control. Those auto attacks, boosted auto slows. You also have Ice Shard as well. Really good secure with tackle. I love Swinub in the middle part of this game. It's a stage 3 level 9 evolution defender. Typically has an EXP share, but it actually has a lot of value in the early game when it's not level 9.
I mean, it's already holding 19 Eos energy, so they're providing value with some last hits, or at least allowing the team to provide some value. And now with the Urshifu putting a little bit of pressure on the Pokemon on the bottom path, it's a massive score, 35 points reign in for Broken Chop. But not only that, but they have great positioning for this Altaria family, and they've pretty much zoned this team completely out.
Yeah, Water Urshifu surging strikes. The opposite happens on the other side of the map, as to be expected. I mean, it is unfortunately a Gossip floor. It has really good auto attacks, but when you're sitting next to a Breaksin or a forgetting the name of what's the early game Pokemon for Delphox? I'm forgetting it. Yeah, Fennekin in the early game is just not very good at holding out. I didn't play that generation, okay?
How dare you?
Do you play Delphox?
Cute. Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll have to see about that one. Maybe after this game, we'll just stop the broadcast. Me and Kyle will play a ranked game to see if Kyle can play some Delphox.
Play is a strong word. I can use Delphox.
Yeah, I play basketball. Am I good at it? Probably
No.
not.
No. Urshifu KOing Snorlax in the central area. Looking for an invade, but Regidrago on the menu. Talonflame getting chunked down by this Mewtwo Y. Regidrago very low on HP, looking for a fly. Talonflame gets it, but they lose their life in the process.
Yeah, it's different than the Groudon buff. You cannot transfer the Regidrago buff from one Pokemon to the next. Mega Mewtwo Y with the Mewtwo Unite Y Stone going in full drive here in this bottom pass. Scribble not the first to fall. Soup Chef might be the next one to get cooked here. Pirate King, unfortunately, does not have level 7, so just unable to get anything going. Just Sludge Bomb to defend their goal zone. This goal zone is fragmented. 6 points on the goal zone, and Broken and Chopped, they will devote everything to this bottom path. Level 9 on the Urshifu has the Ebon Fist Unite move ready to go.
Man, it was very close for this Delphox going down. I think it was the Garchomp that tried to pick it up, but the score went right in, allowing Breaks into evolve to Delphox, and now Regirock going to be the basement Reggie, and that is going to be Broken Chop going for it. Delphox with a great secure Talonflame Flame Sweep, all for naught. Mewtwo Y sending them an express lane back to the Pokemon Center. Now a T1 goal zone push. Trevenant just trying to hold the front line, but a 38-point overcap for Broken Chopped.
Yeah, no fly zone for the Talonflame. And actually, Broken and Chop did a really good thing there. They kind of stopped on their approach for the bottom objective, waited for the fly to come down, and then got the secure after that. We have a Garchomp on the field, breaking that tier 1 goal zone. Will remove the path for the Regieleki to go all the way to the tier 2. They got a couple of Unite moves to use here. Actually, just the one Garchomp Unite move. Not as strong, but if they get maybe one more Unite move online, they can make a push. It looks like they are pivoting down towards the central area and down to the bottom path. Urshifu getting a lot of vision for the team. They will recognize all members of Ignorance moving down to the tier 1.
Urshifu's gonna try to retreat. Big Solar Beam follow-up into the block. It's Urshifu getting pushed to the brink, and Talonflame closing them out. Ignorance finally knocking on the door of this T1 goal zone. Knock, knock, who's there? Goal zone broken. Ignorance finally back in the game.
95 to 118 as we head through the middle portion of the game. As we take a look at the field state, level 11 for our Talonflame. I'm kind of surprised to see this Pokemon at the highest level on the field. Broken and Chopped, able to get a couple of KOs on this Talonflame. And again, a lot of points in this bottom path, especially if they were to break that tier 1 goal zone with a nice overcap. This might be a 100-point game if this Talonflame can get some scores in on the tier 2. Broken and Chopped doing a really good job at holding the line here, but here comes the fanciful fireworks.
Oh, they're going to try to follow up some damage. Garchomp going to be the one that goes down, but Verdant Anger able to take down Eldegoss, and I believe there's a Sludge Bomb that takes out the Delphox, so return fire from Ignorance the other way. Halfway through, Mewtwo Y now sets their sights on this Trevenant, but it's the Trevenant that's pushing back onto the Mamoswine. Going to pop their Unite move and follow up damage from this Solar Beam, and F8, expressway trip back to the Pokemon Center. Registeel, though, earned from Broken Chopped.
Yeah, one thing that we didn't mention just yet, the Solar Beam Venusaur, we kind of expected that to come out on the battlefield with the eject button in draft, but there's not really anything on the side of Broken and Chopped that can really contest the Venusaurs. Nothing at range. I mean, there are ranged Pokemon, but for the most part, Mewtwo Y, Delphox are short to middle range attackers, where at least this Venusaur is shooting out Solar Beams and that Unite move from range. Able to connect with the Eldegoss. They should be feeling very safe. They got a double defender plus this Garchomp. Snorlax the first to go down, but they have a goal zone to go with. Oh, really nice eject button with the Earthquake. Finds the Venusaur, and here comes Broken and Chopped.
There's a fly from Talonflame. However, it's going to land into enemy territories. Urshifu earning a 4-piece KO. And now this goal zone threatened, broken down, and Broken Chopped, making their way to the top path. And it's a Regieleki going to be earned from them after that big team fight.
Well, we just got our answer. Draku, who's going to get to the Solar Beam Venusaur? It's going to be an eject button, Earthquake, Earthquake Mamoswine. You can see that Ice Fang there. It's almost like a slow beam in terms of the crowd control. It's an ability that's hard to hit. It's not a point and click like slow beam, but if you're able to land that Pokemon, you can crowd control them for a long period of time. Mamoswine getting iced out here in the central area. And it's about at parity at this point. 1 minute before the final stretch, 259, 191. Ignorance still holding on to their lead, both in score and in levels. 1 minute before the final stretch. Again, Pokemon to watch here. That Venusaur is going to be a huge threat for Broke and Chopped. Can this Mamoswine get another pick like they did before? We'll just have to see and wait.
We'll also have to see if this Venusaur is able to get that level 13. I imagine they will, but they'll have to probably grab some wild Pokemon, maybe a blue buff to get there, and as I say that, that's exactly what they do. However, Registeel for Broken Chopped here with full positioning. I think Venusaur was thinking about maybe throwing a beam down there, but instead, they're going to go for maybe some positioning. But Broken Chopped going to have a massive buff here for the Rayquaza, for the Groudon.
I think there's a score shield on Scribblenaught. They were on the tier 2 goal zone for a little while. I'm guessing the Eldegoss was auto-attacking them. They were able to potentially go for a score, but the score shield is broken. 259, 191. Both Pokemon on either side starting to gather around the Cave of Origin. Nice Solar Beam finds the Water Urshifu in the tall grass. Smaller tall grass now. Here's the Mamoswine. They are going for the Venusaur, but no one to follow up here. Forced to use their Mammoth Mash. Here comes the Solar Beam followed by the Delphox. Can they get the Garchomp forcing out the eject button? But that was all of the resources to get this Venusaur, and I don't know if they have anything else to do so now.
Talonflame, Flame Sweep, mostly to escape. Venusaur, Solar Beam into the back line. Now they're going to try to get on top, but oh man, Delphox able to ambush this Talonflame. Another Solar Beam, however, getting suspended and getting topped off from the Eldegoss is the entire squad of Broken Chopped. Garchomp looking for a way in. Urshifu going to find them. Mewtwo Y though, going to stun them with the Psy Strike from the sky. Garchomp in the back line. Oh, unfortunately, they're going down at the hands of the Delphox.
All right, Groudon stamping their feet. Earthquake, Tremors, as Ignorance needs to find a footing here. Groudon at 25% HP, but take a look at the HP bars on the right side of your screen. Here comes the fly into the air just a little bit too early, and it goes over to Ignorance. They only have 2 shields, though. I don't think they've stolen any shields, but nonetheless, maybe the Talonflame get the score off. No, the Eldegoss will be there, and a shield still remaining on Ignorance, but can the Urshifu get it here? Can a bear beat a bear? And no, the Snorlax gets the knockout.
Just as we planned, Snorlax 2 straight games with the secure on the Groudon. Oh, the score shield along with the Groudon buff. That's an instant score there. And Ignorance. There is the white flag. There's the GG's. Ignorance moving on to the winners finals.
Broken and Chopped, I'm sure, might be their feeling from watching a Snorlax score quite literally in their face. And well, Groudon Shield may not have an integrated score shield like Rayquaza had, but you don't need that if you have a score shield of your own. And that's exactly why you run score shield on some of these bulkier defenders. Even when you can get the Groudon shield, you can get those instant scores in by help with the score shield.
I mean, I think Husky and I actually talked about the score shield maybe pivot going into the pre-show and how I feel like it's a pretty strong item at this point. I mean, maybe it's not, the full-fledged item where you run it on everything like we did like 4 years ago, but especially when you pair it with that Groudon buff, it can be really strong, and especially Pokemon that have high HP pools or Pokemon that you just want to provide a little bit of map pressure. And I think Snorlax fits one of those very well, and hey, it worked out for them. Not only that, it wasn't missing the damage, obviously. It was able to secure that objective right at the right time for Ignorance.
Pretty high damage on the side of Broken and Chopped. To be expected, though, had to get through 2 walls and a dragon, a very bulky dragon, who happened to take even more damage than the damage it dealt. Looking at Jupiter's Garchomp, 50k, taken 48,000 damage dealt. Scarf and Rerob, unfortunately, highest damage in the game. We'll have to watch the remainder of the tournament, at least from the loser side of the bracket. They're not out of the tournament, but of course they'd rather be on the upper side, where it is still best of 3s, 30 minutes, and we'll be at threat level midnight.
Yeah, insane work here for Ignorance. After game 1, I was a little concerned, but I never doubted them 1 second. They're exactly who we know they are. They're resilient. They play some funky Pokemon. They played that EXP share Zacian. They buckled down this one, though. Played something pretty straightforward, but they played it really well. They had a pretty big lead going into the Groudon fight, and they're able to secure the Groudon, and there was no worry at all. They're moving on. And looking at the bracket, it looks like they're going to be playing against Project Mbappe, who was the winner of Underdunk 59 last week, the first Groudon tournament. So maybe a little bit of run back here. Project Mbappe looking to be back-to-back champions.
Pokemon number 60. What is that, Kyle?
Poliwag.
Poliwag. So potentially getting both the Arcanine and Poliwag trophies that Kyle is going to be giving them. Is Project Mbappe making their way to the winners final? I see Kyle looking very disappointed at that comment. Right, Kyle? You got them all ordered and everything?
Yeah. It's a Discord thing. Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Alrighty, y'all.
Get a little icon
we will be
there.
back very, very soon. Underdunk 60 with our winners final again. Project Mbappe versus Ignorance for your winners final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Wait, we didn't talk about who's bringing us in. I guess this
You
is
are now.
All right, we're bringing. Hello, guys.
turn.
Welcome back to. Yeah. Hello, y'all. Underdunk 60. Clearly, we are so ready. Shiv was like, all right, we're counting down 10, 9, 8. And he counted down from 15, actually. It was insane. But we are so back, and we are here for the winners finals. Project Mbappe well on their way from getting two tournament streak here in Underdunk, winner of 59 and potentially 60 to get even closer if they come out on top against Ignorance in the. Oh, look at that, we're already in the game. Yeah, let's just get the show going.
You know
Bina's
what?
like, let's go, come on.
Bina runs a tight ship, and I'm here for it. And honestly, I'm liking it. Project Mbappe currently, as we look through the bracket, they have not lost a map as of yet. So Ignorance looking to be the first ones to strike them down, at least. That is going to be the starting point in game one. Looking at the squad, though, I mean, Project Mbappe is the first time we're seeing them. Obviously, they have dropped Overlord today, or I think he might be an alternate, but instead of Overlord, it's going to be his LG counterpart of Kyrios.
Yeah, definitely different roles between the two. Rolling it down, most likely in the supporter position. Ducky is their defender. Celestial. Actually, no, who's playing top here? I think Celestial is probably playing top. Kratos in central. Kyrios in the bottom path. Oh boy. Kratos, Kyrios. Same team. A nightmare for casters. Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be absolutely awful. I'm also
Kratos,
thinking
Kyrios,
like Ducky.
Celestial.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Hey, at least they're not called Orange Team. I think that was probably some of the worst times in naming scheme history. Ignorance on our purple side, gonna lock in Buzzwole. I think one of my favorite favorite all-rounders to play. They have a rapid fire scarf as well. This could potentially be a Leech Life Buzzwole. I know Leech Life gets all the more powerful, a lot longer length of the crowd control if they're able to build up that beast boost gauge. Celestial, they do have an eject button, but I know them to be an E-Speed Lucario. We'll have to see towards the end of this draft if they remain a power-up punch Lucario.
Yeah, we'll absolutely see, but it's a kind of a comfort pick for Celestial, you know, all the way back to a couple of years ago. Ignorance, though, I mean, maybe a little bit of comfort of their own. I mean, Soup Chef, obviously a fantastic Mamoswine, Scribblenaught, no stranger to this Umbreon, but they are kind of lining this up very standard here. It's kind of very unlike Ignorance, who likes to play a lot of very different things, and Kratos rounding out Project Mbappe with something that I thought we'd see more of tonight, of that Dodrio.
Yeah, one of Kratos' aces in that Dodrio. I can't really tell who I like in this team composition. Like, I do really like the mobility that Project Mbappe has, but I just don't know if they have enough damage to really break through double defender plus Buzzwole. This is a very, very similar composition to the last game. Instead of this Buzzwole, it was that Garchomp, but in my opinion, they kind of act very similar. Both of them have a lot of crowd control. They stay on the battlefield for a long period of time. For Garchomp, it's lifesteal. For Buzzwole, if it's Leech Life, it's lifesteal, but if it's the other abilities, it's shielding.
Yeah.
Right, so very similar niches for Ignorance here, and I just don't know if Project Mbappe, if they are at level parity with their enemy team, if they're able to break this line for Ignorance.
We're gonna find out. I mean, this has got to be one of the teams that I imagine that I'm not sure if this is going to be the final roster of whatever we see with the leagues, but I gotta imagine that it's probably up there, or at least maybe some form of this, maybe some of these players sticking around playing together, who knows. But I mean, they looked honestly fantastic last tournament. Not really, I think they only lost maybe one map all day. I think it was against G. They haven't lost a single map today. We'll see if they're able to continue this power forward in game number one of your winners finals. Ducky on the Crustle along with Kyrios on that Delphox going down to the bottom path.
telling when a team this early on, and the season doesn't really start until December, quite literally, and you can see this at least 4 out of 5 of these players for Project Mbappe sticking together. So, like you were saying, just piggyback off of that, might be a team to look out for the next UCS season coming up in a couple of months. In this bottom path, we once again have a Fennekin against this Mew, and this Mew should be last-hitting a lot of the wild Pokemon, or at least between the two. And once again, Soup Chef doing a fantastic job having 9 points in that pocket.
Yeah, haven't been able to deposit really much of anything except for Ignorance, 2 points up in that top path. I think it was Umbreon that was stacking. Look at Jupiter, though, dangerously low on the HP, but here comes Kratos to the top path. Gonna look to attack the Talonflame, but they find the Umbreon instead. No KOs found just yet.
A little EV Umbreon. It does have a lot of HP relative to the other EVs. Can actually hang out in some of these smaller engagements. Speedster in the top path. Unfortunately, one has only one head and one evolution, whereas the other has found its second tier evolution and final evolution. Buzzwole able to get an opening KO in the top path and also unlocking level 5 superpower or leech life available to them.
Umbreon still an EV, gonna continue to put a little bit of pressure on this Hoopa, try to get their 7 points in. They do. That should earn them the evolution. Umbreon gonna foul play, put that Lucario and that Hoopa into a little bit of danger. Buzzwole hiding in the tall grass, looking for a way in. They finally reveal themselves, and they're gonna go ahead and attack that Hoopa. Nice little stun there from the ambush, and Lucario ends up taking the Buzzwole.
Yeah, nice job there by Lucario. Celestial able to get level 6, getting those resets with E-Speed. I think they did end up changing their battle item in the last final preparation phase to a full heal. When Ignorance starts to scale, though, there is a lot of crowd control on this team. You got Buzzwole, all of its abilities crowd control. Mamoswine you have to deal with. Umbreon you have to deal with. Talonflame, Fly level 13 also you got to deal with. So Celestial got to get some levels here because I don't know if they're going to be able to KO them in the end game. As we saw in this fight here, the fight going in the way of Project Mbappe, Kratos at level 8, 30 seconds before the first objective on the field.
I also like that eject button from Kyrios on the Delphox, just to dodge that Piloswine, make sure that they don't go down in that moment. This is something you also have to worry about if your Ignorance is this Lucario is going to be able to mad dash away with these extreme speeds, so your Buzzwole is going to have to hit these cooldowns and stun out Celestial.
They have only one full heal to use, and one of the longest battle item cooldowns is that full heals cooldown, so you gotta be very selective. There's a lot of crowd control, like I was saying, and the fight starting to break out with the Reggie Ice forming where it always has. Southern part of the map burned, Reggie Ice melted, and here comes Project Mbappe. This tier 1 might be the next one to melt.
Great Ice Fang there into the Mucid Auto, Electro Ball combo. However, Kratos putting a ton of pressure with that Dodrio scoring speed, able to put in at least a little bit of points. Piloswine trying to hold the door, but Ducky doing a great job of frontlining. Umbreon trying to put a little bit of vision on the squad, but unable to really make any headway either way.
If there's one thing that Project Mbappe has over Ignorance is they definitely have a lot of mobility. This is going to be a Flame Charge, Mystical Fire, Delphox as well. Lots of dashes. Dodrio, naturally a very fast and speedy Pokemon with that Speed Flux gauge. And Ignorance, they will need to hit their cooldowns. Like you were saying before, if they're not point and click abilities, here comes the Midnight Prance. And it looks like the Lucario able to pull that one away. Capture going over to Project Mbappe and Regieleki to the tier 1.
And Talonflame gonna try to take this off the map as fast as possible, as well as this Buzzwole, but Delphox has something to say about it. They throw down that fanciful fireworks right in the path. Mew forced to using Unite. Regieleki knocking on the doorstep, looking to go on in. Umbreon with the defense, but on the other side, Project Mbappe finding multiple KOs, and Regieleki trying to make its way. Umbreon, one final stand. Buzzwole, it has bought enough time for Buzzwole to come in. There's the Unite move. They take out the Delphox. They're looking to take out more, but unfortunately, that's all they get. Great hyperspace hole from Hoopa.
Hooper's going to reset a couple of members, and here comes Celestial now at full HP. Another hyperspace portal. Solar Beam, just not enough damage, followed by that. I think it was Aerial Ace that I saw there. It could be a Flame Charge as well. We'll see that in just a second. But a fairly low-scoring game. There's that close battle notification at the halfway point of the game that these two teams are within 20 points. And as you can see in the score, it definitely is. If you take a look at the field state, level 12 on Kratos, highest on the battlefield by 2. Celestial seeing the Umbreon in the bottom path, and a Registeel has formed in the bottom path.
Jupiter going to put a little bit of pressure on Registeel. Delphox going to be the first to fall. Hoopa bringing the team in with the rings unbound, but Dodrio is going to fall. There's the fly from the Talonflame waiting it out, but it is going to be the Mew that takes it for Ignorance. That's a big team win. Umbreon on the backside scoring 40. Lucario on the other side scoring 40. Now the T1 on the bottom side also trying to go on in. Ducky holding the front door. There's the Rubble Rouser for the defense. Now Talonflame is going through the speed flux zone. Going to pop a fly to avoid a lot of the damage. Go to eject button. Oh, unfortunate. X-Scissor unable to connect on the Talonflame.
Yeah, Hoopa Portal gonna reset just the Hoopa. Here comes Ducky though. X-Scissor finds a KO there. Delphox getting awarded that one. Gets the CC, more importantly, fly up into the air. Can they find Kyrios? They do. Unfortunately, they will trade their life for Mew into the Phantom Unite move. Unfortunately, Pyro King is not gonna find the piece there. They will find one piece, and that is gonna be at the bottom of the ocean.
Nice overcap, great math, also great patience for, I think it's Kratos on the Dodrio. I'm always going to get these two mixed up. Kratios is what Bits says. To kind of stall the scoring to try to maximize the caps because they were holding too many points. I think they left it at like 7 points and then a 40 cap, so a massive overcap for Project Mbappe on that T1.
91, 134, a late midnight prance. I don't know what they're really trying to accomplish here, pushing on to the tier 1 goal zone. Maybe trying to get a KO on the Hoopa. No, the portal is there to reset. Maybe just taking up time. I mean, take a look on the minimap. Nice observing there, able to break the tier 2 goal zone, also giving them the lead by 11 points to be exact. Buzzwole going to be forced to deal with the Regieleki on the tier 2 and Project Mbappe. They will see themselves down here at the final stretch if no more points go in. For honestly, Ignorance in a really good position. They've broken all of the top path. If they need to get scores in, they have easy access to the bottom path tier 1 goal zone. If you're Ignorance, this is exactly where I want to be.
And Reggie Ice is the basement Reggie that hits the map. It will give some HP recovery to Project Mbappe. Maybe not the Registeel that they wanted, but still experience nevertheless. 15 seconds until Groudon. Only 11 points separate these two teams.
Look at the Umbreon. They're way in the back of enemy lines. Talonflame in the top left L bush. The rest of the team in their central area. Scribble not got to be very careful. Talonflame still in that tall grass. Don't think they know the Talonflame is just there. Has not revealed themselves just yet. And a huge pivot down to the bottom path. Nice X-Scissor by Ducky. Buzzwole's going to use that smackdown to push them away, but directly into the Mamoswine. Defenders going in for a 1v1. Dogs in the central area. Really nice foul play there. Picks them up. It's Soup Chef. Can they find Kyrios? They don't. Fly into the air, and the reset once again by Roland. No! Really nice Umbreon foul play into the Unite move is going to force a team fight to go on.
There's the Rubble Rouser into the Buzzwole. Buzzwole going back to the Pokemon Center thanks to the Dodrio. Now Project Mbappe has the pressure on. Scores going in. That will give them the lead. A very small lead, but a lead nevertheless. 15 seconds until the 1 minute mark. And now a Musidauto going to connect on Ducky as Ducky retreats back towards the side. Still a little bit of a fight over this Umbreon. Celestial is going to find a couple of E-Speeds. Not only that, but they're going to find a couple of KOs. Multiple being found. Now 2 Pokemon still down for Ignorance. Dodrio with a massive KO timer, though. Lucario finds the Mamoswine. Still only 2 Pokemon up for Ignorance.
Groudon still at full HP. I think both teams have just now went into a scoring race here. Goopiter is going to try to find some scores, but will find all of Project Mbappe. Kratos is still going to have to watch his team for the next 10 seconds. Talonflame has a pretty full pocket. This is a really interesting position here. I mean, you have a tier 1 gold zone to work with, but unfortunately, your DPS is not on the battlefield. They will be down and not able to make it in time. They literally need just 11 points to win the game, but unfortunately, they just do not have enough time, and their pockets are too full. Celestial is going to put the writing on the door, score 100 points on the tier 2. Project Mbappe, 1 game away from another Grand Finals appearance.
Again, this is what we talked about, right? Like how dynamic this objective of Groudon is in the new map. And sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't. And Project Mbappe realized, well, let's just go ahead, score, and hold on for dear life, because that's all they needed to do, and that's what they did to perfection. They held their goal zones. I loved the Hoopa pick from Roland. It had a ton of value, not only resetting the team, but it also allowed them to kind of hold those goal zones at the final stretch and allow team to, you know, go back and forth between the home and then that T1. So they had full vision. They knew exactly where Ignorance was setting up, and that also set up Celestial for that cheeky 100-point cap in that T2.
Project Mbappe's team, again, really interesting. They don't really do well in a full 5-on-5 engagement. Again, they don't really have that much damage, especially when they're not playing Drill Peck on the Dodrio to go for a full team fight with double defenders, plus that Buzzwole. It's really difficult. But one thing that, you know, they use their weakness to the advantage, and they kind of picked apart Ignorance slowly, picked off each Pokemon, and it forced them to go and to make these, you know, drastic plays like sending the Buzzwole by themselves to tier 1, and obviously they can take down just a singular Pokemon. And they used their kind of spread out maneuver for Project Mbappe to slowly whittle away Ignorance. That's exactly what you're supposed to do with a team like this.
Yeah, they worked it quite well. No complaints from me. Maybe some complaints from Ignorance, who just couldn't find a way to sneak through a couple of scores there at the end. And I was actually really surprised too. Like at the beginning of the fight, I think it was Buzzwole that got kind of caught out of position and somehow, some way was able to punch away a couple of Pokemon. I guess it was Smackdown away a couple of Pokemon and ended up coming out ahead. But at that point, like, Ignorance lost a key portion of kind of their front line team fight, which enabled that kind of like 1-by-1 clipping of Ignorance's team.
You know what's really, it's kind of ironic in a sense, because like the former roster of Luminosity Gaming is most likely not staying together for the next season. I feel like the way that they played would do so well in this new map.
It really would.
They play a lot of high mobility Pokemon. I think about Overlord on like Zoroark or Lucario, or same thing with Trainer on Zoroark or Mimikyu or Leafeon, for example. Like, they play all these super highly mobile, highly technical Pokemon that I feel like do really well in this game type that we have for Thea Sky Ruins now. You know, with Project Mbappe, we kind of got glimpses of, you know, high mobility, high risk team compositions, and when you can play it to perfection, like I feel like Project Mbappe did there, you know, this is the type of gameplay that might shine on the new Thea Sky Ruins. And like I was saying, if there's a team that perfected that throughout the entire season, it was that Luminosity roster.
Yeah, it was very infrequent that you saw Luminosity down points going into Rayquaza. So yeah, I 1000% agree. I think they would have thrived in this, and I think a lot of the times, like, you saw them lose. It was maybe like an unfortunate flip that didn't go their way, or a team that maybe caught them out of position for a flip. And yeah, it wasn't very frequent occurring, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing here. Teams that win those early games are oftentimes coming out ahead, and it's kind of how it played. However, game number 2 here, Project Mbappe staying on your purple side as we start to see what these bans shake out to be.
A lot of speedsters.
I'll
say them.
I mean, speedsters.
I expect Talonflame to be pretty high in prio pick here. I mean, there is Zeraora, there's Gengar, for example, but you know, Talonflame is such a really strong Pokemon. You know, if you're potentially giving the other team Talonflame, you need to have some sort of answer to that Pokemon, because it's a very slippery Pokemon and it can get away with itself if they get some levels. I saw a glimpse of Galarian Rapidash there as well. That's a Pokemon that got some nerfs, especially in its early game. Have you seen any Rapidash today, Kyle?
I have not seen any of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we even see someone like Roland taking it. We saw Roland take it at the World Championship Series in more of a support, kind of disruptor type role, similar to something like a Sableye. But I think, honestly, like this Blissey pick that he's lining up would be honestly fantastic. I think Armarouge is also a great Pokemon. We saw it work very well at NAIC. Maybe it'll do a lesser extent at Worlds. And so far, so good for Project Mbappe.
Kratos still has Talonflame to pick here unless Ignorance takes it for themselves. I do really like this Delphox pick, especially with the bulk that this pod has. The first three Pokemon, Armarouge, Suicune, Blissey. The Fanciful Fireworks doing really well to stop or slow the healing from some of these Pokemon. Celestial going into the, looks like Water Urshifu. And let's see what Kratos decides to go with here. Would love to see some of the all-rounders that were buffed. I'd love to see Palma. I don't know if Palma is Palma available to play today?
It is available.
Love to see that Pokemon. Unfortunately, it runs into some of the issues that some of the other all-rounders have. It's a really slow scaling Pokemon. You really need level 5 and then further to level 7, and don't know if you want to give that Pokemon a central area look. But they're going to be pulling out the Zacian here, a Pokemon that was nerfed in the most recent balance patch. Clearly, teams are not afraid to still bring out this Pokemon.
Yeah, they're stealing it away from Ignorance, who probably was going to run an EXP share. Surely.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, okay. Protein Shake on the Venusaur is going to be that gutter pick. I actually really like Venusaur, even just a Venusaur here, to maybe do some long range damage against this Armarouge. But as I say that, there's been a little bit of a pivot to what Armarouge is running here, Draco. It looks like it might be an Armor Cannon.
Armor Cannon Armarouge. Honestly, that was my favorite moveset. I just don't really like Unga Bunga Armarouge in my opinion. It's like the same thing with like Venusaur too. You just kind of run Petal Dance and you just run at them. It's same thing with Armarouge and Fire Spin. You just activate the ability and you run at them.
I think it's kind of fun.
You just auto attack. Yeah, I mean, if you like being in like a mosh pit for like 30 seconds, 45 seconds, you just never get KO'd. You get CC to heck, and you can't move, but you're still doing damage because Fire Spin Petal Dance is moving around you and stuff. It's not my playstyle, but Armor Cannon's cool. I do like when the Pokemon signature ability is played more frequently. That might just be a bias of myself, but I mean, if a Pokemon has a signature ability, it should generally just be in the game. So, for example, like Ho-Oh, it should have had Sacred Fire to begin with, for example.
Cough, give us Revival Blessing, you cowards. Yeah. Give it to us. I think Revival Blessing could have been really cool, even if they wanted to keep it like a, an all-rounder kind of like melee type of play, where like maybe Revival Blessing, like if your teammate gets KO'd and then you KO your opponent with that move, it revives the KO'd Pokemon. Like, I think that could have been kind of a fun way to do it, but I don't know. I feel like it should have that kind of signature ability.
Yeah, and then we talk about Zacian that doesn't even have Behemoth Blade.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, Sovereign Sword. Is Sovereign Sword.
In the boss rush, it's called Behemoth Blade.
Yeah, it has Behemoth Blade. It's like a big rushing slash, essentially.
Yeah, they should have it. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Master program. Take those notes. Take notes.
Oh, yeah. Let me write that down.
Yeah, write that down.
Writing it down. Either way, 850 Altaria family, going to be a 3v3 in the top path. It looks like Ignorance does come out a little bit ahead, earning this evolution on the Crustal. Almost able to section off Celestial instead. Just maybe delay Roland from getting to Celestial.
Going back to a conversation of these team compositions, it's a very different look for Project Mbappe. It's a more conservative lineup, very bulky. You kind of expect, it's all these Pokemon, it's a very scary Death Ball or a Snowball, if you may, right? They don't really have the range unless this is an Armor Cannon. We haven't seen them just yet. We'll see it right here. Is it an Armor Cannon? It is an Armor Cannon. So, not the same brand. Mega Man is here.
All right, Eevee, still an Eevee, unfortunate for Ignorance, and kind of getting bullied by Project Mbappe, who has a couple of Pokemon nearing the level 8, or I guess level 8 Unite move for Blissey, level 9 Unite move for everybody else, or Shifu. in the middle area, able to take down Regidrago. Now is going to come up to the top path where they're going to try to take down a couple members of Ignorance.
And it's going to be a Solar Beam Venusaur, as to be expected. Celestial maybe getting a KO here on Scribblenauts. Going to try their best to try to X-Scissor the bear into the wall. Just not enough time, not enough HP. In the bottom path, we still have a Braixen. Unfortunately, it's under level relative to the Suicune, who has an EXP share on the other side. And Project Mbappe slowly inching ahead on lead, but it's to be expected. Pretty high scaling for Ignorance across the board.
And they're going to try to push on in towards this T1. Scribblenauts grabbing some vision. Going to section off the Zacian, keep them from being able to press on forward. And you have some firepower from this Venusaur. I guess maybe grass power. Solar power? I don't know.
Solar power. It is called Solar Beam.
It is called
renewable
yeah,
energy,
right.
okay?
Renewable energy. Solar Beam is going to take the Regieleki. Solar power, baby. Renewable. Green.
Yeah, renewable energy. Green plan in motion, pushing for Regieleki, also on renewables as well, as they're trying to inch on forward. Here comes a Flowing Fist, getting a KO streak of 2. Gonna push Scribblenauts directly into the wall, make that a KO streak of 3, and now flowing like a Russian river. Celestial, 40 points on the pocket, 21, unfortunately stopped there by the foul play. Defense, Umbreon doing real well.
Umbreon, a fantastic hold of this goal zone. No points yielded to Project Mbappe, who would have loved to have maybe chipped into that T1 goal zone. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to just yet. They've only broken that T1 on the bottom side. 4 members of Ignorance also hovering this, making sure this doesn't go down the bottom path. The Garchomp, along with a couple members, are scuffling over that pad, but here we have Crustle finding a nice little engage, and I don't know if we've talked about this, Drakey, but this is a Stealth Rock Crustle.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, when the Zacian is holding forward on the control stick, it might be a different question. But Scribblenauts doing their best. They're holding on, auto attacking to close that one out. And I'm personally a huge fan of Stealth Rock, especially when the other team doesn't have a whole lot of mobility. But I mean, with Project Mbappe, they have this Liquidation Water Strike Urshifu moving forward. I mean, same thing with the Zacian kind of holding forward on their thumbstick as well. It's hard to say. Maybe Stealth Rock might not be the play here. They're kind of struggling on crowd control, fanciful fireworks to defend their goal zone, but they've scored a lot of points. 5 points left in the goal zone. Another objective appearing on the field.
Yeah, so there's nothing in there. 65 points into the top path. Umbreon going to find this Urshifu, stun them with that Snarl, but Urshifu, great mobility, able to escape, get back to that speed flux zone. Umbreon once again going to rush into that front line. There's a Unite move from Venusaur, however, might have missed the mark on that Solar Beam. Frozen solid, Garchomp and Umbreon. Venusaur on the brink, the Flowing Fists are flying towards this green plant. Gonna find a KO. They're gonna look for this Umbreon, good shielding, however, Armor Cannon finding a 2-piece combo. Now it's time to close out T1.
Celestial coming in for a 35-point overcap. Nice zoning there by Ducky, forcing the Delphox back to the tier 2. This is a dangerous position here for Ignorance. Almost a 200-point lead. Might as well be for Project Mbappe, as we just eclipsed the halfway point of the game. Scoring from the Garchomp on the tier 1. All-rounder 1v1 looking like it as they peel back for the neutral farm. They're going to be forced to deal with this Regieleki, and that's going to give Project Mbappe the green light to push the tier 2 and potentially take all of the wild Pokemon away from Ignorance. Here comes Kratos walking down. Pirate King using that boosted auto to lock in. Kratos retreating back to the tier 2 goal zone. Enhanced variation of that Metal Claw. Here comes the fanciful fireworks, and forcing Kratos going down.
Yeah, good defense there from Ignorance. They hold on to that T2. Not only that, but they're going to turn that into a little bit of offense up there as well, allowing a little bit of a score. But this Registeel is going to be contested. Is Ignorance going to be able to take it? Oh, they do. It's Umbreon. I thought we might have a final hit there from Project Mbappe. Armarouge getting frozen solid. Or sorry, Armarouge helping the team push forward. And it's the Suicune that's freezing all of Ignorance forward.
Yeah, this is exactly the Pokemon that loves that EXP share. It's not a Pokemon that really does a whole lot of damage, but it has so many different stuns with its ice abilities. That Frozen Zone, Whirlpool itself even has crowd control. And Ignorance able to close in the lead just a little bit, scoring 100 points to bring the scoreline to 100 instead of 200.
1 minute before the final stretch, Groudon appearing, Kyrios being annoyed, pestered by Scribblenaught, the Altaria family in the central air. As we go into the final minute, Pokemon to watch here again, that Urshifu has been almost uncontested, almost able to find the Venusaur in the back line every single time. Maybe it's because this Crustle is only Stealth Rock and not X-Scissor. That might be the decision that cost them the game.
It's not looking good so far. 20 seconds until Groudon. Ignorance down by a little bit more than 70 points. It might be even more as Zacian is starting to rip through this Regieleki. Urshifu come for a little bit of reinforcements, making quick work of that. That's going to rush towards that T2. Ignorance, though, setting up the Groudon central area. The Magma Cavern, if you may.
A Magma Cavern. I like that one. That one's pretty good.
I think that's what it's called in like Mystery Dungeon or something. I can't remember what game it was.
There's a couple of different names. There's like the
went to
Cave
the
of Origin that I've been saying. There's the Magma Cavern that you just said here. There's also like the Terra Cave. I think that's pretty boring though. There we go. Fight breaking out. The first to fall is Celestial though. Take a look at that. That is that level 14. 30 seconds on the KO timer. This might be the fanciful fireworks. The Festival of Fire in the central area. Here comes the Unite move from the Venusaur, followed by that Solar Beam. Here comes the sun, and burning down is Ignorance here. Groudon brought down to 50%. Ignorance one away, and the harsh sunlight in favor of the droughted Venusaur gets the capture.
Oh man, Urshifu going down in that moment might have been the losing play here for Project Mbappe. Ignorance able to secure the lead, 330-203, but as we know, the game's not over yet. Celestial, level 14, if they get a KO, that will earn them a shield, which could be very pivotal here. They're on hot pursuit for Umbreon. Umbreon pops that X speed, gets to safety just in time.
Look at the Crustle, trying to go for a score on the tier 1. They may be collapsed though. Yeah, they do have a Groudon shield, and once again, if you are able to KO the Pokemon with that shield, you can steal the Groudon buff. Take a look underneath Celestial, the buff transferring over to them. Umbreon going for a huge, wide-sweeping rotation to the tier 3 goals of potentially getting a score.
Oh, Unite move cancel from Delphox. That's going to allow at least some scores to go on in. 100 points. That's not going to do it. 7 points separate the two. But Umbreon on the backside gets a nice 100-point dunk. Urshifu, the one with the shield, the one with the buffs. They go down. Project Mbappe starting to crumble. Ignorance going to take game number 2.
And backs against the wall. Ignorance able to come back to force it is a game 3, right? Forcing game 3, right?
Yeah. It already said the 1 on there, so I got confused.
I also got confused as well. And we're so back. Look at that. We're in vision. Hello. Okay, we're out of here again. Okay. All right, and we're taking a look at the stats again. So we are going to be going to a game 3.
Yes. Okay.
Ignorance, both times on broadcast, being down 1-0, able to bring it together to force a game 3. Now, can they take another game off of Project Mbappe? It's going to be tough to do. That is, I believe, the first loss for Project Mbappe. If we take a look at the bracket, it is Ignorance. Might be able to hand them their second one if they can.
Yeah, I got confused because the 1 was already counted. So I think we might have pulled the trigger a little bit early. Maybe it was right on time, but it did confuse me. So either way, we have a tie series now. 1-1 winner going to be going to your grand finals. Loser going to be going down to that lower final to take on I'm About to Blush, which for I believe it would be who played them earlier. I guess no team. Neither one of these teams have played them today. I believe they went down to Broken Chop, but it's gonna be a good one for game 3. And what preservation? I don't know. Perseverance, that's the word I'm looking for. It's late here.
Perseveration.
From Ignorance. Preservation.
Prehistoric.
Venusaur. Yeah. Venusaurations.
You know, imagine if like, now this is just me just theory crafting here. What if they introduced weather mechanics into the game by way of Groudon?
Ooh, that would be cool.
Yeah, I was
would be
playing
cool.
off of that in a little bit because like Groudon plus Venusaur has always been such a broken combo. You know, Drow bringing in
true,
the
yeah.
harsh sunlight, Solar Beam, not having to take 2 turns to activate it, but also Venusaur gets 2 times speed with Chlorophyll. It's just a really good pairing there, and maybe that's why they buff Venusaur. They're like Groudon's on the field. There has to be a Venusaur on either side because the pairing is just a match made in heaven.
You know, chlorophyll, more like borophyll. Am I right?
Yeah, that one. All right, we're gonna go to next on that. All right, we're in.
Going to next. Your turn. No, you go now.
Yeah, that was. I'm gonna have to. Hey, production, can we take a timeout? Can we pause for the casters?
Yeah, just kick me out. Kick me out. Send me to jail for that one. Also, another thing that pairs well with Groudon, Xerneas. Are we gonna get Xerneas ever in this game? I think that would be insane.
Wait, why does Xerneas pair well with Groudon?
Because in VGC, just like not only the typing, but also just it counters like everything that would counter Xerneas. So, and then Xerneas counters everything that counters Groudon. It's a good synergy.
This guy is getting too deep into the weeds here with these pairings. Like Groudon and Venusaur is like such an easy like combo. It's just like spaghetti and meatballs, you know.
Peanut butter and bananas.
I mean that's pretty good too. You're trying to go into like peanut butter and chicken wings.
Don't knock it till you rock it, Draku. I actually feel like a good peanut sauce could be really good on chicken wings.
Yeah, I feel like a good like a Vietnamese seasoned chicken wing with a peanut sauce. Oh hell yeah.
Man. Okay, so what you're saying is we're cooking.
Yeah, we are cooking. Soup Chef is in the house. He is in the caster's booth right now.
Look at this.
They are playing. They are cooking with a little bit of the Rapidash, some
a little bit of spice.
Some sugar and spice, and some, you know, it's basically Powder Puff Girls. Look at this one.
You say Powder Puff Girls?
Yeah,
it's Power Puff Girls.
Powder Puff Girls.
No,
You're a Powder Puff.
No, I don't think that's what it is.
That is a saying.
It's the power. It's not the Powder Puff Girls.
Why would you call it Powder? It's Power Puff, Kyle. Come on.
I'm not the one that said powder.
You said it. Check the VODs. Check the VODs. Yeah. Roll the clip. Roll the clip.
Mods, get this, man.
Yeah,
Protein shake on the Greninja. You talked about the Greninja. You talked at me about the Greninja earlier. Talk about your turn. Greninja.
Yeah. It's Ash's Greninja, so of course it's doing well. I mean, like, I was theory crafting ADCs a little bit. Like, it's weird because like Mewtwo Y isn't doing as good as Mewtwo Cinderace. And like my theory craft is that because this new style of Theia Sky Ruins has a lot more smaller skirmishes, and sometimes even like 2v2 duels or maybe like 3v2 duels, like these ADCs do a lot better in those smaller type of team fights versus like they need to be careful of the other 5 Pokemon that are trying to jump on them in larger scale engagements, you know. That's at least my theory craft of it. I know there's a little bit more experience with with the Regidrago at the 8-minute mark, so they can potentially getting level 7 like in the early game is fairly easy in my opinion. Like even before Regidrago appears on the field, like you can get a lot of wild Pokemon by taking the wild Natus that spawn at the 9-minute mark and then rotating up to one of the lanes, and you can easily get level 5 and plus some more. So that's at least my reasoning. If it is, then cool.
Yeah, there's quite a few opportunities to get experience. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's maybe a combination of everything. But either way, game number 3. This is game number 3. Project Mbappe on your purple side, Ignorance on your orange side once again. Not only that, Draku, but we are going to see this Delphox head to the bottom path once again.
Yeah, and we saw it previously. Unfortunately, this is not the best last hitting lane for Ignorance. We have been seeing a lot of teams running Delphox in lane. It doesn't have the best level 5 evolution. I mean, neither does Frogadier. So this early game is going to be somewhat cope for Ignorance, not going to lie. But they are, getting some last hits here. Looks like the point lead is over on the right side. The Mewtwo Y is able to get that one. Here comes the Fletchinder. Acrobatics ready to go.
Ooh, they're going to dive directly
Nice.
on that Eevee, take them out to the Pokemon Center. Points drop on in, 38 to be exact, down here in the bottom path. Meanwhile, in the top path, Ignorance getting the best of Project Mbappe, forcing this Torchic all the way back to the Speed Flux.
It does have a safety helmet, or a safety band at least.
Yeah.
You might need a safety helmet, especially with a Fletchinder. Oh, a really nice
good
push
push.
there. I think that was, who was that? It was the Gabite.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the Torchic gets the last lap. Still has that safety helmet. I think that's the reason why they stayed alive.
Ooh, Galarian Rapidash, still a Galarian Ponyta going down, unfortunately, for Ignorance. However, it's not the biggest deal at holding an EXP share, so not a huge level. But 27 points going on in for this Combusken. Maybe a little bit bigger of a deal here, because you do not want that thing to scale.
Oh, yeah, Bulldoze able to get that last hit there for that Bunnelby. Still sitting at level 6. Need one more level, some more wild Pokemon. There's my favorite Natu trio spawning at the 8-10 marker. So here comes Regidrago spawning in the central area. Talonflame on the field, and unfortunately, we still have a tiny little pony. Ponyta still level locked at level 4.
And Soup Chef gonna try to save this pony. Unfortunately, that horse has left the stable. Talonflame, though, able to just barely escape, and Greninja getting the best of that Crustle. Regidrago now the play for both of these teams. Mewtwo Y gonna Side Strike onto the Umbreon, just barely able to survive. Greninja looking for it, but it's Delphox that gets that buff.
Yeah, nice burst there between Protein Shake and Pirate King. We finally do have a level 5 Brave Bird, just missing Shy nonetheless. Flooded Zone, so difficult to deal with, especially when it's frozen. Spinning around, here comes the Brave Bird once again into a pile of birds. There's a lot of resets for that Aerial Ace, and Kratos waiting in the wings. Can they find the wind? Looking here for an engage. Got to be very careful, especially with their Crustle going down first.
And the front line has been taken out for Project Mbappe. So Ignorance now in full position. Regirock, the Reggie in the basement path, where you're going to see that one throughout. Psystrike going to connect on that Galarian Rapidash. Regirock still dangerously low. There's the Unite move from the Greninja. Going to find that Suicune. Try to send him back. Good X-Scissor, though, but better dodge from Protein Shake. Oh, the Brave Bird connects. Greninja now back to the Pokemon Center. Regirock getting dangerously low, and it's a double KO for this Talonflame, but Regirock is going to reset. Mewtwo Y, Psystrike takes out the Umbreon.
I think they have enough time to take this off of the battlefield. Bravest of birds is Kratos
Huge.
on their Talonflame. Especially when you're landing on both of the attackers, you're doing so much damage, but you're also resetting your Aerial Ace when you're auto-attacking, boosted auto. Here comes the rest of the team, though. Not happy to lose that objective. Livid Outrage in Temper. Jupiter is going to be forced back to the goal zone once again. Going to re-engage once again. Is frozen by this Suicune. 4 times super effective. And is it effective? It definitely is. Boosted auto with the secure. And Protein Shake starting to retreat back to their side of the field.
And they're going to try to retreat indeed. Mewtwo Y, though, has Mega Evolve. Going to try to hold down, but it is Delphox that is holding down the fort with that Unite move. Umbreon going to steal some of the shields from Project Mbappe. Now going to try to retreat. Ducky gets forced back towards the other side. Maybe the wrong side by that foul play from Soup Chef. Now the pressure is on, but Galarian Rapidash falls, so this fight is going to dissipate.
Again, both teams making haymakers in this bottom path. 151 to 72 got the Kanto number for Project Mbappe. Almost a 2 times lead, actually more than a 2 times lead compared to Ignorance as they head into the second half of the game. And, honestly, they should be losing this early game, especially when they have high-scaling Pokemon. Mewtwo Y using that double teleport. Curios has played so much of this Pokemon, probably one of the best Mewtwo Ys in all of North America.
Very much so. Now Talonflame gonna try to attack this Galarian Rapidash along with the Mewtwo Y. That's gonna be quick work. Halfway through the match, 151-72. Project Mbappe still in pretty good position here. However, this Greninja has started to scale level 12. We have a basement Reggie coming up here, and now Celestial grabbing vision as well.
Yeah, Protein Shake really starting to take hold of this game. Level 11, get faster auto attacks. Level 13, get all the plus abilities. And Reggie Steel forms in the bottom side of the map, and Celestial quick to start on that one. Protein Shake immediately going to the water shuriken burst, trying to burst this bubble. Maybe too late here. Suicune helps out with that one, able to get the secure on the Reggie Steel. Let's see what Project Mbappe decides to do here. Lots of damage coming in from the flooded zone. Once again, another fanciful fireworks. Crustle forced to use their Rubble Rouser. Really nice crowd control by Ducky. Forced on forward is Ducky as they're able to force the Delphox back to their tier 1 goal zone.
Project Mbappe earning themselves a Reggie Alecki in the top path, which will walk towards that T2 goal zone. Mewtwo also going to force a Unite move. That's going to stun a couple members of Ignorance, allowing for a couple of KOs. Brave Bird's going to try to salvage this fight as well. Gonna attack the Umbreon. Suicune gonna be the first to fall. Another Flame Sweep, another Unite move for Talonflame. Umbreon shields from the Snarl, not enough to survive and not enough to save this goal. Project Mbappe gonna be in full position here with 3 minutes remaining in the game.
Yeah, with that uppercut, 50 points from the Blaziken. 1 minute before the final stretch, and Project Mbappe is looking very much like they were in game number 2. Unfortunately for them, did not go in their favor. I think the biggest question is making sure Celestial is not lost right at the 2-minute mark as they were in the previous game. If they lose Celestial here, very similar, their team will start to fall apart. They do have 2 defenders on their side. You know, this weekend an all-rounder defender, this Crustle, but losing a level 14 and having them on a KO timer for such a long period of time might be the way Ignorance gets back into this game. They have a lot of crowd control, especially with this Garchomp and with this Galarian Rapidash. They can put them in that triangle. Can they do so? And it's going to be up to them to do it.
20 seconds until the final stretch. Galarian Rapidash looking for a little bit of vision. That's probably the best position that they can be in currently. Umbreon also kind of hovering the back line, maybe checking these tall grass to make sure, you know, no Pokemon are hiding in there. Professor Oak has warned us about this, but in the top pad, look at this. Galarian Rapidash getting caught immediately by this Talonflame.
A really nice double teleport there by Curios, locking in on the Galarian Rapidash, starting to poke away at Groudon, keeping it leashed. Looks like the Protein Shake going back over to the right side of the field, and they're going to go ahead and retreat Galarian Rapidash on the field. Here comes the Brave Bird. I think it found the double team. Unfortunately, they do not have a way to get back. Forced to use their Unite move. Fanciful Fireworks once again dissipating in the bottom path. Here comes the Dragon Complex. Mewtwo into that Mega Mewtwo form. Here comes Protein Shake. They do find the Talonflame, but unfortunately must disperse by taking that Brave Bird.
Oh, Suicune going down to the hands of the Galarian Rapidash, who has rejoined the fight. Now still only 1 Pokemon down aside, but it's Ignorance that needs to make the first move. Talonflame able to reset this fight, and we're going to have a refight here with Ignorance still down heavily.
Yeah, let's take a look at our Unite moves. Blaziken has the stance change as they always do. Mewtwo there's that Infinite Cyber, one of the best Unite moves of the previously known EX Pokemon. Able to get vision across the team, but landing on every head of Ignorance. Here comes Blaziken, ejecting through the wall. Again, very careful here. Do not lose your Blaziken at this point in the game. That might be disaster for Project Mbappe.
X-Scissor is going to contest the Galarian Rapidash, pin them up against a wall. There's some follow-up damage from this Delphox. There's a Unite move. Crustle is going to be the first to fall, but Greninja also going down. Celestial going to try to line up and overheat, but they get gobstopped. But it doesn't matter. 3 members of Ignorance go down in the process. Talonflame now going to Brave Bird onto the Umbreon. And Dracu, that should be all but it. With this Talonflame score, that should put Project Mbappe in the driver's seat. Game 3 victory. Grand Finals berth approved.
Yeah, they're going to respond with a score of their own in the bottom path, but that Talonflame, it is a bird of prey, and they've definitely found prey in the form of 3, maybe even 4 members of Ignorance, landing that Brave Bird at level 13 plus. Man, that is an incredible ability. It gets you cooldown reduction up to 75%. And I believe Kratos was able to land on multiple members of Ignorance, and they had no chance of taking the bird down.
Caw. Loving the bird. 7-Eleven, open 24/7 was Kratos on that Talonflame. And I mean, I'm in love with Talonflame right now. I think it's very good. I will say that Brave Bird is definitely a higher skill ceiling than Fly, in my opinion. Mostly because I'm terrible at Brave Bird. I feel like I'm always inting because you always feel like too big for your britches with it. And I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he made it look really good. Found massive KOs in the opportune times. Yeah, 74K, 38K taken. So you're doing exactly what you needed to do on that Talon.
It's an all or nothing ability. It's not. It's similar to Brave Bird in the main series game. You don't lose as much damage than you do, but it's an all or nothing ability in the sense that you don't really have many escape tools to run away from the enemy team. You kind of have to just KO them. That's the only way that you're really getting out, or you're forced or used to use your resources, your eject button, your Unite move. We saw it early in that team fight, the 2-minute mark, but nonetheless, they were able to find their mark. Find the wind beneath their wings, if you may, right at the final seconds of the game, get that KO streak and the score on the Tier 2 to lock their Grand Finals appearance once again.
Yeah, looking pretty good. So 2 Grand Finals in a row. Last week, it was winning the entire tournament. This week, they're going to be in the driver's seat, looking to do the exact same and become your Grand Finals champions back-to-back, Draco.
All right, and as Underdunk gets to the end of the evening, once again, it is threat level midnight past 9 p.m. PST or 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. EST. It's midnight, of course, over their friends on the East Coast. If you want to take a look at the bracket, feel free to do so, ! Bracket. But we are going to be heading into the Grand Finals pretty soon here. Actually, no, we have a Losers Final game, of course. Ignorance moving down to the Losers Finals, a best of 1 against I'm About to Blush. The best of 1 winner of that will be seeing Project Mbappe. Do not go anywhere. I think teams are just about rearing and ready to go. Let's get this production moving. Shivam, take us a break. Hell yeah, we're so back already. Wait, we didn't. We
did.
We should just never say who's coming, who's bringing us in, and we'll just like figure it out.
It'll be just like a surprise.
I know. We had 2 minutes on the clock. Everybody did not want any delays because delays suck really bad.
They
I want to
do.
get these best of threes going. Actually, this is going to be a best of one.
This is best.
We are in the losers final. Ignorance once again, another showcase on broadcast here. I'm about to blush. I don't think we've seen them on broadcast, have we yet, Kyle?
We saw them a little bit earlier. Husky and I were able to cast them, and I believe it was the match against Broken Chopped. And Broken Chopped ended up taking them. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good team, pretty good lower bracket run. I think they won two games in that lower bracket, 3 games along with a DQ from a team. So, yeah, pretty decent lower bracket run, as well as taking out, I believe it was MQL Score Comp, which they won their first round matchup against House Sect. So, yeah, pretty good run for this squad here.
Oh man, Talonflame Comfey is going to be scary to deal with, but it's a pretty aggressive start, I would say. You typically see a Comfey pairing later on in the draft, and I like this adaptation immediately by Soup Chef locking in that Slowbro. You can get a 2-for-1 by locking down the Comfey host with the slow beam. If the Comfey is attached to them, you're basically locking down both of those Pokemon, maybe forcing out the Comfey to use their own Unite move in response. But very bulky lineup by Ignorance, and I love to see it.
I also, obviously it's banned right now. I also kind of like the tech of Darkrai uniting whoever is hosting the Comfey and just immediately detaches the Comfey who's left just there wondering where my friend is. And I think that's also really funny to do. Yeah, I think the Slowbro is going to be a good tech. I think very likely it's going to be targeting this Talonflame, maybe this final pick, but I imagine maybe not so much with the Inteleon. It's kind of hard to get in on that.
I don't think I've ever seen something like this before, and I'm going to try to describe what I'm looking at here, right? It's the team composition that Ignorance has is very bulky, and they don't have any natural healers on their team. But in a way, they are countering the Comfey because Comfey can really only heal one Pokemon, and Ignorance is trying to essentially outlive the Comfey host and outlive I'm About to Blush because they don't have very much. I mean, they do have pretty good damage, but they're going to try to outlive them by having such bulky Pokemon, and that Comfey just can't keep up with the longer extended fights that it's going to take to KO this Ignorance team. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think it makes perfect sense. And I think I'm About to Blush also played this Ho-Oh a little bit earlier. And previously, over the last, I guess, Worlds and, a little bit before that when Ho-Oh received that rework, we saw teams utilize the Sacred Fire Flamethrower moveset as kind of like this disruptor Pokemon. But I'm About to Blush, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that they took it and played Fire Spin the last time they used it, which is a bit of a pivot, but I think it was still very good. It does damage reduction, but also now with the rework, that ability now has a little bit of crowd control once that Fire Spin bursts. But this is the lower finals, best of 1. Winner goes on to take on Project Mbappe.
Best of 1, it's always real interesting to see what the teams can cook to maybe get the other team off guard, catch them off guard. But fairly conventional on either side. I think Ignorance is going back to their roots, playing a really bulky composition. And I'm About to Blush, they have to do something maybe similar to what Project Mbappe did in game number 1 and try to pick them away. But with that Comfey, you're effectively leaving your team at a permanent 4v5 for the entirety of the game.
11 points already in from this top goal zone. Pressure from Buzzwole, but good pressure from the Snorlax as well to keep I'm About to Blush a little bit away. And Lucario definitely wants to get on that line online as level 5. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a fell stinger miss there from this Drizzile.
Yeah, it tends to happen sometimes. Again, they only have
never
2 critically hitting. Oh, you've never missed
Never.
one. All right,
Never.
Chad. We're gonna have to see.
I miss it all the time.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
he just
I
lied
lied.
to me.
I lied.
You just lied. There's the
It's
fail
actually
signal
really
right there.
funny. I'm like, that should have hit. And it's obviously the map's not moving. It's just me being bad. But Altari family taking over. I'm about to blush, getting a little bit caught out here. Lucario and Comfey going down. Double KO for Snorlax.
Yeah, I don't know if they intended to counterpick Comfey like this, but they have a lot of tools to counterpick Comfey, right? They have the
Yeah.
longevity of team fights because of how bulky they are. They have some single targeting Unite moves, the Charizard Unite move, the Slow Beam. If they're able to grab the Comfey host with the Comfey attached to it with Buzzwole, they can just CC them and kind of act like a quote-unquote Slow Beam and keep them stunned for a long period of time. This is going to be a hard game to win for Blush.
I think so too. I'm very excited to see. I'll be really interested to see if we'll maybe see a telekinesis Slowbro. I think that could potentially work pretty well too, but I guess time will see on that. Mewtwo Y evolve, Mega Evolve. Now going to hold down the A button, try to keep this Ho-Oh at bay, and they do. Charizard in the central area. Now going to meet this Lucario Comfey along with this Talonflame for this Regidrago. Good surf there from Slowbro, looking for a last hit, but it is Talonflame that gets it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they cannot stay on the field.
Wow.
What was that? Wait, how did the Charizard get the KO there? Is it playing
It's
Flame
playing
Charge?
Flare Blitz.
Oh, it's playing Flare Blitz. I saw Flamethrower Flare Blitz. That's really
Yeah.
interesting. I think that's possibly to lock in on the high mobility of Lucario and this Talonflame. It's a really nice tech. It's a point-and-click ability. It has a small stun at the end, and those micro stuns are a pain to deal with an E-Speed Lucario or a Talonflame, really.
Truly something that doesn't get picked very often. Brave Bird, though, has been getting picked up a little bit there. That's going to take down the Snorlax, but Charizard paying that right back. 97-0 objectives coming online. Buzzwole on the top path, going to potentially add another 40. Registeel now, and body block there from Slowbro, going to prevent that snipe shot from connecting on. Charizard doing a good job frontlining. Going to try to avoid the damage, and Snorlax grabbing vision for the team.
Registeel about to head back to its appearance point, the bottom path, retreating back or recovering back to full. Scribblenaught just running in circles in the Speed Flux zone with that flail, just blocking
really
out
funny.
the Inteleon, making their life a pestilence. And trying to land these snipe shots when a Snorlax is running you down is definitely very difficult to do. I mean, look how far the Inteleon is. You got to watch out for the Brave Bird Talonflame in the wings, but they're going to go ahead and retreat to help their Inteleon. Only one here to contest it is the Ho-Ho. Fire coming down. Slowbro, the other defender. Scary moment there for Ignorance, but now the push on forward.
And Comfey goes down there, 1 point on in for Snorlax. Brave Bird gonna connect, but they're gonna get caught between that Unite move from Charizard. It's a double KO. Now the chase is on for this Ho-Oh through the Speed Flux zone. Slowbro getting a 30-point dunk in, while Charizard gets a 3-piece combination. And now looking for a massive overcap. Snorlax gonna body block, maybe a snipe shot.
37-point overcap, and it might not be the morning time, but I'm about to blush. They are eating some donuts in their score line.
Nice.
A donut on their side of the field, 0 points. I'm about to blush. For those of you who don't know what that means in caster terms, 303-0 as we head into the second half of the game. And this is not a good look for Blush, and I don't know where they're going to find that answer, because this Charizard, as it continues to get levels, that Unite move gets impossible to deal with.
It was 303, and I'm about to blush is not gonna trust a Ho-Oh because you know that they made that song. 303.
Can you sing it? Can you sing it?
No, I think it's inappropriate for broadcast. I don't think you're supposed to say the full thing. You could say Ho-Oh because that's a Pokemon, but I was doing a parody. Either way, Buzzwole taking out Lucario. Talonflame also down. Charizard are going to take Ho-Oh to the skies, and that goal zone, that T2 goal zone's gone. Charizard taking down the Ho-Oh as well, and this is not looking good for I'm about to blush.
Yeah, they need to take some risks here, and they do. Brave Bird into the pile of Ignorance members. 4 members there. Unfortunately, cannot get the KOs they need. Protein Shake looking very healthy here. Again, that Flame Charge, not only a point-and-click ability, but if you're able to land it, you get a small shield. As you can see, the white on the health bar of that Charizard. Now, level 4 or level 13. I can't remember if it's a Flame Charge plus you get here or Flamethrower plus, but nonetheless, this Pokemon may be unstoppable at this point in the game. It is out-leveling the entire enemy team by 2 at most.
Yeah. That's really scary. And also, another thing to think about here, Draku, is Ignorance is going to have a potential Regieleki that will walk to the home goal zone by the time Groudon appears. So that is another win condition on the potential mark. And, oh, did that Regieleki walk in? I saw Snorlax just deposit 30 points in.
And it did. You can see that timer ticking away in the tier 3 goal zone, and it's not looking good. Even more so for I'm About to Blush. It's about to be a 400-point game, and I don't think I've seen a point lead like this going into the final stretch where it's already a point of no return. There is 20 points with 390. Flowery Fields forever, and it might just be the gravesite for I'm About to Blush. The Comfey on top of the Ho-Oh, not the best Pokemon. Can't even use Rekindling Flame because it's not the best place to use it. Here comes the Aura Canning trying to make some moves on, but unfortunately gets put in the doghouse again.
Oh man, Lucario, just when you think it's going to be able to find something. Oh no, and Talonflame. I was sure that Talonflame was going to be able to take out the Buzzwole. The HP bar was on nothing. But Buzzwole, with a massive amount of crowd control, is able to just turn Talonflame and really just take them to the cleaners. Regidrago, another buff here for Ignorance when they could potentially increase their score lead even more.
Now here's a really interesting position for Ignorance, and I'm excited to see what they decide to do here. They're going to have full access to this Regieleki all the way to the tier 3. I wonder if they just walk this all the way home to the main base of I'm About to Blush, because I'm About to Blush, they can take the Groudon off of the field, but they're not going to get a whole lot of points, and even if they get some scores in, the pockets of Ignorance at this point in the game is also fairly massive.
I'm About to Blush setting up for Groudon. Brave Bird connecting on the Snorlax. A Unite move not used just yet. Charizard gonna chunk down that Ho-Oh. And Regieleki is starting to walk towards that home goal zone. Groudon getting immediately turned onto. Already at half, Brave Bird has connected. Nice little miss there from the Inteleon. Are they going to be able to snipe up and line up the snipe shot? Regieleki does find their way home, but it doesn't matter. But it's actually going to be Lucario that gets it.
So watch those HP bars. Here comes the snipe shot. It's actually on the same team here. Full player push here on the tier 2 goal zone. But I mean, the Buzzwole scoring 100 on the main base. Can they get a KO here? Look at that Inteleon going down. And unfortunately, one of the shields going over to the Mewtwo Y as the Groudon buff transfers from one Pokemon to the next.
Buzzwole also takes Comfey, so that is 2 shields, and I'm About to Blush gonna need to make a mad dash and try to steal away even more, but that's gonna be a tall task. Charizard going down towards that bottom path, that T2 goal zone. Snorlax making a dash towards that home goal zone, depositing another 26-72 going in for that Slowbro. Minute left here, Draku. This looks all but over.
Yeah, 541 points. This is now the point of no return. Not only that, they don't have their Lucario. They don't got any shields. They may have like one shield, but unfortunately for I'm About to Blush, this center objective is nothing like a Rayquaza shield. You do get the damage bonus, but you don't get the instant score, not the almost instant scoring with the score shielded buff. And just like that, Ignorance is going to run it back against Project Mbappe, who will be up 1-0 in the grand finals.
Insane stuff. Ignorance making the comeback here. Well, I guess they never really looked back in this losers round match, but they are going to make the comeback, try to potentially crown themselves as Underdunk 60 champions. They have a tall task to go in a best of 3 winners advantage, so Project Mbappe could potentially just crown themselves champion with 1 win. Ignorance will need to win 2 in those grand finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Groudon, there might not be a way.
That's true. I'm trying to think here. Because there was the saying with Rayquaza where there's a Ray, there's a way. I feel like we need to capture the essence of Groudon before making a saying like that. Because, I feel like Groudon is one of those things where it's not as pivotal, but there's at least in solo queue environment, maybe not so much in competitive play, but in the solo queue environment, there's a lot of throwing when you have Groudon buffs, like inting. I want to find a way of talking about where there's a Ray, there's a way, instead of hey, there's a way to int at Groudon. There's something there. We're gonna find
it'll come naturally. It'll come organically. If there's no Ray, there's no way, is what production yelled at us in our ear. It was crazy how loud that
Yelling.
was. Yeah, Siobhan is angry today.
Okay. Well, looking at the stats, I mean, Ignorance never looked back, but we are going to look back towards break as these next round, or the last round of the grand finals, get set up. Ignorance, Project Mbappe going to be next on the block. Best of 3, potentially 1 game, potentially 2 game, but that is going to round out Underdunk for the night. So don't go too far, folks. I'm going to do the drawing for our Pawmot license.
Were you drawing a Pawmot? Hell yeah. I love Kyle's
no.
drawings.
We're doing a giveaway for a Pawmot license and a Latias license. Actually, I think 2 Latias licenses. So make sure if you haven't already entered, ! Enter, and then we'll draw it once we get back from break. But that said, we are going to go to break. Production, send us to break. He did what I do.
He's getting back. He's getting back at us. Production is done with our insert.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, insert word there. Welcome back, everyone. We
Shenanigans.
got a grand finals. Hey Kyle, why do Weedles suck at jokes?
Because they don't know the punchline.
No, they never get to the point.
But the Weedles have points
That's the point.
on the top of their head. That doesn't even make any sense. It's a terrible joke.
That's an amazing joke. What do you mean? Come on.
He has a point.
Clearly not.
The top
All
of
right.
his head. He's thinking about it.
We're in
All right.
draft, Kyle. Can we talk
We're in
about this
draft.
draft, please?
No,
It's
you
already
talk about
so
draft. Your
far
turn.
along in this draft that yeah. All right, they're gonna ban like 5 speedsters plus comfy. No, Zacian.
Ooh, okay.
No. Yeah. 5 comfies, 5 speedsters, and Zacian.
This is like the part of the night where things get a little bit wacky wild, and I'm unfortunately disappointed here because these are very common bans, and they make
I was pretty
a lot
close.
of sense. I mean, you were very close. 4 speedsters, a tank, and a support. Yeah. Well done, color caster.
Yeah. Let's go to the casino. They're open 24/7. Go to the game corner, everybody.
Game corner.
You know they took out the game corner because like they don't want to.
Oh, because of gambling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
no gambas.
Um,
No gambas.
Soup
Even
Chef
the-
on the Crustal. I've been liking the Crustal. I'm interested to see if it's going to be the Stealth Rocks once again. We saw it a little bit earlier, and it looked fine. It didn't break any break any hearts or anything like
Break any
that.
shells?
But I still think
Shell
it didn't
smash?
smash a shell.
Yeah.
I just feel like X's are too valuable to give up, though.
It is. I think Crustal and
competitive.
Suicune have a decent matchup against each other, right? Because like Whirlpool can stun the Crustal, but at the same time Crustal can use Rock Tomb to trap the Suicune because they don't have any dashes, right? So it's a decent pairing matchup between the two, and I like what you said. I would much rather it. In some situations, again, I do really like Stealth Rocks, but when you have a Pokemon like this Talonflame, in the previous game when we saw Soup Chef play, they were also going up against an Urshifu. So and I feel like that was the reason why they lost against this team the first time. Celestial might be looking at that again. They're going to be locking in Zacian this time, Kyrios locking in, which is most likely the Mystical Fire Delphox. Do a protein shake. Oh, take a look at that! There's a Zero Aura. We haven't seen this Pokemon ever.
It's
today.
true. Yeah, we saw it in round 1. You weren't here yet, though. I think you were probably.
I
working or
wasn't
something.
here yet. I was banned.
Yeah, you were banned until it was your time to
Yeah.
do the thing. I'm liking it. I was really excited because I thought for a second Celestial was lining up the Tinkaton, which I think we all know that Celestial can play and has played this season, even before some of the buffs that it received. I would have loved to see it. Unfortunately, we just weren't able to. I'm thinking Tinkaton is strong, but maybe after a week off, teams are like, maybe it's not that strong.
I mean, it's just like I was saying, like the same issue as like Urshifu in lane, right? Like it needs to get to level 5, and Tinkaton, like you can put it in central, and we'll get Ice Hammer at level 5, but at the same time, in that early game, you want to be getting those hammer stacks too, unless you can almost guarantee you get your hammer stacks towards the end of the game, because 60 hammer stacks is kind of a lot. Especially if you're not team fighting a whole lot, and Tinkaton just generally struggles in the early game because it's very much like a Kupfu. It has pretty middling auto attack damage, auto attack speed. Its last hitting isn't very good with Rock Smash either. So it's in a really weird like juxtaposition, right? If you're able to get it to level 7 early, then it's an amazing Pokemon for the remainder of the game. But getting to level 7 early is a lot easier said than done.
Grand Finals time. Project Mbappe up 1-0. Awarded that game due to the winner side part of the bracket. Ignorant's going to need to win 2 in a row here. Project Mbappe only needing to win 1. These are your Grand Finals.
Pretty conventional matchup in the top path. A Gibble for that Zacian versus that Zacian. We've seen that so many times. Suicune in the bottom path, supporting this Fennekin. And once again, Looks like a Ducky able to pull away 11 points. A lot of that Eos energy staying on their side. There's another Indeedee going over to Ducky. Just a lot of consistent damage. It doesn't do very good burst damage between Water Pulse and Avalanche, but it's good enough to get these last hits, especially when the other team doesn't have that very good last hitting.
Good plays here for Project Mbappe to just barely escape the grasp of that Zeraora. And once again, the Volt Switch, oh man, just barely able to get it, or not get that Talonflame. And Ignorance, though, going to be in good positioning for these top Altaria family.
3-on-3. Birds off of the field. Nice portal there by rolling it down, sending them back to main base and back to the battlefield with full HP. Still level 4 for Celestial, so at least in the top path, the Gabite is winning that top path in terms of experience. Protein Shake can get level 6 here and also get its entire central area. Pretty high scaling for both teams as well, right? Zeraora really wants to get to level 7. You get the primary damaging ability at level 7. Unite move at level 9. The Garchomp needs to get to level 7, level 9 as well for their scaling. Scribblenaught heading back to the Pokemon Center really briefly right before the Regidrago enters the fray.
8 minutes, and neither team really hovering for this Regidrago, although Kratos is starting to make their way there, along with this Hoopa. Delphox shortly following after. Zeraora starting to make their way in, but they see that it is almost gone already, and Talonflame able to earn that buff, along with the experience, looking for maybe some goal zone scores.
Yeah, probably the best Pokemon on their side of the field to get that buff. And they're going to take a look at Celestial. That gets taken down. They're going to trade the Speedster for the All-Rounder. Got to be very careful here. It does increase your scoring speed, but just like Groudon's buff, it is not a score-shielded boost. Hoopa going to reset a lot of them. Scribble not waiting for the foul play here. Just gets the Hoopa. And lots of vision for the team. Very conservative start either end. Both sides not scoring a singular point. No stacks. No goal zones.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, especially with Talonflame having potential here to score with that buff. Umbreon frontlining, allowing some scores to finally go on in. It's 20 from the Garchomp and then 28 from the Zeraora, and they're just going to go ahead and close that goal zone out. Now we have some Unite moves flying. Zacian falls down. Zeraora next on the chopping block, and along with the Crustle.
Yeah, just like that, the scoring drought breaks, and not only that, breaks through that top tier 1 goal zone. I mentioned this earlier on the broadcast, a lot easier to break the top path goal zone, 70 instead of 80 previously with Rayquaza Theosky Ruins. And now this Reggie, the northern Reggie is going to be it is called a Golem. The Golem Reggie's in the top path, Regieleki in the bottom path. Secured by the Fly Talonflame this time by Kratos, and that's going to move on to the tier 1. Still at 80 points relative to the Rayquaza tier 1 goals on the bottom path.
Call him the Titans.
You're a Titan.
Zeraora, oh man, gonna just go ahead and take out Delphox. Suicune returning the favor on the Zeraora. Regieleki trying to make its home in this T1 on the bottom side, but a great X-Scissor is gonna keep it away. Flame Sweep, though, gonna keep this Crustle away. Mewtwo Y entering the fray, and now it's the Talonflame that's going to have to retreat writing on the wall. I don't think Regieleki is going in.
Nice eject button there by Soup Chefs to make it away from the Talonflame shadow above them. Again, 0 to 71 here as we head to the halfway point of the game. Pokemon starting to get their Unite moves online and ready to go. Garchomp available, level 9 with their Unite move as well. Protein Shake taking a lot of damage. I don't know if they have cooldowns. There's the Volt Switch just to get away. And here comes Goopiter locking in on Curios. It's going to be very difficult to lock in on a Pokemon like this Delphox, especially when they have all the movement from the Flame Charge.
Movement. Now it's the Umbreon trying to attack this Delphox, but great mobility from those Flame Charges is going to keep them at least a little bit farther away. Oh, 40 points on the top side for this Talonflame is going to be the first scores for Project Mbappe. Zeraora dangerously close from taking them down. Unfortunately, unable to do so. Suicune gonna freeze solid that Bug Rock Pokemon, and now it's Project Mbappe on the offensive. Another Whirlpool there, but the Unite move from Mewtwo is gonna stall out some scores. 39 points looking to go on in, unable to. Great Snarl there from Umbreon. Now the rings are unbound. Hoopa's taking the team in. The fight commences. Zeraora back in the Pokemon Center. Umbreon, Crustle back in the Pokemon Center, and now it's Project Mbappe finally in the lead.
Yeah, a beautiful reset there, by the way, by rolling it down. Puts the portal on the goal zone, resets everybody, and then brings them back in through the portal by the unbounded Hoopa. Beautiful play there by rolling it down to heal their entire team, to get the health to stay on the goal zone and continue the pressure on. Nice extras pushing them away. Rebel Rouser, Celestial escaping through. Oh, somehow is able to escape away. Really nice side strike, but nonetheless able to reset. And here comes Ignorance. They are kind of low HP, or at least just the Crustal. Can they get the knockout here? Here comes an auto attack, followed by the Phantom Force there, and able to get the knockout. Is rolling it down.
Oh, Unite move from Zeraora, unable to get the KO, but it has bought them a little bit of time and space for this Regieleki. Suicune gonna try to ice. Oh, they no get it. Oh, they do get it. Suicune able to steal that away from Zeraora along with the Mewtwo Y. Shield stolen from this Umbreon, but the Zacian is hot on pursuit. And also gonna get stopped by Curios on this Delphox. So Project Mbappe starting to move and groove. 159 all.
Just like the beginning of the game at zeros, 159 all, just like Kyle was saying here. And here comes the siege for Project Mbappe. They will let the Regieleki go through. 20 points on the goal zone with the score. 1 minute before the final stretch begins. Hoopa's going to reset themselves. Scribblenaught is going to go down here. Do they decide to go for more? And they do. Still vulnerable by this Regieleki. Here comes Kratos and the Talonflame. Curios, 37, locking that in. 296 to 159. About a 143-point lead. That's the right number? That wasn't right.
Yes, yeah. Hell yeah. Good job, Draku. Good math.
That's not it.
No.
No.
Terrible math.
Yeah.
Bad math. Bad Draku. I don't know.
137. It's 137.
Yeah, I don't know. You said it so confidently that I figured it was right. I didn't double check my work. By the way, Reggie Steel buff for Ignorance, which will span a majority of this fight for Groudon. But Umbreon not going to have it because they get KO'd by Project Mbappe. 10 seconds until Groudon. 147-point lead for Project Mbappe. What does Ignorance need to do to win this game?
Once again, they have the tier 1s to work through, but I mean, take a look at Project Mbappe. They're insulating their goals on as best as they can. They have all Unite moves except for that Talonflame, but nonetheless, they have a lot of resources to use here. I think Pokemon to watch here is going to be that that Mewtwo, but it is struggling on levels. Take a look at the right side of the screen. Level 11 on your Mewtwo. That's your auto attacker ADC. Struggling on levels is really just scratching the enemy team at this point.
Not doing a whole lot. Curios on the back line doing a lot of damage. Zeraora frozen solid, but able to Volt Switch away. Garchomp not so lucky. Rebel Rouser wasted with the Hoopa hyperspace hole. Wonderfully done by rolling it down on the Hoopa. Umbreon getting chased by Hoopa now. Another frozen solid Mewtwo. That's going to have to retreat. Umbreon dangerously low, getting chopped down by the Sword Dog. Another Pokemon's going to fall. Project Mbappe, full pressure, taking the team in. Hoopa bring the team with the rings unbound. A double KO for Suicune. That might be all she wrote. One final stand for Mewtwo. Do they get it? No! Hoopa takes Groudon. Project Mbappe moving forward.
Groudon falls. Project Mbappe well on their way to another win here in Underdunk 60. 59 champion, 60 champion to Project Mbappe, continuing their win streak to 2. Groudon at least has been their map for this Project Mbappe team.
296, 159 points, likely inevitable for Project Mbappe, but it doesn't matter. They take the game, they take the win, they take the crown. And, I mean, this team's looking pretty good, Draco. I mean, even though you dropped Overlord, you still are able to pick up Curios, and they did not miss a beat. They lost a singular map all night, which is pretty much the same as last week in the first Groudon tournament. They're running it back, and they're running forward.
Yeah, they dropped one world champion and picked up another. Boy, well, I mean, no matter who they pick up for their final roster in the next couple of months, this is already looking like a really strong team between Celestial, Roland, Ducky, Kratos, and then whoever that last person is, whether it's Curios, whether it's Overlord. Nonetheless, the results are the same. It's another Underdunk win for this team.
Insane work. Ignorance falling just short against a very good squad, but they honestly, Draku, I think of any of the teams that fought this Project Mbappe squad over the last couple weeks, the last 2 weeks, I guess. I mean, they look just as good as G did, and maybe even better in some ways. But honestly, I mean, you got to be really excited for this upcoming UCS season. These are two titans that will likely, I assume, likely be in the league format. I can't imagine a league without Ignorance, the longest standing Pokemon Unite team in North America. So, yeah, I would really fully expect these teams to maybe potentially combat each other if this is the squads that they're rolling with.
Mm-hmm. I agree as well. And, there's only 8 teams, Kyle.
Yeah,
only 8
true.
teams, and I know there are definitely some teams that are really high priority to get them into this league. And with only 8 spots, I think a team like Ignorant has been consistently like the lower end of like the pro team pool. Like, so they're fairly consistent in making top 8, but getting past like top 6 has always been their crutch, in my opinion.
True.
I don't think they've ever made as far. I could be totally wrong here. I don't know if they've made as far as like maybe top 4 or even making a grand finals appearance in their time with this roster for Ignorance, or I mean like with the core roster of this Ignorance team. But yeah, I would love to see Ignorance come out to play for the league, but there are only 8 spots, and NA is probably one of the most, if not the most competitive region in all of Western Pokemon Unite.
True. Very true. Well, we have a crown champion for the second week in a row. Underdunk number 60 is concluded. As we start to wrap up, any final thoughts on the meta? Now we've had 2 weeks of Groudon data, 2 weeks of Groudon matches. How are we feeling about this meta? Are we excited about Groudon? Do we like how these top teams are playing it?
I do really like the, it's not necessarily like the leaning into score composition, but I like that score comp is becoming a little more viable than it was before. I mean, LG played like once and it was like kind of a scuffed score comp, right? They were able to get a really nice block into kind of scuffed secure nonetheless. But I think my favorite part is the final 2 minutes. Like I felt like for a lot of Rayquaza, I think a lot of people like the 2 minutes by nature because that's just when the 5-on-5 team fight went on, and there weren't many in most Unite matches. But now you have, like you were saying, I want to bring up this word that you were saying, I want to highlight it, is how dynamic the Groudon fight is past the 2 minute mark. Like, you can go for a full 5-on-5 team fight. You can potentially go for some back halves with highly mobile Pokemon. And I think it was Spraggles that said this on one of his videos. And like, back halves are a legitimate strategy. I know it was like very much frowned upon for the first 3 to 4 years of Pokemon Unite, but especially when you're able to KO maybe 1 to 2, maybe even 3 members of the enemy team, and you have most of your team up, and you have a score lead, you can send one of your highly mobile Pokemon to extend that lead even further. And I just love how the end game plays compared to Rayquaza, because we all know the feeling of both stealing Rayquaza is a good feeling, but on the other end of that spectrum, having Rayquaza stolen from you, dominating for 9 minutes of the game, and then all of a sudden you find yourself on the loser's side of that match because one Rayquaza steal wins the other team the game. So I do really like the game state that we're in right now, and I'm excited to see how this continues to develop. And I think with the new additions, with new Pokemon, we have Empoleon coming out next week. We have the first Mega with Mega Lucario in 2 weeks after that, and then Mega Charizard after that. I feel like as we continue on forward through to the first UCS events in December, I feel like we're not taking a break at all, which is awesome, at least for the content side of things.
It feels very good. Unite feels back. I feel very invigorated. I'm loving the new fresh feel that the game has. I'm excited about the future of this game. I'm excited and really optimistic about the future of UCS. Very good stuff all around. Congratulations to our 3 drawing winners: OJ Pantamath Gamer, Mayfriend, and Real Player 1. Please message me on Discord, or I'll try to reach out to you if your Discord name's the same, for your license. Thank you, Pokemon, for providing the 3 licenses that we had. Other than that, big shout out to everyone to make that made this production happen. Obviously, Lordy on the TO side, getting some clips so we can have some additional fun, entertaining things for y'all during breaks and pregame and everything. Shout out to Bina for the amazing observing, as always, getting the teams up and ready in the lobby. Shivam for hosting and doing all the production things and throwing Draku and I into and out of break. Big shout out to Husky for casting with me earlier. Shout out to Draku for casting with me now and currently in over the last 3 rounds or so. I don't know. Now, how many rounds did we do? Anything else that I'm missing, Draku, before we start to head on out of here?
I got nothing. I think Underdunk is taking a break for next week, and then we'll be back at it towards the end of the month. I think the next one is going to be on the 25th. And well, I think we're going to be going back to the 2-week frequency as before. So look forward to that.
Yes. Taking next week off. I'll be out of town. Bina's out of town. So we are going to take next week off, and we'll be back on the 25th, I believe, is the next tournament. But other than that, thank you, community, for showing up and showing out. I'll be making a top 10 highlight reel for next time, so hopefully next time we'll have a pretty fun video for that. I'm also looking at making a community clips type of video that we can showcase some great community games as well. But outside of that, we are going to take the night off. Hope everybody has a fantastic night. This has been Underdunk number 60, and we will see you in 2 weeks.
Bring your duck.